Hey, Flip Flop, Jazz, how are y'all? Let me know if you can hear me okay. Ow. I'm sharing the audio. It sounds good. Good. Hey, Laced. Jamie. You can hear me? You can hear me. All right, this is a cuckoo one, guys. Hey, Sip and Shine. This is another crazy one. Queen Bee. How are you, Queen Bee? Lots going on in these streets, huh? So today I said, you know what? Let me just focus on something else because this place is crazy. Hey, Sammy, Corey, and Sassy. Hey, Lily. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know about this one, but this one is insane and sad. It's very sad. This place is insane. You got that right. Hey, Carla. Someone let the monkeys out. Hey, I'm telling you, it's been wild. You got an actual notification? Shocker. I know, Lily. I've been trying to write stuff up for the show with Gray. I've been doing a shitty job. I finally got it back to him yesterday. Hey, Mama Dukes. Lisa. Jenny. So, yeah, I've been, but I was determined this morning. Damn it, I'm going to get up. And this is one I've been wanting to do for a while because it's rough. Be careful in who you're leaving your kids with, guys. Aw. Thanks, Laced. All right. Let me know if you can hear him talk when I mute myself.
The daughter, was signed over by the dad since she's a minor and cannot sign for herself and was not in the capacity to sign for herself.
Mr. Reedy, at any
Could you hear him? Oh, you don't want to know, Shine. You do not want to know. So let me say this. There were no opening statements recorded for this trial for whatever strange reason. I don't know why, but they just didn't have them. So this is the case of Lindsay Partin. We will play, the interrogation will be in here, all of that stuff. She's on trial for the murder of a little girl named Hannah. So, Zachariah Anderson. I will, Lisa. All right, y'all can hear? Great.
point that you were with that child, with Hannah, did you or your partner perform CPR on Hannah?
We did not.
Did you or your partner take any precautions when dealing with Hannah's body, her neck, her head?
So when we were on scene, we felt the situation to be a bit unsafe. It made us feel uneasy. And so we determined it was best just to get her out of the situation as quickly as we could. My partner, Liam, we scooped her up. He scooped her up, cradling her tightly to his body, supporting the head. We walk out to the cot. We lay her down on the cot. We strap her in with our straps, and we load her up into the cot, into the medic. And at that point, that's when Jason, the father, was asking about going. We told him, no, we're going. We need no distractions, no disruptions. He agreed. And followed. And that's when we went en route to Fort Hamilton.
And Mr. Reedy, at any time or at any point when you were with this child, did you do anything to cause bruising to her body, her head, her face, or the back of her head?
I did not.
Anytime did you do anything to cause injury to this child?
I did not.
All right, no further questions, please, thank you.
All right, thank you. Defense, before we cross, I'm going to note it's 11:15. The jurors would probably appreciate a quick 10-minute break. For restroom purposes, I generally don't like to interrupt the flow of the witness's testimony, but given the time that we've dealt with some issues and whatever, I think it's probably appropriate.
Okay.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before you go out and hit the restrooms and whatever, please leave your notepads. Please keep on your lanyards. Please note your admonitions. You are not to be discussing this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. You are not to be researching anything. And everybody's got smartphones nowadays. Don't do any of that. I'll be asking you when you return. Sir, you are still under oath and still in the midst of testimony. You are not to be discussing your testimony with anyone else while we're on this break either. Okay? All right, we'll come back and gather around 11 o'clock, okay? All right, everybody have a seat. We're back on the record table. This is Lindsay Partin, back from our recess. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any issues that need to be reported to the court? I see a bunch of heads shaking nose and no hands going up, so I will then accept that there are no issues to deal with. Mr. Pegan, the defense ready to cross?
Yes, sir.
All right, you going to cross?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. All right, still morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Chris Pagan, and I'm the defense attorney. We've never met?
Nope.
Okay. Is this your first time ever testifying?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, congratulations. How old are you?
25.
Okay. And currently you have two jobs, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're a part-time firefighter EMS worker for Hanover Township.
Yes.
And then you have a job as a EMS for a private provider?
Yes.
Okay. And together that makes full-time work?
That one is full-time. Hanover is part-time. I work over full-time. I work a lot.
Right. You're 25 and you have more energy than a guy like me.
Not right now.
All right. But so the jury understands Hanover Township is a township in Butler County.
Yeah.
It's not a municipality.
No.
Okay. It doesn't have a full-time police force.
It has a contract with the sheriff's deputies.
Right. So Hanover Township itself doesn't have a township police force.
No.
Okay. It doesn't have a full-time fire department.
Well, we are at the station 24/7, 365. We're just not full-time employees. There are us on the paid staff, as we call it. There are part-timers that work on a set rotation. And there's also volunteers that supplement us on bigger incidents.
And you're not a volunteer, you're a paid
Both.
part-time.
Part-timers are both. We are interchangeable.
Okay. And would the nearest city be either Hamilton or Oxford?
Yeah, Hamilton by far the closest, and then Oxford's a good second.
Okay. And would it also be fair to say that the Hamilton Fire Department provides help and services to Hanover Township for big events?
Very rarely.
Okay. All right. Now you said this was the first time you ever testified.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you prepared for your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do to prepare for your testimony?
We had a couple meetings with Ms. Sheehan
Mhm.
at the firehouse. We did back in November. Was it November, I believe? And then just a few days ago, last Friday.
Okay. And apart from meetings, did you review documents?
I did best I could when not working
Okay.
or sleeping.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
When I wasn't working or sleeping to go to work, I did review some.
Okay. And what documents did you review?
Mainly just the record that we had of questions that we had asked back and forth and the responses that I had given.
All right, I didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
She emailed me a document that was basically questions that she asked, and they were my responses. I looked over that, briefly, and then the report as well.
And when you talk about the report, is that State Exhibit 1, which
Yes, State Exhibit 1, yes.
Any other documentation that you reviewed to refresh your recollection here today?
No.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that this report, State Exhibit 1, which is your report, correct?
Yes.
Your name is on it.
Yes.
All right. You mentioned another guy named Liam.
Yes.
What's his last name?
Harold.
Liam Harold's name isn't on this report.
It is.
It is?
He is not as the in-charge provider.
Okay.
It is my partner.
And he did not provide a space where he put his name behind the narrative.
Right.
Okay. The narrative says Reedy AEMT.
It is mine.
Okay. That's because you taped out the narrative. Yes?
Yes.
You got to say yes because
Okay.
we're recording and somebody
Okay.
might get.
Yes.
That's okay. Right. And you put AEMT because it's assistant EMT,
Advanced.
advanced EMT. Okay. And your assistant Liam didn't provide a narrative.
No. Only the in-charge provider provides the narrative and actually does the report.
Okay.
The partner just reviews after you're done, and we kind of collaborate to see if we need to change things. And this is our final document.
Gotcha. So this was prepared closer in time to the event
Yes.
when your mind was fresher.
Right.
Okay. When you had a better sense of what the details were.
Right.
Okay. When you go to the last page, which contains the narrative,
Mhm.
if I understood your testimony, you collaborated with your partner Liam to
Yes.
determine. We gotta let me finish. I know. To determine that it was accurate.
Yes.
You determined together that the narrative was accurate.
Yes.
There were no objections made by your partner as to the narrative you put forward.
No.
All right. When you reviewed your narrative for your meetings with the assistant prosecutor and to testify, you have no dispute with that narrative.
No.
Now, before you were provided with the report, you testified without the benefit of the report here
Right.
today, correct?
Right.
And so when you testified and said that that the run happened on 3/8/2017, that was a mistake.
Yeah.
Okay. A mistake because it happened a long time ago.
Yes.
Yes. No dispute that it happened in 2018.
Correct.
You just made a mistake.
Right.
Okay. And when you testified about the timeline without the aid of the report, and the report has the timeline,
Correct.
you indicated you arrived on scene at 7:19.
Which is the time we arrived at the patient, which is the time we took our first set of vitals.
Right.
Again, without the aid of the report, it's been a long time.
Yes. Because the report indicates, and I'm going to publish it because it's been admitted. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. Because the report here indicates you're on scene at 7:13.
Correct.
Just begging if you need to zoom in it or blow it up, you can do that on that.
I'm very nervous to do it, but I appreciate it.
And Ms. Wilson can help if you just ask her.
Thank you, Judge. So you arrived at 7:13, 7:19.
We arrived at 7:13. Liam arrived at the patient before me because like we had said earlier, he went in prior to me going in. He arrived around 7:14 at the patient, which is documented in there. Our first set of vitals were taken at 7:19.
Right. So what I offered there was the 3/8/2017 and the 7/19. Those are examples of mistakes that you made in your testimony because your report is more accurate.
Right.
Okay. You have the monitor in front of you, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to put the narrative up. So when you and I talked about the narrative, this is the narrative that you took,
Yes.
the one that you say was accurate.
Yes.
All right. The one that has your name down at the bottom,
Yes.
the one that you collaborated with Liam about.
Yes.
Okay. And looking at me, when you testified, you told the jury about the father's behavior there in the garage, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that he was nudging or putting his hands on Hannah.
Yes.
All right. And you would acknowledge that that's not what you wrote in the report. Would you acknowledge that that's not what you wrote in the report?
I will acknowledge that the wording is not correct.
Okay.
That was the best wording I could come up with at the time dealing with the situation.
I understand that's your explanation. But your report, which you
Second,
said,
hold on just a second, I'm sorry. Ma'am, I see a hand in the jury box. Ma'am, what's?
I'm unable to read the report. I don't know if you're intending for us to be able to read it, but I'm unable to see the words in the narrative.
thank you. I'm going to try and zoom it in.
It's still going.
I can see it now.
Ms. Wilson?
Thank you. Oh, you get what you asked for.
Can you read that? Just give it a second. It might take a minute.
Are you able to read that?
You could just move it down.
So you would agree, beginning where my pen is, that you wrote the words, "Father on scene kept hovering over the child, trying to shake the child to just wake up. Father continued to hover over EMS the entire time."
Yes.
All right. Because that's true, right?
Yes.
That's what occurred. Right?
Yes.
And you made that notation because it was concerning to you.
It was.
You made that notation because it was unusual to you.
It was.
All right. And is it fair to say that you used the verb shake and not nudge because you made the observation that he was touching, handling, nudging, or shaking her to wake her up, wake her up?
That was the best choice of words I could find for the time. Nudging is a better term for that. Nudging and my hands here.
Okay. And what's problematic about that to an EMT, did I get that right, EMT?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's problematic about that to an EMT is that he was interfering with the care that you were trying to provide.
Correct.
All right. Not my client.
She was also asking questions as well.
Okay. Did she put her hands?
No.
Did she hover?
Yes.
Did you write in the report that she hovered?
No.
Okay. So it wasn't concerning to you when you wrote the report, was it?
It was, but not as much as the father.
Okay. When you testified on direct, you didn't tell the jury that the defendant, Lindsay, hovered over the patient, did you?
No.
When you wrote the report that you collaborated with Liam about, you didn't write those words that Lindsay hovered and interfered with you.
No. She was talking to us and in real close, just like Jason.
But now on cross-examination, that's how you characterize it, despite the fact that you didn't testify about that on direct, and you didn't put it in the report, that you collaborated with your colleague about it?
Yeah.
So you wrote an incomplete, false report?
No. It's what I remembered at the time.
Okay. And again, you remember things closer in time better than you do.
This is what we got at the time, considering everything that had just happened. You try to do my job, you will do the same thing.
Be accurate, right?
You do your best.
Be honest, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you just said you remember things closer to the event, right?
Yes.
And here we are over a year plus later. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And now you're characterizing Lindsay as hovering, which you never did before.
Objection, Your Honor, has been answered.
Overruled.
Right?
Right.
Okay. You also testified on direct that you directed the father not to ride in the ambulance with you and your partner and Hannah to Fort Hamilton.
Correct.
Okay. And if, I'm not going to put words in your mouth. I'm going to tell you what I heard. You tell me if I'm wrong. You said that because you didn't want to have a disruption, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were concerned that he might become a disruption while you were trying to provide care to Hannah in transport.
He was upset. We were afraid that anything that we tried to do to aid, he might be in the way of. There's not a lot of room back there. We need our space to work.
All right. So
no one's allowed to ride in the back of the ambulance for any call. That's standard across the board.
Now let's look at the language that you used when you had a better and fresher memory. beginning there, follow with me. Father told not to ride with EMS to the hospital, probably a typo, hospital due to him being a disruption.
Correct.
All right, those are the words that you wrote.
Yeah.
All right. That's what you think was true.
Yes.
All right. And you used the phrase, he was being a disruption, which is different than potentially being a disruption.
Correct.
And the fact of the matter is that he was being disruptive at the scene by hovering, touching, and you had concerns about it that you noted in that report.
Yes.
Okay. And nowhere in this report is there an indication that the defendant, the babysitter, was a disruption at all. Is there?
Correct.
And that's because she wasn't a disruption.
I won't say that. I will just say that it's not in there. I know what I saw.
Did you, on your direct with the prosecutor, tell this jury under oath a year and a half later that my client was a disruption at the scene?
She was there talking to us and close with us. And it clearly says she was talking to us.
When you testified on direct examination, you indicated that you felt that Hannah was in an unsafe environment.
Correct.
And that you scooped and got her out of there because
Yes.
you have to let me finish. I'm sorry about that. What does that mean?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Let's just get the rules straight. I mean, I'll ask my question, and if you don't understand it, just tell me.
Okay.
It's not okay. All right. So I'll start over. Is it true that when you testified on direct examination that you told this jury under oath that you felt that Hannah was unsafe?
Yes.
All right. And that you sought to get her out from the garage environment
Correct.
because she was unsafe?
Correct.
Okay. And the reason that you concluded that she was unsafe is because the dad was, according to your report, shaking her?
That is not the reason. We felt as a whole, the situation as a whole is very concerning. That's why we got her out.
Okay.
It's not just him.
All right. In your report, you talk about the father shaking, right?
Correct.
The father telling her to wake up. Yes.
Yes.
The father hovering.
Yes.
The father being excluded from the EMS because he was being a disruption.
Correct.
All right.
Which is normal
Where-
for everybody.
Okay. Thank you for that. There is nothing else in this report, this narrative, that talks about safety and unsafety besides what I just read.
Correct.
Okay. Which means there's nothing about the defendant, Lindsay Partin, the babysitter in this case, acting out in a way that made you conclude.
I did say she was
Let me
talking to us.
finish. There's nothing in this report that you wrote, that you collaborated about, that indicated that my client, in any circumstances, acted poorly, so for you to draw the conclusion that she was acting in a way that made her unsafe, Hannah unsafe. Isn't that true?
Correct.
Thank you. I'm not going to publish these yet, but I'm going to let you see them. I've handed you 2 photographs of Hannah. Take a look at those and let me know when you're done, and I'm going to ask you some questions about those.
Okay.
Mr. Fagan, just so the record is clear on identification
Yeah.
purposes.
I'll do it. Thank you. And let the record reflect that I'm handing the witness State Exhibit 41 and State Exhibit 50, which purport to be photographs of Hannah. Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. You didn't take that photograph.
No,
All right. You don't know who took that photograph.
I do not. No.
Okay. You don't know exactly where that photograph was taking place.
No.
Okay. You can't say that the image that you see before you truly and accurately depicted how Hannah looked like at that time, given the fact that you know nothing about the circumstances of that photograph?
The only thing I noticed difference, the shaved
I need
head.
you to answer my question.
This is exactly how I saw her, minus the shaved head.
All right, that's not my question. The question is, you can't say that the image that you see there accurately and fairly depicted her physical condition at the time the photograph was taken, because you know nothing about the circumstances in which the photograph was taken.
I'll agree with that.
Okay. Now you're aware, because you did it, that Hannah was transported from the scene to Fort Hamilton Hughes Hospital.
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that she received treatment at Fort Hamilton Hughes Hospital.
Correct.
And you're aware that she was handled at Fort Hamilton Hughes Hospital.
Correct.
And you're aware that she was given scans, CAT scans at Fort Hamilton Hughes Hospital.
Correct.
And you're aware that she was then life squatted or helicoptered from Fort Hamilton Hughes to Children's Hospital.
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that she received emergency surgery.
Your Honor, objection. It's outside the scope of the witness's testimony.
Well, it's cross. I'll overrule the objection. It's cross-examination. I'll allow it up to this point. Cross-examination is wide latitude. Mr. Pegg, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And you're aware that she had emergency surgery on March the 8th, 2018 at Children's Hospital.
I was aware she had it. I wasn't aware of the date.
All right. And so there was, her body was moved? Yes?
In what stage?
I mean, it was moved from the scene to a hospital, to a helicopter, from the helicopter to Children's Hospital, to various scans and to get surgery.
Correct.
But looking at the photographs that are in front of you, you don't know exactly what time that image was obtained, do you?
I do not.
And you have no idea, because you weren't present, how her body was treated, touched, handled, or what have you,
I do
after
not.
after the care occurred.
I do not.
And you don't know if that picture occurred at Fort Hamilton Hughes Hospital or Children's Hospital.
I do not.
And you're aware that her treatment from at Children's Hospital went from March 8th to March 18th.
I didn't know the exact dates, but I knew it was a while.
Okay. And if that picture was depicted at Children's Hospital, you wouldn't know if it was on the 8th of March, correct?
Correct.
The 9th of March,
Correct.
the 10th of March,
Correct.
the 11th of March,
Correct.
the 12th of March,
Correct.
all the way to 18th.
Correct.
But you did discuss bruises in your report.
I did.
Okay. Do you have the report with you, or do I have it?
I do not have it.
And I'm going to put this up on the screen again.
Okay.
Can you see it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And would you agree with me that the first and only narrative statement about bruises occurs where my finger is?
Okay.
And that reads, first assessment found multiple bruises all over patient's body. Patient has sunken in eye sockets, also bruised, all bruises in multiple stages of healing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't, for whatever reason, you didn't describe the location of the bruises on the body, did you?
Correct. There's a lot.
Okay. But you had the opportunity to write it down, didn't you?
Yeah.
You had the opportunity to write it down when it was fresh in your mind.
Correct.
Okay. And that wasn't done.
It was done as I saw fit.
Okay. It was done as you saw fit, correct?
Correct.
All right. But there's not, in this report, an evaluation of the locations of the bruises on her body, just a general statement about bruises.
Correct.
Okay. And you do mention that the bruises that you observed were in multiple stages of healing.
I do.
But there's no depiction in your narrative about which bruise appears to be fresher and which bruise does not appear to be fresh.
Correct.
Would it be fair to say that you were, and if you need to evaluate the report, I mean, just let me know.
Okay.
You were on scene at the garage at 7:40. You're at the patient at 7:14, and you left at 7:25.
Correct.
All right. So you had 11 minutes there in the garage,
Correct.
and you've described what you've done, what actions you and your partner performed in those 11 minutes. And one of the things that you did was take a history, correct?
Took vital signs. We didn't have time to obtain a history. No one gave us a history on the patient as far as medical history prior to this.
Okay. Well, you did take a brief history in those 11 minutes, correct? Because there is a statement attributed to both the father and the babysitter, my client, with respect to bruising.
Right. We took a brief history of that day, nothing prior to that. When you say history, I'm thinking of patient's entire medical history. That's what I'm trained to know. And that's what's told to me when I think of history.
Gotcha. Well, let's look at what the report says.
Mhm.
Can you all see that? Is it big enough? Okay, so beginning right there. PT, that stands for patient?
Correct.
Okay. Patient's father on scene.
Correct.
And babysitter stated patient fell yesterday and hit her head hard and had complaining of a headache since the fall, stated the babysitter. Correct?
Correct.
All right. So this was a fall yesterday.
That's what we were told.
Okay. So when you just described the statement that you took about that particular day,
Mhm.
that's an error because you took a statement about what occurred the day before,
Okay.
right?
The history of this particular incident, not other medical history.
So the statement that we just read about a fall and yesterday and hitting head hard, that came from both the patient, or no, strike that. That came from both Lindsay, the babysitter, correct?
Correct.
And the father.
No.
Okay. That just came from the,
Patient's father on scene and babysitter stated patient fell yesterday. I had simply said patient's father is on scene.
okay. So that was a statement that was attributed to her.
Correct.
And it was a statement that was made in the presence of the father.
Correct.
And the father didn't object.
I don't know what he said. I wasn't focused on him as far as what he was saying to somebody else, just what he was trying, saying to us.
You didn't hear him object.
No,
You didn't hear him say, that's not what happened.
no, because he didn't know either.
Okay.
He told us he didn't know either.
All right. So there was a statement from the father that's not in this report.
Don't see where that's relevant.
Okay. Well, you don't get to choose what's relevant or not. What I'm trying to decide is, strike that. You got one statement from Lindsay, correct?
Correct.
All right. You're now telling me that there were other statements that you heard from the father that aren't depicted in your report.
These statements, he just told us that he's like, I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
No, he didn't say much else aside from what you see where he said, wake up, wake up
Where?
in the narrative.
Okay. What statements attributed to him?
The hovering over, just wake up while I continue to hover.
Okay. Well, those aren't statements by the father. Those are behaviors that you observed, hovering and shaking.
I said, just wake up. I didn't say shaking at all. You put that in my mouth.
You're saying that I put the word shaking in your mouth?
I'm talking about right now. I never said shaking right now.
Okay. No, it's in your report that you wrote when it was.
I understand that, but I wasn't speaking about that. I was speaking about when he said, wake up.
Okay. And that's in quotation marks, right?
Correct.
Okay. We'll point right there. And is that the only statement that you remember him making?
That's the only statement directly to us that I remember him making.
Okay. And you're trained in how to do these narratives.
Correct.
You were concerned about the safety of the child.
Correct.
If you heard anything that was problematic, you would have depicted it in your narrative.
Correct. And like I said, the only thing problematic was just the behavior that we really thought the behavior was confusing. I'll say it was confusing.
Okay. Well, you say confusing now, but you said disruptive in your report.
Confused me as to why it was so disruptive.
Okay.
It's not normal on a normal scene.
Because he was interfering with your care.
He never once interfered. I was afraid he was going to become I was afraid he was going to cause more harm.
Okay.
He never once stopped us from doing anything.
Okay. Well, I mean.
He never stopped me. He never stopped me. He just was concerned and he was doing this.
Okay.
But he let me do everything I had to do.
Well, you wouldn't be concerned that he was going to do harm if he was gently touching Hannah or nudging her, would you?
It's still an observation, so I put it in there. I was not concerned.
That's my question is, you wouldn't be concerned about him nudging or just gently touching her, would you?
No.
But you would be concerned if he was shaking her,
Yeah.
wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. And you put in your report that he was shaking her, right?
Correct.
And you testified to the jury you were concerned about her safety and you got her out of there, right?
Correct. That's an overall scene safety.
Just answer my question.
I did. I said yes, and that's
Okay.
an overall scene safety. That's why we got her out of there. It's not attached to anybody.
All right. And you put in your report that he was excluded from the ambulance because he was disruptive at the scene.
Yeah.
Okay. And to circle back what I was trying to get accomplished, and I think I did, but I'm going to make sure that I did. You heard Lindsay say something about a fall yesterday
Correct.
where she hit her head hard,
Correct.
complaining about headaches, I think?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And the father never interrupted to say, that's not true.
No,
Objection, asked and answered.
I mean, he didn't. I don't think he knew.
Oh. He didn't.
Yeah, I can't speak for him, but he didn't seem to have a clue.
But you can't speak for him because you were there. You heard things.
No, I'm not speaking on behalf of him because he's not me.
Right.
I'm not.
Okay, I understand you're not him, but you were present at the scene.
Correct.
And you were present at the scene to hear what Lindsay had to say,
Yeah.
right?
I'm not going to I'm not going to put words in other people's mouths. If I didn't hear it, I'm not putting it out there.
Okay. You did 2 vital readings, correct?
Correct.
All right, I'll show you so you're not answering in a vacuum. And they're contained on the first page of the report.
Correct.
Can y'all see that? I'm afraid to zoom in. This would be the first one,
Correct.
all right? And this would be the second one,
Correct.
all right? And that would indicate respiration?
That is respiration, and the 98 right there is her oxygen level. That's the oxygen that's currently saturating in her blood.
I'm sorry, I'm stuck to a cord. All right, I apologize. I don't see what you're referring to. What's
Okay.
the 90 number?
Do you see 22
Yes,
dash
I do.
minute?
Right here?
Yeah, right down below where it says effort, sound, and sound. You see SpO2. You see that
Oh, I see.
98?
Yeah.
That
So-
is her oxygen
all
saturation.
right. And O2 is oxygen.
Yes.
And then at the second reading it was the same amount of respiration
Correct.
and 97.
Correct.
All right. What does 98 and 97 mean?
That's just the percent of oxygen attached to her hemoglobin in her blood. That's both of those are completely normal for any human.
Okay. So you didn't have concerns about her breathing?
I had concerns that it was a little bit shallow and rapid and like, again, that sniffing. But as far as her oxygen saturation, that's not concerning to me.
Okay.
The inadequate breathing, like I said, the rate at which she was breathing was just odd, not normal.
Gotcha. And you have the training, education, and experience to ventilate?
Not with a ventilator. We can use a bag valve mask, which is the bag. Yeah.
And that's to support breathing?
Correct.
All right. You didn't do that?
No, she didn't need it.
Okay. And then the notation on the far right, GCS, that stands for,
Glasgow Coma Scale,
right. And that's a measurement of,
alert, responsiveness,
right.
awareness.
The higher the number, the better the score.
Correct. 15 is the highest you can get. 3 is the lowest.
And the GCS, again, looking
Correct.
here, which is 11.
Yeah.
Not an overly concerning reading.
Yes. Anything below 15 is concerning.
Right. Okay. And it's, did you train on GCSs and how to take them?
Yeah. It's just an assessment looking at the patient. You can assess if their eyes are open, if they're moving their arms, and if they're talking to you.
Right.
Anyone
So
can do it.
3 categories within the GCS. One is eye response.
Correct.
One is verbal response.
Correct.
One is
No,
motor
it's not
response.
eye response. It's eyes open or not, basically.
Anything else?
Eyes are open. So you see on here, it's got eyes, which are spontaneous, so they're open. Her verbal response is the inappropriate cries, inconsistently consolable, or moaning. Her motor response was withdrawing from painful stimuli, which when we tried to start the IV, she withdrew, so we ended up not going that route.
Gotcha. And what this report indicates were the concerning things in the GCS, not the full scale report.
No, that's the full GCS. That's it.
Okay. 1 second.
Take your time.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hold up. No, not your I make sure the witness didn't.
Oh, okay.
Let me get out of your way. Took me a second.
Machine, you may redirect whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Now, sir, you are free to go. Is this witness potentially subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
Do you want your exhibits I have here?
Just leave, yeah, we'll take care of those.
Okay.
Stay and collect their exhibits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else that might be potentially a witness in this case, okay? Thank you.
You're free to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm noting it is 11:45. I don't exactly know what the next anticipated witness is, but I suspect it's probably not someone that we would be done within a half hour or so by both parties. So I'm going to go ahead and let you guys take your lunch hour now. So please leave your notepads, keep your lanyards on. Please remember your admonitions that you are not to discuss the case amongst yourselves. You're not to do any type of researching on any issues. You're not to discuss the case with anybody else, whether it's amongst other jurors or outside parties. And when you return, I will, as I stated earlier, I will inquire to make sure there have been no issues. Start reassembling here in the foyer about no later than 20 till 1. Ms. Wilson will be out looking for you. Hopefully
No endings. Yeah, that's how we do over here. We don't do endings. No endings. All right, next. All right, let's see. Let it load up here. Hold on. I used to have a cat named 7, one named 13. Yes. Hey, Jess. We will see if the other one does. It's been about a year since I've watched this one, so that's why I figured we'd go back and watch it. Tab, share audio. Yeah, don't get Frenchies. Get pit bulls. They're much easier. Yes. So for everybody who's here now, this case is about Lindsay. She's on the screen at this moment. And she babysat for a little girl named Hannah. Just a beautiful little 3-year-old, just the cutest ever. You'll hear from her dad in this. Her dad had full custody of her due to the mother having some serious drug use issues. And he found somebody, Lindsay, to babysit. And she had been babysitting for a while. And then there was an issue. Okay. So we try never, ever to give away the ending. Okay. Let me just. Put my banner. Boop. Okay. There you go. And I'm going to mute and off we go.
Okay, here we have all of our jurors back. First question by the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, anyone have any issues regarding the admonitions that need to be reported to the court? See no indications of such. Very good. Appreciate it. Welcome back from lunch. At this stage, State of Ohio, ready to call it second witness?
State of Ohio calls Dr. Nguyen.
This is Dr. Nguyen, correct?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good afternoon, doctor.
Afternoon.
Before we begin, you probably know we have some folks from the media that are here. Do you have any objections to the potential of your likeness being used in some type of a video feed or anything else?
Yeah, I'd rather not.
I'm sorry?
I'd rather not.
You would rather they not. So folks over there, any recording of it, not to include the face, okay? All right, and sir, I can already tell you appear to be a soft-spoken individual. I'm going to need you to really blast out that testimony. You see the lady all the way in the back in the flat top. Try to make her hear you, okay?
Sure.
All right. Ms. Hiley, you may proceed when you're ready.
All right, doctor, would you please state your name for the record, please?
An Quan Nguyen.
Okay, and can you speak just a little louder, because I think there's other sound in the courtroom, so
Sure.
we're not always catching that. So say your name again, please.
An Quan Nguyen.
Thank you, and I think that's a good volume. Would you go ahead and spell your last name?
Nguyen.
And are you a doctor?
Yes.
Do you hold a medical license to be a doctor then?
Yes.
And how long have you been a doctor?
Graduated residency in 2013, so
So you've been a doctor since that completion of that residency.
correct.
And in 2013, is that when you obtain your medical license?
My full medical license, yes.
Okay. And your voice is dropping just a little bit, so make sure you keep it up.
Okay.
Okay. Full medical license, what state is that medical license in?
Ohio,
Where do you work?
at Fort Hamilton Emergency Department,
And how long have you worked for Fort Hamilton Hospital?
about 5.5 years.
And what is the location of Fort Hamilton Hospital?
The address,
The address, the city, that's fine.
630 Eaton Avenue in Hamilton, Ohio.
Okay. And what is your position at Fort Hamilton Hospital?
I'm an emergency room physician.
And can you explain briefly for those of us who may not fully understand that, what is an emergency room physician? What are your duties and what kind of things do you handle?
I see and treat emergency inpatients.
So in the emergency room, is there a limitation about what types of emergencies you address, or is there a broad spectrum?
Broad spectrum.
Okay. And if you could just kind of give us a brief from maybe what the lowest is that you consider all the way up to what the highest spectrum is of what you see in the emergency department of Fort Hamilton Hospital.
The highest would be a cardiac arrest, and the lowest would be a sneeze or a medication refill.
Okay. All right. So in your capacity as an emergency room doctor at Fort Hamilton Hospital, were you working in the early morning hours of March 8th of 2018?
I believe so.
Okay. You and I have met before to discuss your medical records that you prepared regarding the treatment of a patient named Hannah Weshy.
Yes.
Okay. In your treatment of Hannah Weshy, does the hospital prepare medical records that record your treatment and your assessments of Hannah Weshy?
Yes.
If I may approach the witness with State's Exhibit 4.
You may. If they're just the Fort Hamilton records, that's fine.
State's Exhibit 5 is also attached, which is part of those. It's the
Scans.
Yes. So it's actually State's Exhibit 4 and 5 for the record.
All right, thank you.
Doctor, if you want to go ahead and take a look at those and tell me if you recognize those.
So is it Kettering with the Fort Hamilton, is that right?
Yes, Fort Hamilton Hughes is part of the Kettering.
Right, okay.
Okay.
We're good.
That's the Kettering Network medical record.
Okay. And I think you just heard a comment. Is Fort Hamilton Hughes part of the Kettering Health Network?
Yes.
And are those the records prepared related to Hannah Weshy?
Yes.
And if you could go ahead and look at those and tell us on what date you came into contact with Hannah.
It's like March 8th, 2018.
All right. Are you able to tell us what time you came into contact with Hannah? And if you need to refresh your recollection with the records, just let us know that before you do that. Doctor, are you refreshing your recollection with those?
Yes.
All right.
I need to. Looks like on March 8th, 2018 at 0744.
All right. Could you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your observations were of Hannah Weshy as you came into contact with her on the early morning hours of March 8th?
Sure.
And doctor, are you reviewing the medical records to do that?
Yes.
All right.
It's like she was well developed, well nourished, in acute distress. She was toxic appearing and with multiple ecchymosis. And she had a Glasgow Coma scale of 6.
Okay. I want to go back and ask you a little bit about that. You say acute distress. What does that mean?
So usually it needs an immediate intervention.
Toxic appearance. You described that. What do you mean by that for those of us who are not medical?
She looks sick.
And you said multiple ecchymosis. What does that mean, ecchymosis?
Bruising.
And you talked about a Glasgow Coma Scale. Can you explain to us what a Glasgow Coma Scale is?
It's how we determine their responsiveness during a trauma,
What is the purpose of the Glasgow Coma Scale?
to determine what intervention is needed.
And explain for us very briefly, if you can,
Mhm.
what are the different things considered for the Glasgow Coma Scale, how you measure that, and how you said there was a Glasgow Coma Scale of 6. So what that means and how you came to that.
I'm going to review the record.
Sure.
It has 3 parts. Number 1 is the eye response, and number 2 is verbal response, and then motor response.
Okay. And what is the lowest score you can get on that scale?
A 3.
And what do you have to do to get the score of 3? Or what does the patient appear to look like with a score of 3?
Completely unresponsive.
Okay. And you noted a Glasgow Coma Scale of 6.
Okay.
If you could explain, you talked about the different things that you look at, the 3 different things.
Mhm.
How are those scored? Where do the numbers come from?
Sure.
And what scores did Hannah get in the emergency room?
Sure. So she had no spontaneous eye opening. So that's a 1 on a scale of 4. So the highest you would get is a 4, which is a spontaneous eye opening. She had a 1 for verbal response, which is no verbal response. And she had a 4 to motor response, which is a withdrawal from pain.
So that's how we got to a 6 at that point in time.
Correct.
All right. Now, you talked about your overall view of her appearance. Did you then do a physical exam of her body?
Yes.
And could you describe anything that you noted in your physical exam of her body?
I have to review the record.
All right, thank you.
So it looks like
While it's reading, maybe the witness could be instructed to tell us what page would be helpful for me to follow. Please review the records.
sure.
Doctor, when you get to that point where you find that, if you could just
Sure.
tell us what page of the records that's on?
So on page 6 at the top, it says right side mandibular area with ecchymosis, superficial abrasion, contusion, and the chin appears with contusion, ecchymosis.
Okay.
And then the
Contusion, what does that mean?
bruising.
And I think you said ecchymosis, that's also bruising?
Mm-hmm.
So just 2 different words, or is there a difference between ecchymosis and contusion?
No, just the same.
Okay. And you also said abrasion. What are you talking about with abrasion? What is an abrasion?
There's a breakage of the skin.
Did you do an evaluation of the eyes of Hannah Weshy?
Yes.
And
Also-
go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Also on
And,
page 6,
also on page 6. Thank you.
right pupil approximately 4 to 5 millimeter, non-reactive. Left pupil approximately 3 to 4 millimeter and sluggishly reactive. The conjunctiva is normal. Periorbital ecchymosis or bruising, left worse than the right, with no crepitus and bilaterally no deformities. Fundus exam showing blood bilaterally.
All right, and we had a lot of medical terms in there, so I just want to make sure that we understand what you're talking about.
Sure.
All right, and when you say right pupil, you're giving a measurement 4 to 5 millimeter, that's the measurement of the pupil?
Correct.
When you say sluggishly reactive, what are you talking about? What do you do to make that measurement or determination?
Reaction to light response.
And so could you explain, just in case there's some of those of us that maybe don't understand what that means or what the eye is supposed to do?
Sure. So in a dark area, the pupil dilates, and you shine a light in there, the pupil will constrict. And so when we shine a light in, we kind of look at how it reacts.
Okay. And so in this instance with Hannah, did her pupils react when the light was shined in her eyes?
Looks the right did not, the left very slowly.
Okay. And is that abnormal?
Jack.
Coach.
So you can carry it.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I did see that there were some cases right outside. I don't know if anyone by right. Yeah.
We didn't need those last week.
Yeah, because it was late and they were probably late. Yeah.
So, is that on the right here? Or is it public company for everyone?
It's for everyone. Anybody can park in it.
So night bill. Closed.
It's on. So if you came up town for something, you can park.
We should pay? Pay.
I'm sorry.
Would you pay if you came at 9 o'clock?
No. Steve, if you want to do it during the, and I'm not exactly sure, I'm gonna say during the week, it's 7 to 6. That you have to pull in bed at night if you came up on the weekend. Yeah, they just said they didn't have it. I don't know. I don't know if they will. So you came up for, you know. I'm sorry.
Probably not open expense. This one.
Versus abnormality, I am going to sustain the objection in order to disregard that and be straight. It's highly interesting.
Doctor, did you record those findings regarding the pupils because they were significant?
Yes.
You also talked about a fundus exam. What is a fundus exam?
Where we looked at the back of the eye.
Okay. And you noted what with that fundus exam?
There was blood bilaterally
And how do you do a fundus exam?
with a ophthalmoscope and looking directly in the back of the eye.
Okay. And I know that, we're using a lot of medical terms. You said a ophthalmoscope, is that what you just?
Yeah.
Okay. It's probably hard in non-medical terms, but as simply as you can, explain what that is.
It's a light instrument that we look through.
Thank you. Did you do a further view of Hannah below her head?
Yes,
And what did you observe there?
have to review the record.
All right. And if you could tell us what page you're on?
Sure. Do you only want the abnormalities or everything?
Things that you noted that would be of significance to you
Okay.
in your treatment.
On page 6, under the thorax and lungs, there are multiple contusions on the anterior chest area. The ribs were non-tender to palpation, no step-offs, and no deformities or crepitus.
All right. If I may approach the witness, the state's exhibits 41, 44, 46, and 50.
It's the one that's already in. Yeah, I think that's.
You can go ahead and take a look at those.
I think you're gonna rule this, but I just want to put it on the record while he's looking at this.
Okay. And are you able to recognize the individual in those photos?
Yes,
All right. And you've described a number of injuries. Do those photos accurately and truly depict the injuries as you observed them on Hanaweshi the morning of March 8th of 2018?
yes,
All right. And I know states exhibits 41 and 50 have previously been admitted. I would go ahead and publish those as well as ask to admit states exhibits 44 and 46. And
Mr. Fagan, I'm going to note that you had the same objection to 44 to 46 as the previous exhibits earlier, correct?
Thank you, Judge.
I will rule those, Ms. Hiley. They will be admitted. You may publish whenever you wish.
all right, doctor, on the screen in front of you, you have states exhibit 41. As you noted in your records and the observations, can you point out, and you can actually circle on that screen, what injuries you observed on Hannah the morning of March 8th?
that's there.
And states exhibit 44. Let me clear this. All right. States exhibit 46.
I didn't know if it was on. I'm sorry.
And doctor, I know that we've gone through those, and just to be sure, what are you circling here so that we have a good record of that?
The bruising and the skin abrasion.
Okay, bruising, you're circling both eyes. and an abrasion on the left cheek. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go back to 44 just so we can talk about, you circled on 44. What part did you circle on 44?
The chin.
And on 41, which parts did you circle?
The chest and the eyes and the cheek and the chin.
Finally, States Exhibit 50. All right, and what are you circling there?
The bruising on the chest.
Based on your observations of Hannah Wesche, what treatment did you deliver?
I have to review my record.
All right.
So the patient presented to the emergency department with an unresponsiveness, which with evaluation upon arrival with a Glasgow Coma scale of 6, on page 11. She was not protecting her airway, unresponsive, and at this time suspecting head injury. The decision was
I'll object to the reading. It's a question, not reading the document. That's my objection.
I'll address it and I'll restart this.
All right,
Okay.
well,
Doctor, if you can, our request is you can use those to use the records to refresh your recollection,
sure.
but then testify as to them after you've refreshed your recollection.
Sure.
So if you could go ahead and look at that. And your testimony does not need to be verbatim, just your understanding of it after refreshing your recollection.
Okay. So she arrived in the emergency department unresponsive. She wasn't protecting her airway, so made the decision to intubate and put her on the ventilator.
And when you say intubate, what do you do to intubate?
I put a breathing tube down her throat and help her breathe.
Did you administer any other type of treatment or medication?
We gave her medication to facilitate the intubation.
Okay. During intubation, could you have caused any of the injuries that we've previously seen that you circled?
Absolutely not.
Would that have caused any injuries on Hannah during the intubation externally?
No.
Did Hannah ever require CPR while at Fort Hamilton Hospital?
No.
Did you contact any outside hospital for assistance in treatment with Hannah?
Yes.
And who did you contact?
Cincinnati Children's Emergency Department.
And based on that contact, what was your plan of care?
We were to intubate her and set up for a air care transport to their emergency department.
And then did you do that?
Yes.
While at Fort Hamilton Hospital, did you order any additional screening?
Yes.
What did you order?
A CT of her head, her neck, and her face.
And did you remain with Hannah as those were completed?
Yes.
And were those completed then that morning on March 8th?
Yes.
What time did air care arrive?
I have to look at the record.
All right. Doctor, if I may
Yeah.
assist you in locating that, page 15 of those records.
Here's was documented at March 8, 2018 at 08:34 a.m.
All right, so a little more than 45 minutes that Hannah would have been at the hospital?
Yes.
Did you note anything about Hannah's condition? Did it remain the same? Did it change throughout that 45 minutes at the hospital?
She remained the same.
Jack, I think that goes to the expert fact witness.
Up to this point, I can't rule out that this would be based on observations only, so I'll overrule the objection at this point.
I'll listen to it and follow up.
Thank you.
Did her condition deteriorate?
No.
Were there any changes in her vital signs?
Not that I'm able to recall.
Doctor, in completion of your treatment, do you document within those records a summary of what your treatment and care was?
Yes.
Would page 11 have that summary on it?
Yes.
If you could take a moment to look at that to see if there's anything that you noted that would help refresh your recollection.
Here's the patient's heart rate was slowly dropping.
All right. So at 8:34, when air care arrived, was care then passed on to a different hospital?
Yes.
And who was that passed on to?
Cincinnati Children's.
So was Hannah and the records that were prepared by Fort Hamilton Hospital then forwarded on to Cincinnati Children's?
Yes.
Doctor, in your care of Hannah Wesche in that 45 minutes that she was there, is there anything that occurred at that hospital that would account for any external injuries on Hannah?
No.
Could you describe the type of care that you gave her?
She received very good care, and no one ever did anything to inflict any external injuries to her.
Would she have been jostled or held down or anything throughout the time she was at Fort Hamilton Hospital?
Absolutely not.
And why not? How can you say that?
Because when suspecting a head injury, we take all the precaution that comes with ATLS and PALS recommendation to be very careful in manipulating or moving the patient and try to move as little as possible.
If I may have just a moment.
You may take your time.
Your Honor, you move to admit the records that he's been reviewing. They are certified copies.
Ms. Pagan, wish to be heard?
No, we don't want to be heard on the revision of records.
State Exhibit 4 and 5.
I don't have an issue.
No objection. Stacy's Exhibit 4 and 5 then will be admitted. No further directive, Ms. Hyman?
I'm sorry. No further direct.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pagan, you may cross whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. I'm gonna need the exhibit so far. Let's see what you got here. Thanks. I'll give it back to you. Where's one? Yeah.
They're also part of exhibit 4.
I might have trouble finding it. Thank you. Don't mess. I'm gonna give you back a report. First of all, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Chris Pagan. I'm the defense attorney. I don't have a whole lot of questions, but I have some.
Okay.
Thank you for being here. Is this your first time testifying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I hope it's pleasant. You testified about a thing called the Glasgow Coma Scale, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did that as part of your treatment.
As part of my examination.
Thank you. As part of your examination prior to treatment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you found a notation about the GCS, the Glasgow Coma Scale, in the records, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Say yes and no. I believe that would be depicted on page 6 and page 7 of the hospital records.
Yes, sir.
Do you have those in front of you?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been not part of your testimony, but somebody else's, State Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Okay? I'm going to put it up on a screen for you to see. It's been previously admitted. Undo. We're doing it? Bottom clear versus clear. Help. Thank you. Never have to do it again. So I'm going to point, just a simple question. GCS, you understand that to be an abbreviation for?
The Glasgow Coma Scale.
Okay. And I'll proffer to you that State Exhibit 1, which is what's up here, is what the transporting EMTs, their report.
Okay.
Okay. I want you to look at the language right here. Under 11. I know it's small. Do you need it enlarged any? Can you read it?
Yeah.
Okay, I want you to read it. When you're done, just let me know, and I'm going to ask you a couple questions about that.
Initial.
Just read it to yourself, and then I'm going to ask you some
Okay.
questions. First time, no worries. You're done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What you just read depicted there, would that be the entirety of the Glasgow Coma Scale?
Yes.
Okay. Let's. I'm gonna grab your medical records, and I'm gonna put them up on the screen for you to see. Is it fair to say that the Glasgow Coma Scale is broken up into 3 parts?
Yes.
So eye response, verbal response, and motor response, correct?
Yes.
Right there where I'm pointing at, that's the beginning of the Glasgow Coma Scale, correct?
Yes.
And that's the 4 things you look for eye response,
Yes.
correct? And that's page 6. I'm going to move to page 7. Beginning at the top, that's the verbal response, correct?
Yes.
And you're looking for those 5 cues to score the verbal response, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then below is the motor response, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're looking for those 6 clues for motor response, correct?
Yes.
So what I've just gone through in your records is the entirety of all the clues, and I guess there would be 4, 5, 11, 15 clues, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that's the full test.
Correct.
All right. And you indicated that you did that test as part of your examination.
Yes.
Okay. And going back to State's Exhibit 1, when I asked you inartfully whether or not this represented the full test, these 2 notations here, what I meant to say, they don't include all of the clues, correct?
No, looks like those are the pertinent positive that they were documenting.
And if there was prior testimony before this jury that represented the full scale, that wouldn't be actually correct, would it?
Well, those were the positive that they
Right.
found.
But not the ones that were not found. It didn't include all of the clues.
That were positive.
It included the ones that were positive in State's Exhibit 1, but did not include the ones that were negative.
Correct.
What's depicted in your hospital records, and again, we'll show it, does depict the full test, right?
Correct.
And I won't have to show it then. You ordered some scans done,
Yes, sir.
all right, but they were interpreted by a radiologist.
Yes, sir.
You were provided with, I think, 4 pictures? Yes. I'm going to ask you some questions about those, okay?
Okay.
Those photographs, you didn't take any photographs during your examination and treatment.
No, sir.
All right. You were too busy doing medical stuff and not documenting what pictures, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you don't know who took those photographs?
I don't.
You don't know when those photographs were taken?
I don't.
Can you even say, I mean, you could probably guess, but you don't know where, with firsthand information, those photographs were taken?
No.
You don't know whether or not they were pre or post-operative?
I don't.
Okay. You don't know what happened to Hannah before the photographs were taken?
I don't know anything happened prior to her arrival.
Or after she left
She left.
your hospital about an hour after she arrived?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you did observe some bruising?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you did take a history as part of your evaluation with respect to the bruises in some respect?
Yes, sir.
Did you, I know it's been a long time, and I bet you see tons of patients on one day, let alone a year plus later. But do you recollect whether or not you took that history yourself or whether or not a nurse took that history?
We all do it at the same time.
Okay. I appreciate that that's your testimony about what you generally do, but I'm asking specifically, do you have a recollection as to whether or not you took the medical history in this particular case?
I always take the medical history.
All right. And I appreciate that answer, but I'd ask you to listen carefully to what my question is and just answer that, which is, do you have a specific memory of taking the medical history in this particular case?
I remember taking the history, yes.
Okay, so you do.
I always take the history when the patient comes in.
Were you with a nurse or not?
Yes.
Okay. If you have a specific memory, who did you take the history from?
The paramedics
Okay.
and think, may I see my note?
Do I have it? Yeah. And of course you can. But before I give it to you, is it fair to say that you don't have an independent recollection without reviewing your notes about who you took the history from? Fair?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to give them to you the way I got them, which is bound up.
Sure.
Because I tend to mess things up. So I hope you can move.
Sure.
Did you find it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I found the history on page 44. What page are you on?
Page 4.
Page 4. I saw that. Is it your experience that the same history can be repeated a couple of times in medical records?
Possible.
Okay. We'll look at page 4 and then go over to 44 and then see whether or not it's the same history. I think that it is.
I think it's the same note.
And was it your note or a note of a nurse?
It's my note.
Okay. And at the top of the note is HPI. What does that stand for?
History of present illness.
And there's 2 paragraphs after that, correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to show it to the jury if you don't mind, and it'll come up right there. I'm going to zoom back so it can be read. Okay, can you all see it okay? All right. So just, it's probably obvious, but just not to overlook obvious things. History is what?
What had happened?
Okay, and who do you take it from?
Anybody that knows what happened?
Okay, and it's part of your examination?
It's part of the history taking.
Yeah, and it allows you to get a sense of what happened to the patient and how to proceed and how to care for them.
Correct.
Okay. And it's a part of?
My history and physical.
Well, but it's a part of every time you treat a patient, especially emergently, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So first, let's start right here. The history indicates that the father was at the bedside, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember that? Or no?
I do not recall,
Okay.
but it's
You have
documented.
no reason to dispute your note.
Okay.
Is
Right.
that right?
Correct.
Okay. The woman right there, the blonde woman right there at that table, she wasn't there.
I do not recall.
Do you know her?
No,
First time you ever seen her? Okay.
I don't recall.
You don't recall if she was there or not?
No.
Okay. Your note doesn't indicate that the babysitter was present, right? It was just the father.
Correct.
And there's a comma, and then it explains, apparently the child collapsed this morning after the went into the babysitter's house, who lives next door to them. As the father getting ready to drop her off, according to him, the child collapsed and became unresponsive. So that he carried the child back and put him on the couch
and call 911. Otherwise, he stated that the child was completely in a normal state of health without any problem until this morning. He stated that he was told by the patient's babysitter that he stepped on a toy yesterday and fell forward from standing, striking her head, however, without any loss of consciousness and acting completely normal. After the fall, no nausea, no vomiting, no complaint of pain, no complaining of headaches or blurred vision or double vision or anything at all. And then he picked her up the next evening, correct? That's what he told you, and after hearing that, you found it important enough in the history to put into
Correct.
the note. And this, you believe, was coming from the father who was at the bedside.
Correct.
You don't have any independent recollection from any other source but the father.
Correct.
And going on, the father gave you further information in the history, which is the child ate dinner and completely herself, then was put to bed and woke up this morning, was completely at a normal state of health without any issues until he went and dropped her off at the babysitter, which was next door, and at that time the child collapsed. Correct?
Correct.
All right, so there was, do you recollect whether or not you were taking a history to assess the origin of the bruising?
And yes,
Okay.
and why she's in the emergent state that she was.
And also her lack of responsiveness, being unconscious, all of that, that's why you're taking this information.
Correct.
And he relayed to you this fall that happened the day before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that she slipped on a toy, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that she struck her head, right?
Correct.
Okay. But otherwise, she was asymptomatic after that.
Correct.
Okay. But then he amended his statement later in the history and indicated to you, and again, you identified the father as the historian, correct?
Correct.
All right. And we'll go through it so that you have a chance to think about it. The father then stated she had been intermittently complaining of headache for the past 3 weeks that was mild in nature and still with normal behavior and acting normal and no deficits that they could see. Correct?
Correct.
So in his initial history, he indicated there had been no problem after the fall with respect to headaches.
Correct.
Okay. And then later he said, well, wait a minute. She has been experiencing headaches, unexplained headaches for 3 weeks.
Correct.
And you found that to be important enough to put in your note.
Correct.
All right, 2 more questions about the history. All right, after the father told you in the history that he had picked Hannah up yesterday evening, you indicate in his history that he says, and the child and ate dinner. Did you understand him to say that Hannah ate dinner with him on the night before, which is March the 7th, 2018?
I don't know who Hannah ate dinner with.
Okay. Would you agree that that statement indicates that the father said that he ate dinner with Hannah? I mean, this is your writing.
I understood that she ate dinner.
Okay. And that the child ate dinner was herself.
Correct.
And then here, again, this is information you got from the father, correct?
Correct.
About Hannah, right?
Right.
And the statement is, he then subsequently called 911 for further help and evaluation. Did he indicate to you that he, in fact, called 911?
I believe so.
Okay. And it turned out that the defendant did, either you heard it wrong or he said it to you.
I do not recall.
Okay. You indicated that you spoke with the paramedics as part of your history.
Yes.
Did they relate to you any concerning or disruptive behavior on behalf of the father at the scene?
I don't recall.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. And I'm sorry, I think you said this and I didn't catch it, and that's why I want to affirm it. Were you able to identify in the records the exact time that the paramedic unit arrived at Fort Hamilton Hospital?
ED arrival at 0744.
$7:44?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to identify from the records the exact time that she left in the air care from your care and from Fort Hamilton Police Hospital?
Patient transferred to air care transport cart. Handoff care at this time. Patient en route to Cincinnati Children's. Timestamp at 0834.
So Hannah was at your hospital from 7:44 to 8:54.
Correct.
Did you observe the handoff to the team that flew her down?
Yes.
One second, and then I think I'm done.
Take your time.
When you took the history from the paramedics, did they indicate to you that they had hurried Hannah away from the scene because they felt that she was unsafe at the scene?
I do not recall.
Do you recollect whether or not they described the mechanism of how they handled her as they took her to the ambulance from the scene?
I don't recall, assuming as fast as possible.
You indicated that based on your exam and part of your treatment, you placed her in a C-collar.
Yes.
That was to stabilize her head.
Yes, sir.
And that's because of the head injuries that you observed.
Well, because of the concern for possible head injury.
Gotcha. Would it, based on what you said, would it have been concerning to you if anyone at the scene had scooped her up while she was in a distress condition?
Define scoop.
Grabbed her without a C-collar, without stabilizing her head.
I mean, I can't speak for EMS protocol.
All right. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Becker.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Holly, you may redirect when you're ready.
Doctor, if the EMTs described scooping up Hannah, having their hand behind her neck and holding her close to them to get her out to the EMS, would that concern you?
Possible.
Okay. And how so?
If she had a neck injury or C-spine injury,
But if it was a head injury, would that cause any issue? As opposed to a neck injury?
I don't know.
You have the records up there in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Let me approach the witness. Doctor, I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 4, which you've been talking to somewhat at length with counsel. And I have some questions for you. At the top, it says ED provider notes 3/8/2018 at 9:23 a.m.
So what page are you on?
I'm sorry, page 4.
Thank you.
Do you see that? Can you
Yes.
see that on the screen? What is that 9:23 a.m.?
I think that's possibly when my note was completed or entered.
Okay. So you would agree with, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Was Hannah at the hospital at that point in time at 9:23 a.m.? You've testified previously that she left at 8:34.
I don't think she was there.
All right. So you believe that's when it was entered into the computer. And I guess, let me ask this a different way. Do you enter this information into the computer as the information comes to you? So in the emergency room, as somebody is saying something to you, are you recording this history in the computer?
No.
Are you doing anything to record that history, like an audio recording, anything along those lines?
No.
Do you have a transcriptionist? Or are you taking any notes related to that at that point in time?
No.
What are you doing at that point in time?
Listening to the history and taking care of a critically sick patient
So as this history is coming in, where was Hannah?
laying on the ER stretcher.
And as the history was coming in, Hannah was there? You said laying on the stretcher. So was she in the room with you when this history was coming in? That's what I wanted to
Yes.
say. All right. And being in the room with you, where was your focus at that point in time?
On the patient.
And so when do you finally put this stuff in writing, this history?
Sometimes from then in 9:23.
Okay. There's also a notation here, and it, just so you can help us to understand, it says under that ED provider notes, it has the 9:23. It also says filed at 12:15 and date of service 9:23. Are you able to explain what those different things mean?
Are you still on page 4? Ken?
Yes, I am at the top.
I believe the 12:15 is when the note was filed.
Okay. And 9:23, what do you think that was the time of? What do you believe that was the time of?
Possible when the note was first entered.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Thank you, Lynn. Mr. Pickett, any recross based on that?
I think just one question. Which means salt marks. I shouldn't. I know better than that. I appreciate that your primary purpose is medical care, correct? Right?
Correct.
Your primary focus at that moment was Hannah, correct?
Correct.
Her care,
Correct.
her stabilization,
Correct.
her your diagnosis,
Correct.
treatment plan.
Correct.
That said, do you have any reason to believe that the history you took is inaccurate or false? Sitting here today?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, doctor. Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Is the witness subject to recall?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, doctor, we just ask that you first of all be careful as you're getting down. And also, please do not discuss your testimony with any other witnesses, all right? Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Hiley, who would the state call next?
Dr. Marguerite Cray? Cray? Correct.
State here, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Okay. Have a seat and please watch your step. Thank you.
Doctor, good afternoon.
Hi, hello.
Ma'am, you probably noticed we have media folks here. Do you object to potentially your likeness being broadcast by a media?
No, that's okay.
All right, very good. Ms. Highland, you may proceed to direct whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Hello.
I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up. Sometimes it's hard to hear in this courtroom, so just make sure you're projecting as you're talking. Would you state your name for the record, please?
It's Marguerite Carre, spelled Care, Care. It's my last name.
All right, and if you could lift your voice up just a little louder.
It's Marguerite Carre.
Thank you. And would you said Care was the
Yes.
last name? Okay. And you're a doctor,
Yes.
a medical doctor?
Yes.
When did you graduate from medical school?
I graduated from medical school in, college in 1993.
Okay. So college being your undergrad, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And medical school in 1993.
Yes.
Do you hold a medical license?
Yes.
Where do you hold a medical license?
I hold a Kentucky license, Ohio license.
So in addition to medical school, what is required to obtain your medical license?
So as far as my training after medical school, I did a residency in radiology, which is at the time was a 4-year program. And then I did that at University of Cincinnati. And then I did a year of pediatric fellowship in pediatric radiology, which was at Cincinnati Children's. And then I did a year of pediatric neuroradiology also at Cincinnati Children's. And that was after I got my medical license.
Okay. So to get your medical license, in addition to the undergraduate, whatever residency you have, is there any kind of testing or maintenance for that?
You have to pass your board exam and finish your medical school degree.
Okay, so there is an exam at the end?
Correct.
All right. And you said finish your degree, and then is there anything to maintain that licensure that you must do?
So to be certified, like by the American Board of Radiology, I have like a lifetime certificate for general radiology, but we do what we call like a maintenance of certification. So we have to do continuing medical education throughout the years. We really don't have to take a board exam again, but we do online questions. It sort of has evolved over the years.
Okay.
So I have that in pediatric radiology.
And you talked about a fellowship.
Yes.
Can you explain what a fellowship is?
So like after medical school, we do training in whatever field we want to go into. So I did radiology, and radiology is basically you CT, MR, MRI, radiographs. You can do interventional radiology, mammography, ultrasound. And so we do specialty training in those areas. And then I did a fellowship, which is after residency, you do more specialized training. So some people will do musculoskeletal, cardiac imaging, fetal imaging. I did pediatric radiology. And then I did the additional year in pediatric neuroradiology. So I did that at Children's, where I do, so basically I do brain, spine, kind of head and neck. That's sort of my area.
All right, so you're saying pediatric radiology, you're talking about radiology of children.
Correct.
Is that
Yes.
children of all ages?
Yes. I mean, we actually see a fair amount of adults as well that have pediatric diseases that go on to complex congenital heart disease patients that may now be 50 years old or can be seen at Children's as well. So, but yes. So we see all pediatric aged patients as well as patients with pediatric diseases.
And you talked about CT, MRI, and specifically, let's talk about those. I think you named a few other things, but I think specific to this case, what is a CT?
So CT is, it's sort of a fancy X-ray. It's CAT scan, computed tomography. And so it allows us to see inside a child's brain and look at the actual brain structure, where if I took an X-ray of you, you would actually just see more of the skull, like you would see a skeleton. The CT allows us to see inside. We can look at the inside structures of the brain, the soft tissues of the neck, the chest, abdomen, wherever we do the CT imaging.
Okay. And in comparison to an MRI, what is an MRI?
So an MRI is even a fancier tool that we use for imaging. It's magnetic resonance imaging. It allows us to see, again, inside, and we do that sort of on different, kind of depending on what the symptoms are. A child that comes to the emergency room that we need a quick study, that we're trying to look for, let's say, trauma, kids vomiting, we're worried about a mass. We may do a CT scan because it's a quick study. It can be done within, a couple of minutes versus an MRI. If anyone's had an MRI, it can take 45 minutes to an hour to do. It's just a more specialized study looking at the soft tissues.
Okay. Do you have any board certifications?
Yes, so I'm boarded by the American Board of Radiology, and then I have certification in pediatric radiology.
And do you have to do anything to maintain those certifications?
Yes, that's what I was saying. We have to do additional CME, continuing medical education, as well as we have to fulfill other requirements to do those. That sort of runs on a 10-year time period. I did it for one time where I had to take a certification board exam. It has since changed and it's evolved some. So now we do online questions. I get questions sent to me on a weekly basis that we have to pass a certain number of those online questions per year.
And thank you for that clarification. Okay. I appreciate that. What is your current position?
I'm a staff neuroradiologist, Cincinnati Children's.
And how long have you been at Cincinnati Children's Hospital?
I started my fellowship in 1997. I've been there ever since. I was faculty, I think, in like 2000, April of 2000, somewhere around there. So about 20 years.
Do you have any teaching responsibilities?
Yes, Children's is a teaching institution. So we have, within our program, we see the residents and fellows. We have fellows actually assigned to our program. So again, these are post-medical school, post-residency people that are doctors that are learning about pediatric radiology. We have University of Cincinnati residents that rotate with us. And then we see all the subspecialties kind of rotate through our department, as well as the medical students from UC's medical school.
In addition to those teaching responsibilities, have you had the occasion to create scholarly articles that are peer-reviewed and published?
Yes. So I'm pretty much I prefer to do clinical medicine beyond the service, but I certainly have done. I do lectures. I've done some lectures at national meetings. I do some research. Child abuse, abusive head injury is one of the areas. I've also done some work on tuberous sclerosis. I kind of get, some of that work, yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, that last word I kind of lost. You said you did tuberous sclerosis?
It's tuberous sclerosis.
Okay, thank you. What is that?
So it's a disorder that can have skin findings, brain findings. I've worked with some of the neurologists that I know. They were sort of the main people. So they can have certain kinds of brain tumors. So I helped them assess the brain tumors.
Okay. So a short, fancy way of saying brain tumors, is that what we're talking about? With the...
In that specific disorder, yes.
Okay, thank you. During the course of your duties at Cincinnati Children's Hospital, do you evaluate patients?
To be honest, the radiologists, we don't really see patients. Like if you come into the radiology department to get a chest x-ray or a CT scan, mostly who you're going to deal with are technologists who are the imagers. And then we basically, everything is sort of sent to a computerized PACS system or picture system where we kind of sit in a separate room and review the imaging. So there are times when I do see patients, but in general, I don't typically see patients. I used to do more interventional procedures where I would do lumbar punctures or cerebral angiograms, so I would see those patients. Occasionally, I will talk to a patient if a child comes in and maybe we discover that the child has a brain tumor. I may go talk to the family and meet the child that way. But in general, radiologists often don't see patients.
Okay. You're looking at scans of the patient, not the actual patient. Is
Correct.
That what you're saying?
Yes.
And so when you're asked to review scans, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what types of scans or for what reasons are you looking at these scans?
So I do, like I said, I do neuroradiology. So a couple of us work per day. We look at the CT and MRI studies that come across, and we see lots of different things. We see kids with seizures, infections, kids that might have been in car accidents. We see kids that come in with vomiting or headache that may turn out to have brain tumors. We see a lot of neuro-oncology patients, brain tumor patients at Cincinnati Children's. So kids that have seizure disorders, epilepsy, so lots of different things.
Doctor, have you previously testified in a courtroom?
Yes.
Have you previously been declared an expert in the field of pediatric radiology?
Yes.
In what courts?
Oh, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to. I've been here in Butler County. I've been in Hamilton County, and then in Kentucky. And to be honest, I'm not sure I can even tell you what county that was in Kentucky.
All right. Doctor, at some point, did you provide the state of Ohio with a curriculum vitae, which is basically a summary of your education, experience, and training that you received?
Yes.
Publications that you've done?
Yes.
If I may approach the witness with State Exhibit 11. Are you able to recognize that exhibit?
It's a copy of my CV, yes.
True and accurate copy of that?
Yes.
As you're looking at that, I know that there's a number of pages, but do you see any glaring additions or corrections that need to be made in that?
No.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 11.
Any objection from defense?
Is not.
All right, Exhibit 11 will be admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, the state requests that Dr. Cray be qualified as an expert in the area of pediatric radiology.
Mr. Pager, do you wish to order the witness any further on qualifications?
Non-qualifications.
All right, the court will find her so qualified to testify as an expert in pediatric radiology. You may proceed.
Doctor, pursuant to your duties as a pediatric radiologist with Cincinnati Children's Hospital, did you evaluate any radiology images of Hannah Wesche, date of birth 1/11/2015?
Yes.
And were records developed as a result of Hannah Wesche's treatment at Cincinnati Children's, which began on March 8th of 2018?
Yes.
So I can hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8.
Yes. Thank you.
Doctor, are you able to recognize State's Exhibit 8?
Yes.
And what is that?
These are copies of the imaging that was done, that was put in our PACS system. The initial study was actually from Fort Hamilton, but these are copies of the discs.
And the initial studies done at Fort Hamilton, did they become part of Cincinnati Children's
Yes.
records?
Mm-hmm.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 8.
Mr. Pager?
Children's Hospital records?
Yes. That's what they-
Objection.
Exhibit 8 will be admitted.
Doctor, when you evaluated the CT images, or did you evaluate CT images of Hannah Wesche in this case?
Yes.
When you did that, did you develop medical records within there describing your findings?
Yes.
Right. And following your description of those findings within the medical records, did you also prepare a supplemental report related to your findings?
What do you mean supplemental report in addition to my radiology report?
A supplemental report or a report that you provided to the state of Ohio summarizing your findings?
Oh, yes, yes.
Sorry. This is just pulled from you just keep it up there when I'm not there. It beats having to go through 4,500 records. So thank you.
Four, five, one, three. Through 4520. All right, now I need to approach the witness.
Thank you.
Dr. States Exhibit 9, are those your results that would be within Cincinnati Children's Hospital medical records?
Let me just look. So CT, yes. Yes,
All right. And States Exhibit 10, that is that report that you provided to the
yes.
state. Doctor, if you could describe the reasoning for your evaluation, and actually, let me rephrase that. When did you first evaluate slides or CT images related to Hanawashi?
So the morning, I was working the morning that she was brought to Children's. We actually electronically got the imaging from Fort Hamilton. And so I actually evaluated it prior to her going to the operating room and discussed the findings with Dr. Stevenson, the neurosurgeon.
So you're saying you evaluated the images from Fort Hamilton Hospital?
Correct. We often will get, if a child is coming in or a patient is coming in from an outside institution, whether it be a brain tumor, a trauma patient, whatever, if there's pertinent imaging, it will be put into our system. And that study will have been read at the institution that it was performed at, let's say Kentucky. And then we will actually generate our own report so that our physicians can treat kind of based on what we think in case we happen to disagree with those findings. So that's not uncommon that I would interpret an outside study.
And
Slightly, I apologize. Is everybody able to hear the witness and the jury? All right, I just double check. My apologies.
lost my train of thought on that for a second, that's all right. So you said you do a follow-up evaluation, and on this morning, or you do a follow-up analysis, something separate from what was done at the prior hospital.
Right.
And I think you alluded to it, but I just kind of want to understand, in this specific instance, why did you review those records? What was the purpose of you reviewing those records and doing your own follow-up on March 8th?
So the child was being sent to Cincinnati Children's, so we were reviewing them, trying to figure out what was going on in the scan so that the neurosurgeon knew. I mean, the neurosurgeon had been notified that the child was coming so that we could talk to the neurosurgeon about the findings on the CT scan. And then again, that's put into our system, and then we generate our own report.
And so prior to coming to court today, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to discuss the findings that you saw
Yes.
in Hanawashi?
Yes.
I may approach the witness with State's Exhibits 12 through 18.
Thank you.
Doctor, are you able to recognize those?
So these are copies of the slides that I prepared.
And within those slides, are there images from the CT of Hanawashi?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate images as you reviewed them?
Yes.
At this time, the state of Ohio moves to admit and publish State's Exhibits 12 through 18.
That's just what I saw, Kelly?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. No objection.
All right, State's Exhibits 12 through 18 will be admitted.
It's going to take me just a second to pull that up. Doctor, starting with States Exhibit 12. Are you able to see that on the screen there?
Yes.
Just a cover page identifying Hannah Weshy and her date of birth.
Yes.
So States Exhibit 13, if you could talk us through your findings, what we're seeing here, and the significance of those.
Do I have a way of pointing on the image
You
or
can
no?
actually touch it and it will mark it.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and touch to whatever you're talking about.
Okay, so these are actually three, so a CT scan basically is, like I was describing, as an X-ray, not an X-ray, it's radiation basically, but we're able to look inside and look at the child's brain, and then we can display them different ways. So these are actually displayed almost like if you have a loaf of bread. It's a slice. We can kind of make slices all the way up the head. We can do them in this direction. We can do them in that direction. We can actually make 3D reconstructions of the skull or the soft tissues. And so we can kind of generate different imaging depending on how we look. This is sort of our standard way to look at the brain. We call these axial images. So again, they're sort of going this way up through the brain. And so these are actually three separate locations in the child's brain. And this is from the head CT that was performed at Fort Hamilton Hospital and then put into our system that morning. It was done, I guess, looks around 8 o'clock in the morning at Fort Hamilton. And so on the initial study right here, on the initial image that I have, the one on this side, these are actually the markers that were put in by Fort Hamilton. It's showing the child's brain here.
Are you marking on the screen?
Is it not doing anything?
Push. Don't worry about being gentle with it. Just
If you use your fingernail more.
until you see it.
Oh,
There
okay.
you go.
Here, and I'll
Okay.
clear that off. Go ahead.
So this is the child's brain in here. Is it working?
Yes, it is.
Oh, now I've got scribble all over.
Do you want me to clear it out?
Sure.
I'll let you start again.
Okay, so on that image, what that's showing is the line going down the middle is showing where the ventricles or the fluid spaces that we all have in the brain should normally be located. And you can see that these are the fluid spaces that are the dark spaces off to the side. Well, let's just go back to starting with the basics. So this is the bone. The white area out here is the child's bone. The inside here is the child's brain. And then we'll get to the bleed here in a minute, which is this portion over here. So what we're trying to look for is we look for sort of symmetry between the two sides. When we look at imaging, this is the right side of the body and the left side of the body. We always sort of look at our imaging like we're looking at the patient. And so it sometimes gets a little confusing as to which side we're on. So the child's brain is being pushed over to the left side, and there's this area outside of the brain that's in the subdural space, and that's moderately sized collection that's got high attenuation or bright white. High attenuation is something that we see with hemorrhage that's recently occurred. It's got some areas of dark in it. So to me, this is a subdural hemorrhage that's occurred that's causing mass effect on the brain and kind of pushing the brain over. This is just an image. The second image is just higher up. And then this is an image even higher up, sort of more at the top of the child's brain. Again, showing areas of kind of white or subdural hemorrhage outside the child's brain. And then this is actually the brain itself here. Do you want me to keep going, Joe?
Is there anything else that we should talk about in this slide?
So the significance here is when we see bleeding outside the brain, a couple of the big things, when I see this on a study, I need to quickly get a hold of someone. To me, this baby's brain is being pushed. Someone needs to either do something to relieve that pressure, take off that bleeding, or do something. Because as the brain continues to get pushed, it can cause significant problems. The child can have significant hypoxic ischemic injury related to that shift. Bleeding outside of the brain, we see that in different settings. Certainly trauma is going to be the most common thing. When we see bleeding in the subdural location, we think trauma. It's not the only cause of subdural hemorrhage in a child, but it's the most common. The other thing is, and we will go on to look at another child that's similar age, the brain attenuation, or sort of the colors, I call them colors, that's sort of shades of gray. The child's brain is kind of subtly indistinct to me, suggesting that there's already kind of some issues going on in the child's brain at this time.
Okay. I want to go back and try to understand some of the things that we're talking about. Number one, we're talking about a subdural hemorrhage. What does a subdural hemorrhage mean?
Okay, so normally the brain is going to be positioned in the middle of the head, and then we have different spaces where bleeding can occur in the child's head. So we can have bleeding that can actually be in the central fluid spaces, which are these locations here. We can move out a little bit and have what we call subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is this space which we all normally have a subarachnoid space, and it communicates with the cerebrospinal fluid or fluid that we normally have. If anyone's ever had a lumbar puncture, that's the fluid they take off. And then we move out a little bit further, and we've got this subdural space, which is sort of, some people talk about it's a potential space where bleeding can occur, which is where this location of the blood is. And we can tell the location by what it appears, the shape of it. It's sort of that crescentic shape. And then if you move out further, we have what we'll call epidural hemorrhage, which classically epidural hemorrhage is going to be sort of confined by the periosteum of the bone. It's more kind of lens shape or biconvex, and it's another type of hemorrhage. So we're actually looking at hemorrhage outside of the child's brain, but within the skull, not actually in the child's substance of the brain.
Okay, and so there were a number of different, I think, their locations, but I'm hoping you can kind of clarify. Maybe a brain or a head anatomy discussion of what is the subdural space that you're talking about.
So they're just, they're kind of confined by the different membranes that overlie the patient's brain or anyone's brain.
And would that be on the outside or the inside of the skull?
It's on the inside of the skull, so contained within the bone, but outside of the brain.
All right, and when we're talking about layers of, it's not just skin, skull, brain. Is there other things in between?
Well, the meninges, the dura, yes. So,
Okay.
I mean, there's vessels, yes. I mean,
All right, and would you mind kind of going through outer to inner, what those different layers are as you're starting from the outside of somebody's head, going all the way into the brain? What are those different layers?
well, so on the imaging, the things that we look for is we look at the scalp. When I first pull up a CT scan, how I sort of approach it is I kind of quick glance at the brain. That's the main concern. Is there something big and bad I need to see on the brain? Do I need to not let someone know what's going on? And then we sort of evaluate the rest of the structures. What's the attenuation or the color of the brain? Is the white matter, the gray matter, the normal color? Is there bleeding? Are the fluid spaces normal? Some people talk about like water on the brain. You have normal fluid spaces in your brain, and sometimes we'll see that those will get too big. Sometimes we'll see that they'll get too small. We'll look at the spaces outside of the brain. Then we want to look at the skull. Are there any fractures? Are there any bone lesions? And then we get to the scalp, where maybe the child's got a soft tissue lesion or soft tissue swelling in the scalp. And so we cover all of those. If I took images down lower, you'd actually see the orbits or eyeballs. And so we look at those as well.
Okay,
So we're sort of evaluating the entire head and all of the structures.
all right. And so you talked about subdural hemorrhage and then also the movement of the brain or the shifting of it within the head.
Right.
And states exhibit 14.
So
What are those showing? And why
So
they
these are just reconstructed images. So like I said, we can take a CT scan. When you get a CT scan, we can often we'll send those axial images. Those are sort of the main images that we look at. At Children's, we actually routinely will send these images, which are coronal images, and then these are called sagittal images. So this is like you're actually looking at the child's brain. So right side of the body, left side of the body. And this is actually like you're looking sort of at the sideways. This is the face up here. This is the back of the head back here. And so that just helps us sort of see things different kind of planes. And so these are, again, just reconstructed images from the initial head CT. Again, you can see it just shows us the bleeding up and sort of over that right cerebral hemisphere. You can see bleeding kind of along the midline. And then this is the sagittal image, which again just sort of shows it over that hemisphere. A couple of the arrows here, this is down as the brain at what I would call the craniocervical junction, so where the head and the cervical spine sort of connect. And this is just showing subtle areas of bleeding down at that craniocervical junction. The significance for me when I see that is the blood can track down, so it may just be some of that subdural blood that has tracked down. But what I worry about is when I have a child who's got trauma, especially like if I saw this child, if you told me this kid was in a motor vehicle accident, I would worry that this kid had injury to that craniocervical junction. So injury to the cervical spine where it sort of connects into the head. And so that's why I have the arrows on that. So when we see subdural hemorrhage, I mean, like I said, the big thing for me that morning was Dr. Stevenson called down. I talked to him about the findings. We said, you know, this kid, obviously he knew at that time already because the child had already been evaluated. This kid needed to emergently go to the operating room to have this hematoma evacuated. And if this were another kid that had come in any other time, like I said, you know, the technologists, if this kid were, you know, a motor vehicle collision or something else, and I saw this finding, I would emergently get on the phone and call someone and say, you guys need to get this kid to the operating room now. I mean, that's sort of our role. I certainly don't call on every scan. If the kid has a normal head CT, I'm not going to call the physician right away, but, you know, we're here to identify significant findings and communicate those results.
And Dr. Stevenson, who is Dr. Stevenson?
He's the neurosurgeon that was involved with the care. Took Hannah to the operating room that morning.
And I believe you said you directly spoke to him regarding your findings and your observations.
Yeah, I spoke with him a couple times on the phone.
And I know there's a lot here to talk about, but at that point in time, what were your biggest concerns and what were the things that needed alleviated as best as possible at that point?
I mean, the main thing to me and to him was, which side is it on? Which side does he need to go? And, you know, are the images, you know, what space is it in? That sort of helps him decide. And how much brain, you know, mass effect does it have? And is the brain already abnormal? Those are some of the things that kind of help him. Sometimes they will remove the bone, and we'll see how they do that, where they'll evacuate out that blood and remove part of that bone. Very rarely, if there's a lot of blood on both sides, they'll do it on both sides. So, I mean, that's some of the main things.
In this instance, did it appear that the blood was localized to a side?
It was much more on the right side, yes. Mm-hmm.
States Exhibit 15.
Do you want to erase all my, yeah. So these were still, so when we look at imaging, we can, the technologists will send us what we call soft tissue windows and kind of bone windows or bone algorithm. And so we look at those axial, coronal, and sagittal images in brain windows, and then we also look at bone. And the bone, we can't see the brain as well. So you can see you don't see the brain as well. I've got them kind of light. And then I can manipulate to make them brighter or darker, depending on what I want to look at. So like if I've got a child that's got a potential stroke, I make the windows look very different because it kind of helps me see the stroke better. Bleeding the same way, kind of edema in the brain. So we can kind of manipulate that on our computer systems. Basically what I'm showing you here are the arrows are pointing to areas of swelling in the scalp. So soft tissue swelling outside of the bone. So like I said, this is left side, this is right side. So there's left frontal swelling, and then this is right kind of posterior parietal, or kind of the back of the head on the right side, swelling. Why I look at that in a child, especially if a child I'm concerned about has trauma, that kind of guides me to look for other things. Does a child have a fracture? So if a kid comes in and the history is, you know, got hit in the head by a lacrosse ball, I usually will go through and I'll look at the whole scan, but then I'll go back and I'll be like, okay, where did this kid get hit? And I'll kind of make the windows look a little bit different. Oh, it was here, so is there a fracture here? Because if the kid got hit here, we're not going to find a fracture back there. So it kind of guides me to where I need to look and kind of clue in a little bit more.
following, reading these initial CT scans from Fort Hamilton and speaking to the neurosurgeon, Dr. Stevenson, did you do a follow-up study?
So Dr. Stevenson took the child to the operating room and evacuated the hematoma, and then the child came back down, which is routine. They come back down and get another study within a certain time period, usually to see now what's going on after they've evacuated the blood. So yes, there is a follow-up.
All right, and States Exhibit 16, I think, is
so this
still
is
the same one.
Yeah, so this is basically, this is on this side, this is Hannah's image here, and then this is just a normal 3-year-old child that I pulled from our system for a fall. We see lots of kids that come in with falls. This is what the normal 3-year-old brain should look like. The ventricles or the fluid spaces should be here in the center. Again, if you kind of draw a line down the middle, you can see how Hannah's ventricles are pushed off to the side. The left lateral ventricle is actually a little bit smaller. And when I talk about the attenuation or the color of the brain, you can see how it's almost like you've got darker areas centrally. Some of these areas are whiter, and that's sort of the normal appearance of the brain on this side versus on Hannah's. You can see that you don't see those colors or the different blacks, shades of gray quite as nicely.
Doctor, are you able to say what is causing that shift?
Right. So, so when we see kids with, large subdural hemorrhage, certainly the subdural hemorrhage itself can result in the shift. Subdural hemorrhage is typically caused by injury to venous structures, called like bridging veins. You have arteries which supply blood to the brain, and then the veins drain the brain as anywhere else in the body. And so subdural hemorrhage usually results from bleeding or injury to the bridging veins. And so not only do you have the subdural hemorrhage, but if you have injury to those veins, the brain itself is not going to be draining normally as well. And so you can get edema within the brain.
And edema is?
Swelling. Okay. Just like if you injure yourself in your hand and it starts to swell.
Okay. States Exhibit 17. Explain to us what these are showing.
Okay, so these are 3 different images of Hannah. So this was the initial study that we've been looking at, the same pretty much image. This is the initial post-operative study that was done after Dr. Stevenson had done the evacuation. And this was an imaging study that actually one of my colleagues, Dr. Cook, had read 3/9. This was done the next day, and that's not unusual. Again, we usually will do a couple day, follow-up just to see what's going on in the child's brain, sometimes depending on how well clinically they're doing. So again, this is the bleeding here. So now you can see on the initial post-op one here, the skull, which is the white area here, has been resected in this large area here. And now you can see that the brain is what we kind of call herniates, or it kind of protrudes into that. So Dr. Stevenson removed the bone here, was able to drain that hematoma. But because of the swelling in the brain actually herniates out into that defect. If we draw that line down the middle on the initial postoperative study, the shift, what we call midline shift, has relatively resolved, although you can see again that brain is sort of herniating out. But then again, by the following day, you can see, if we kind of draw down that middle, how the brain is shifted over again. You can also see how the attenuation of the brain, you've got more areas of black. Here you've got areas of black as well. And so the child has really ended up having diffuse injury to that right side. And on the left side, I don't think we show all the images, I might show them, also had injury to the left side as a result of that initial midline shift. So when we get that initial midline shift, you can cause injury or to some of the arteries supplying portions of the brain. And so not unusual or not infrequently, we'll see areas of the brain on the opposite side that are injured because of the initial shift.
So in this, because it looks like, based on your description of the later CT on March 8th, it looks like in that, and you mentioned that midline shift had corrected. At the point of March 9th, that portion of her skull is still removed. Correct?
Right. So they take basically what they're doing is they're doing a decompression. They know this brain is very swollen. They need to not only evacuate that subdural, but they need to leave room for that brain to kind of. If you put the bone flap back on or didn't remove that bone, the brain would continue to swell, and basically it would cause. I mean, the child would not. It would injure the brain stem, and the child would not be able to survive. And so they leave that bone off, and it gives the brain the ability to kind of swell out, and hopefully to decrease that shift and it's kind of secondary injury to other parts of the brain. So they can leave it off. They leave it off sometimes for. We see the follow-up studies on these kids sometimes months after the decompression, and they still have not necessarily replaced the bone flap.
Is there a reason, or do you know a reason for the midline shift and the follow-up then on 3-9, why that would be back?
So on the 3-9 study, the child's brain just, basically the child has diffuse injury, edema, hypoxia. Basically what we see in these kids is we see kind of injury involving that entire hemisphere. It's not just an arterial distribution. It's not just in a venous distribution. To be honest, I don't think we exactly understand why, but it's a very common pattern that we see in kids that have large subdural hemorrhage. And we'll see injury to that entire hemisphere. And so the brain is just continuing to swell, and it is swelling enough now that it not only is herniating out through that bone defect, but again, it's pushing inside, on the inside.
And when it pushes inside, is that causing further damage?
Correct, yeah.
And I know you circled on the middle one some dark spots.
Right, so
and
those
I think you talked about attenuation. So what does that mean?
So those are, again, just areas of injury. Typically, CT, we kind of, we can look at those and we can say those look like areas of hypoxic ischemic injury, hypoperfusion injury. The blood's not getting there appropriately. The brain is not getting oxygenated. If we did an MRI on this study, we have some sequences in MRI that we can do that you would do like if you had a stroke, if you had an adult patient or even a pediatric patient with a stroke. And that's typically what we'll see is we'll see what we call like cytotoxic edema, or again, it's not an arterial stroke, but it's sort of injury in that sort of manner to the brain. And so that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing the loss of that normal attenuation. So we're seeing edema or swelling to the brain.
All right, States Exhibit 18.
So, these are just, again, the initial, this is the follow-up head CT from the 9th, and then this is, again, just what a normal 3-year-old child's brain should look like.
Doctor, I know in this initial CT, you talked about I believe you described where you saw the bleed. By that follow-up CT, and let's go back to States Exhibit 17. By that follow-up CT, had that bleed resolved?
So what Dr. Stevenson and so what the neurosurgeons will typically do, and like I said, we see the follow-ups on these. So they will remove that bone, and then they can open up that dura, and they can evacuate or take out, sort of get rid of this portion of the brain. So what he described in his operative note, and what we can sometimes see on imaging if we are able to get certain kinds of imaging, is that the veins, there were 2 veins that were still bleeding at the time of surgery. And so he was able to coagulate those veins that were over that right cerebral hemisphere. But typically what we'll see is on the follow-up, it's not infrequent that we'll sort of see some bleeding or kind of oozing reaccumulate in certain areas. So he is working over here, and it's not infrequent that we can kind of see on the follow-up that they'll be oozing in that midline area. It's not really causing a lot of mass effect at that point.
And
Not
by
really
mass effect, you mean?
pushing on the brain.
Okay. In the initial CT on 3/8, where you see it along the right hemisphere, is that causing mass effect?
Right, so that's causing that shift, which is how, when we look at hemorrhage, when we look at collections, we're trying to figure out, okay, what's this doing to the baby's brain? Because that's the big point. The brain is the important structure. If this were a subdural hemorrhage that wasn't pushing the brain, the child might not have needed to go to surgery. But because there's significant midline shift, there's already, suspected injury already. Here, it's important that they go and try and get rid of that to decrease that pushing or mass effect on the child's brain.
And I know, doctor, you talked about the CT being kind of quick and not as thorough and not as good of images as an MRI. So why wasn't an MRI done on Hannah?
CT is actually a very excellent tool. I really like CT. MR is much more fancy. It's much longer. It's magnetic resonance imaging. We can't put a child, or we don't put everybody in. CT is what we use for trauma. Very good for looking at the bones, very good for looking at the brain, very good for looking at the hemorrhages. So CT is sort of the initial study. Basically helps guide our initial kind of medical and surgical management of these patients. If this child had survived, we may have done an MR on her at some point. It's not infrequent that we would do an MR several days into the hospitalization to kind of show the injury to the child's brain a little bit more extensively. We may then look at the spine as well. So magnetic, because it is a magnet, not everybody can go in. Again, we don't put critical patients typically in the MR scanner because a CT, we sort of describe a CT as a donut. And so the child is sort of in this donut where an MR is more of a tube, not as safe to put a child in there. That's devastating. An MR is a longer study. We have a couple rapid MR sequences that we can do, but a CT, the imaging is pretty much done like that. And so this kid needs to emergently get to the operating room. I don't have half an hour to do an MRI on this child.
And doctor, she was in the hospital for 10 days following this. Why was there a follow-up on 3/9 with the CT instead of doing an MR at that point?
Again, usually we will do an MRI when the child is stable. I really wasn't involved in sort of her follow-up. I think at this point, by the time 3/9, her brain was pretty significant. So
when you say pretty significant, what are you
significant saying? Brain abnormalities. I'm not sure what the medical decisions were as to why an MR wasn't done, other than I don't think anybody felt at that point she had survivable injuries. If she hadn't had survivable injuries, maybe they would have done an MR. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
So
that's not your call about whether
correct.
Or not those scans are done. Doctor, based upon your education, training, and experience, and to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, do you have an opinion as to whether the bleeding that you observed on Hannah's brain in CT from 3/8 that was taken at approximately 8:09, whether that or not that was an acute bleed?
Yes, Yes, I think this is an acute bleed.
And what? Since we said acute, what does acute mean?
So when we look at bleeding on CT, we do look at the attenuation or the kind of gray-white scale on CT, which we all sort of learn in our training what things should look like when they're acute. When I look at this, what helps me the most is what is it doing to the baby's brain? Like I said, we can see subdural hemorrhage that is bright white and it's doing nothing to the child's brain. And although I might think it looks recent, acute to me is recent, like it's very recently occurred. But if it's not doing anything to the brain, the surgeon doesn't need to do anything. So to me, a child can have fluid in their subdural space and it not push on the brain at all. And so that I kind of look at that and I'm like, well, the brain's sort of used to having it there to a certain extent. And so Could it have been recent? Yes, but the brain's nothing's happening to the brain. To me, when we see mass effect on the brain, that suggests an acute injury.
And you
And so
mean
that's
recent injury is what you're saying.
recent, yeah. So we have to sort of look at not only the attenuation of what it looks like, but also, more importantly, what is it doing to the child's brain?
And doctor, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, do you have an opinion as to what caused Hannah's injury?
So when we see subdural hemorrhage, subdural hemorrhage from trauma is going to be certainly the most common cause, and not only in the pediatric population, but it's going to be more significant trauma. We see kids fall all the time, and typically we don't see subdural hemorrhage from trauma that occurs on an everyday basis. When I see a young child come in with subdural hemorrhage, the first big thing I think about is abusive head trauma, abusive head injury. Certainly, if you told me this kid was hit by a car, I would be like, yep, this pedestrian hit by motor vehicle. Subdural hemorrhage is typically going to be seen in significant accidental injuries, motor vehicle collisions, kids hit by cars, and then abusive head injury. Not typically seen in small kind of garden variety falls. Even kids who fall out of 2-story windows sort of have a different pattern of injury. So Dr. Stevenson and I, when we discussed it, he had not seen the child. And we were kind of like, do you know anything more about this kid? Certainly that was what I conveyed to him is certainly I'd be worried about abusive head injury. Are there other injuries to this child that we know of? And at the time he did not.
Project. Approach.
Did you speak to other doctors that would have treated and cared for Hannah in coming to your opinion in this case?
I mean, well, so I initially saw the imaging. Dr. Stevenson and I spoke on the phone, and then the child went to the operating room. So I also do. We haven't really talked about it, but I also am a member of the child abuse team at Cincinnati Children's, and so I've also reviewed it at that. As far as my opinion, I pretty much knew.
All right, Ms. Smiley, based on the conversations we had, if you'd like to re-ask the question, we'll see where the answer leads us at that point.
All right, doctor, I'm going to ask, and in my phrasing this question, I don't want you to express any opinions by any other doctors. However, I do want to know your opinion. And I think we've talked about the causes of this injury. Did you receive any medical history in your evaluation of Hannah Wesche and her slides from any source that would be consistent with the injuries that you were seeing?
I received no information of a significant accidental injury. By the time I signed off the report, I knew that she had significant bruising.
Okay. So you knew she had significant external bruising, is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
That's by the time you signed off on the report?
Correct.
Had you already developed an opinion prior to seeing that external bruising?
Yes.
And you said there was no significant accidental history. What do you mean by significant? What are you talking about?
Like I said, so if I see a scan like this, most of the time the child's going to present initially to our trauma bay, and we'll know before the child even gets to our trauma bay that there's a 3-year-old coming in that was involved in a motor vehicle collision or a motor vehicle accident. If a 3-year-old or a 16-month-old comes in with no history, no trauma history, comes to our trauma bay, and I see a scan like this, abusive head injury is going to be one of my main thoughts. I mean, we don't see subdural hemorrhage from a lot of things in the acute setting. Motor vehicle collisions, kids hit by cars, abusive head trauma. I mean, if this were a postoperative patient, a kid with a shunt, I can see subdural collections not infrequently in those kids. But to see it just out of the blue, it's very uncommon from, in children just with routine trauma.
And you say abusive head trauma. What is abusive head trauma?
So someone has caused injuries to the child. And when we talk about head trauma, it can be anywhere from the scalp, the skull, to the actual brain. You know, some people used to call shaken baby. You know, shaking is one thought as to how these injuries occur, but unfortunately, lots of injuries can occur different ways. We have kids who, you know, will find, you know, potentially blood on a wall. You may find kids who are, people say that they threw them across the room, they slammed them down. So any sort of inflicted trauma on a child. Radiology is actually a very important part because we have these young kids coming in who we don't know what's going on with them. So like I said, if I have a 16-month-old who comes into the trauma bay, you know, no one knows what's going on. We don't see any external signs on this child. We get imaging and see this. Obviously, abusive head injury is kind of top on our list. We then will go on to suggest other imaging studies where we will look for other injuries called a skeletal survey, which Hannah did have, and she did not have additional fractures, but we will do what is called a skeletal survey, where it's a study that we take bone images looking for occult fractures or fractures that we can't find clinically. And so that is routinely done on young children. Usually we do that up to about 2 years of age.
You talked about different mechanisms that you see cause abusive head trauma. Would a single fall event explain the findings that you have here?
I mean, we see kids fall all the time. I mean, I think we all have our own, anyone who has their own children, we see kids fall all the time out in the community that don't even come to the hospital. You know, I work 4 days a week clinical. I see kids every day that have falls off counters, falls out of car seats, and this is not the type of injury that we see. Short distance falls, like I said, we may see external swelling on the child's head. We may see a fracture or an actual break in the skull. Usually if we see kind of a short distance fall and we see a fracture, we may see a little bit of bleeding deep to that, but usually it doesn't cause any problems to the brain. It's not pushing the brain. Those child, you know, the child may cry, but neurologically they're not terribly abnormal. You know, sometimes those kids might get admitted, sometimes they just go home. So this is not what I would expect from a short distance fall, no.
What about a series of falls over several days?
No.
Based upon your education, training, and experience, and to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, are you able to say whether or not Hannah would have been acting normal, would have been walking or talking and appearing normal to those who knew her after receiving the injury?
Yeah, no, this is a significant injury. Like I said, we see these injuries in, you know, kids who have been involved in similar injuries, kids hit by cars, motor vehicle collisions, you know, abusive head injury. These kids they present acutely. Acutely meaning I would not have expected her to be acting normally. I would not have expected her to be walking. Usually these kids are not able to breathe on their own. They're, you know, have to be intubated. They're usually unconscious. The child emergently needs this removed, or the child, this is a potentially fatal injury, and in her case it was. Even with surgery, it was a fatal injury. So this is a significant injury.
I might have just a moment.
You may.
Doctor, since there was some discussion back and forth when we were talking about your determination of abusive head trauma, is that finding of abusive head trauma, is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Nothing.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you have been patient. We've been going a little over 2 hours now. We're going to take a
Okay, we're going to go to the next one. If you guys are still in it, we will. Whoa. Lord, stop it. Stop it. There you go. Let me see something here. Okay.
Very good. Ms. Wilson, you go get our jury. We can start. Everybody have a seat, please. Jurors, place your lanyards on. Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Jurors, before we get started today, you know the drill, hopefully by now. Anyone have any issues with the admonitions that you need to report to the court? Very good. With that, Ms. Hiley, I believe the court is ready to proceed. The state's ready to proceed and call the next witness.
Yes, Dr. Michael Young.
Stand here, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat, please. Watch your step.
Good morning, doctor. Before we begin, you'll notice we do have a couple of folks from the media here. Do you have any objection to potentially your facial image being projected on media?
No.
All right, very good. Ms. Hiley, you may proceed when you're ready.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Michael Brian Young,
And would you spell your last name?
spelled Y-A-N-G.
And you are a doctor?
Yes.
And how long have you been a doctor?
Well, including medical training since 1993. So that would be 26 years.
All right. And could you briefly describe what your background education is to be a medical doctor?
Yes, I trained at Harvard. And there was some classroom time from last July. So it needs updating a little bit, but March 11th, 2018 of the head.
Okay, doctor, I'm going to go ahead and put it on the screen.
And
Doctor, I'm going to stop you before we
Okay.
get to that
Okay.
point. You talked about some ecchymosis. What is ecchymosis?
So basically, if you have an injury that's severe enough to cause a little bit of bleeding, you can have kind of this bluish, purplish discoloration, indicating that there's been some blood there.
And I'm going to approach you with what has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 46. Doctor, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
So that's a picture of the patient.
And do you recognize, or you talked about ecchymosis, do you see that in that picture?
Yes, so there's ecchymosis of the left upper eyelid as well as a little bit on the left lower lid. And you can see maybe some discoloration, some bleeding as well on the side of the head.
Okay, doctor, I'm going to go ahead and put it on the screen. That's right there next to you. You see that States Exhibit 46 there?
Yes, now it's coming up.
Okay. Can you go ahead and circle the part that you're talking about when you, what you saw when you came into contact with her?
Yeah, so this is the area of ecchymosis, and there's a little bit here too.
Okay.
And
Do you know if that would have been there when you saw her on the 11th?
So this picture, I don't know when this picture was taken, but yes, I mean, I documented the fact that I saw ecchymosis on the, well, what I said was that I saw it on the left upper eyelid in the medial aspect. So there are actually a few more ecchymosis here than what I wrote on my exam. And
Okay.
so
when you're talking about, I just want to,
Mhm.
if you could just circle the part that you saw when you examined her on March 11th.
yeah, so I would say a medial aspect would be this area, generally speaking, but I couldn't be 100% sure that I didn't include this, or maybe there was an extension from here to there.
Okay. And I'm not seeing it, you're not pushing hard enough, so we're not seeing
Oh.
what you're talking about.
So I thought I'm circling it. Is it not showing up
Okay,
there?
there it is. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. It's showing up on my screen, but not there. So generally speaking, this would be the medial part. But you know, it's possible that I meant to include this part as well. I didn't mention anything on the lower
You
eye.
said this part.
Sorry,
so-
this part
Okay,
here.
thank you.
That would generally be more central, but it's possible that I included that. There certainly was something here, but that's a little bit off the eyelid. And this portion is on the lower eyelid. It's possible that that was milder and I didn't catch my attention. Or perhaps some blood, you know, may have shifted from part of the eyelid to another part of the eyelid, depending on how long this, you know, how much later this picture was taken.
All right. Doctor, after you made initial contact and your external observations of Hannah, what was the next step of your evaluation?
Well, the next step is to go ahead and dilate the patient. And actually, the resident had already performed part of the external exam. And so if their examination of the external part and the pupils in particular, and there's a agreement by the primary team to allow us to go ahead and dilate the eyes, we then go ahead and put drops in the eyes that dilate the pupils that allow us to then look inside the eye and examine the inside of the eye.
And in this case with Hannah Weshy, is that what you did?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you conduct one of these exams with the dilating of the eyes and what comes next? What's that process?
Sure. So we put the drops to dilate the eyes, and then once the pupils are adequately dilated, then we have a special instrument called an indirect ophthalmoscope. It's like a little hat. You wear it, and then there's a light source, and then there's two lenses that go over your eyes, and then you have another larger lens that you hold in front of you, and without going into the details of the optics, it allows you to see the inside of the eye in pretty good detail.
In preparation for your testimony today, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, I did.
If I may approach the witness with States Exhibits 21 through 38.
You say PowerPoints? You said, I'm sorry, 38?
21 through 38, yes. Doctor, go ahead and take a look at those. What's the first slide there? What's the state's exhibit number on that?
21.
All right, doctor, having looked at those, are those the PowerPoint
Yes.
slides that you prepared? And are those that are marked as observations of the patient's eye, are those the observations you had of Hannah's
Yes.
eyes?
Yes, that's correct.
At this time, the state moves to admit state's exhibits 21 through 38.
Defense?
We have no objection.
States 21 through 38 will be admitted. You may publish at your will. 38.
Flashed up. There it is. Okay. State's exhibit 21, you see that there?
Yes.
Could you go ahead and, are you able to see that on
Yes.
your screen? Doctor, could you go ahead and describe for us what it is we're looking at?
So this is a schematic of the eye, a cross section. We'll kind of cut away to show you the different structures, different parts of the eye. So this would be the front part of the eye that you're seeing here. You can see the cornea, that's the clear shield that you see through, the iris, which is the color part of your eye, and then the pupil, which is the opening in the middle. Behind that is the lens, and then the white part of the eye is the sclera. There's some layers on top of that, the conjunctiva, but generally speaking, what you're seeing, the white part is the sclera. And then this cutaway allows you to see the inside of the eye, which includes the retina, which is a transparent layer that is like the film in the camera, kind of our analogy, and then the optic nerve, which connects the eye to the brain. And then you can see the blood vessels emanating from the optic nerve.
So when you are looking at a patient's eye and when you would have been looking at Hannah's eyes, what are you looking at?
So we're looking at everything. We have a systematic approach to it. We look at the eyelid, as I mentioned earlier, and then we start from the front part of the eye, basically move to the back part of the eye. We'd be looking for evidence of trauma to the sclera, which would be evidenced by bleeding on the white part of the eye. We would be looking for evidence of distortion of the pupil or bleeding in the front chamber of the eye, which is the space between the cornea, which is the clear shield, and the iris. So you can see here that there's a little bit of a space here, okay, between the iris and the cornea. Then you have the pupil. Then we would be looking for signs of cataracts and things like that, cloudiness of the lens or if it's dislocated. Then we move systematically to the back part of the eye, looking at the vitreous, which is the jelly inside the eye. It's a transparent layer, but it's a transparent jelly, I should say. But you could see things that may be floating in the vitreous or in the space behind the vitreous in front of the retina. And you're looking at the retina, looking for signs of inflammation, hemorrhage, edema, which is swelling, which usually makes it turn white. And then you're looking at the optic nerve to see if it's swollen or elevated, or if there's anything else abnormal with that.
All right.
Okay.
Doctor, State's Exhibit 22, what is that showing?
So this is a normal photograph of the fundus or the retina. You can see the optic nerve on the right side, and that looks, nice and clear. And then you have the normal retina. This little depression in the middle is what we call the fovea. It's the sharpest point of the vision. And then you're looking at blood vessels coming out from the optic nerve. And again, the retina is relatively transparent, so you're actually seeing through it to another layer of the eye called the choroid. So these are the things that we kind of look for.
All right. State's Exhibit 23.
So this is the piece of equipment that I was referring to earlier. It's called the indirect ophthalmoscope. This is the examiner. You can see he's wearing a hat, and then this device comes down over his eyes, and light is shined into the eye, and an image is reflected back, and then we can see that image So you're holding this lens here in front of you, shining it and focusing into the inside of the eye. That allows you to see the details that I showed in the previous photograph. We also look left and right, look as far towards the equator of the eye as possible. We don't have just the view that I showed in the previous photograph.
All right. And States Exhibit 24.
So this is a RET cam. So it's a camera, a special camera that we've had for a couple of decades at least. It came about because of the need to have an easier way of documenting what we see inside the eye, as opposed to the old system where there was a special camera that was used, and then you had to develop the pictures and things of that nature.
All right. And I want to skip to States Exhibit 29. Actually, I think I went to the wrong one. Okay, let's do 29. Got
Okay.
there. You can go ahead and tell us what we're looking at in States Exhibit 29.
Okay, this is the subject's right eye, and we're looking at the central part of the fundus or the retina. And you can see, using the analogy of the normal picture that you saw earlier, this is the optic nerve, and this is the center of vision. And then you have the blood vessels coming out like so, just like before, except in this situation, obviously, the image is a little bit blurry, but it's adequate to see all the hemorrhages throughout. The hemorrhages are in different layers and of the eye. The macula of the center is relatively spared. Sorry, that was in this area. And you can see enough of the optic nerve to see that there isn't any significant edema or swelling of the optic nerve. And like I said, the hemorrhages are too many to count. If we had a photograph, we could probably count them, but when you're looking at them, there's just so many of them.
Okay. Could you go ahead and just mark some of those hemorrhages, just that?
Yeah. So
it's clear.
here's a hemorrhage. These are all hemorrhages here. You can see the blotchy redness there. This darker spot here, and here, these are all pre-retinal hemorrhages. So they're in front of the retina, possibly into the vitreous jelly, which is that clear jelly that's fills the inside of the eye. And so it's either in the jelly or it's in the space between that jelly and the retina itself. You've got these dot blot hemorrhages that are intraretinal, and then there are some flame hemorrhages here. Just sounds just like that. It's like a flame spot, a flame streak. That would be considered consistent with neurofibrillar hemorrhages.
Doctor, I believe we looked at an exhibit of what a normal eye looks like, and it doesn't have hemorrhages like you've described.
Correct.
Is that correct? And it says posterior pole. What does that mean?
Well, if you think of the eye like a globe, you have the North Pole, you have the South Pole. So we kind of talk about this general back area as the posterior pole.
All right. States Exhibit 30. Let me clear that off.
Yeah, so I've labeled this as the temporal aspect. Temporal just meaning that's closer to the ear. So if it's in the patient's right eye, I'd be looking towards the side part of the inside of the eye, closer to the ear. And this is showing that the hemorrhages go out pretty far here. You can see this would be the furthest extent that we could get with the camera, and that's pretty far out. You can see some of the vitreous hemorrhages. You don't actually see the optic nerve, which is probably somewhere here. So this would be potentially like the center of vision here, and so you can see that we're getting further out, and so it's showing that there's more hemorrhages further out than what we saw earlier.
States Exhibit 31.
So this is an attempt to look at the nasal retina here. And so
What
again,
does that mean, nasal?
more towards the nose.
Okay.
So you have temporal and you have medial or nasal. So it's more towards the nose. So we're now directing the indirect ophthalmoscope. So we're looking more towards this side of the retina. And I'm sorry, this is the retcam, but it's corresponding to what I would be trying to see with my indirect ophthalmoscope. And again, here you have the optic nerve. You have those same hemorrhages that help you to identify where you are relative to the other picture. And this would be close to the center of vision. And there's still hemorrhages out here that you can see. And generally speaking, we can see further out with our indirect ophthalmoscope than the camera can actually take pictures.
All right.
And this is superior.
This is stage exhibit 32 for the record.
Superior just means we're looking up now. Okay, and here again is the optic nerve from the previous, if you want to correlate this with the previous photograph. And this is probably the center of vision there. And so we're looking more periphery. You can see that the bleeding is pretty extensive and continues to go further beyond the original view. Yeah,
33.
Sorry, and then this is the inferior view, so you're looking down. And again, for reference, here's the optic nerve, here's the vitreous hemorrhage, and then the bleeding continues beyond that.
Stage exhibit 34.
Okay, so this is the left eye, again, the central retina, posterior pole, however you want to describe that. Here's the optic nerve again. This is a perhaps slightly clearer image. You have vitreous hemorrhages here. You have dot and blot hemorrhages, and you've got some flame hemorrhages here and there, and blood vessels again. This is the center of vision. You can see some hemorrhages here and there near that area.
Stage exhibit 35.
Okay, so same thing. We're looking temporally more towards the ear. Again, here's your optic nerve, center of vision, and then you can still see hemorrhages out here, out here, out here, even though it's a little bit blurry.
Stage exhibit 36.
Okay, and then so again, this is nasally, again, the optic nerve, center of vision on the left side, and then the hemorrhages you can still see peripherally, more towards the nose.
Stage exhibit 37.
Okay, same eye, optic nerve, center of vision, and you can see the hemorrhages up here, and little streaks there and hemorrhages out there.
Stage exhibit 38.
Okay, same eye again, the optic nerve, center of vision, hemorrhage, and you can still see the hemorrhages out here.
All right. Doctor, if you could briefly summarize what all of that means.
So, so there is extensive hemorrhages in all three layers of the retina, and it goes far peripherally, at the very least to the equator. Think about the equator of the Earth. So the equator of the eye, you can still see the hemorrhages there. And the constellation of all of those hemorrhages, the extensiveness of it, is the absence of optic nerve edema. Those are all most consistent with non-accidental trauma, abusive head trauma. That was the diagnosis in this case.
And you said those are all consistent with non-accidental trauma. You said abusive head trauma. Are you referring to those as the same thing?
Well, those are different names that have been given. The diagnosis over the years. The most recent terminology would be abusive head trauma.
All right. And if you could explain to us what that means.
Well, what that means is that there is injury to the patient, thought to be from the violent shaking of the patient that can cause the vitreous jelly inside the eye to to cause a shear force along the retina because it's attached to the retina. And as the two different substances move past each other, there is shearing of blood vessels that can lead to these hemorrhages.
Doctor, is it shaking alone or could impact also be involved in that?
Well, it depends on, so it could be both, but primarily it's thought to be the shaking. The patients who have just purely impact are much less to have hemorrhages, and the number of hemorrhages are much smaller, and they typically are not in all three layers or extensive like this. We see patients who've gone in through motor vehicle accidents, and as long as the eye itself is not directly traumatized severely, the mere fact that they have an impact on their head or something like that doesn't produce these kinds of hemorrhages.
So doctor, I know we've talked about it, but I'm going to ask you now regarding this non-accidental trauma, abusive head trauma. Based upon your training, education, and experience, and to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, what is your opinion as to the cause of the injuries that you saw in Hannah's eyes?
Yeah, my medical opinion is that it's due to abusive head trauma.
I may have just a moment.
Take your time. Mr. Payne, will you be doing the cross?
I am.
All right, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thanks.
She's not lying, it's true.
I'm just getting ready. My name is Chris Pagan. We've never met. I represent the defense and I have some questions.
Sure.
And just give me a second to get paperwork right here. Do we have defense exhibit stickers? I'm likely to use the coroner's report to use yours. Well, I don't want to maybe multiple things at the same. While she's doing that, do you mind if I look at the exhibits that you have? Mostly I want to see your notes. Thanks. I was going to use Dr. Dean's report. She's going to testify later. I didn't want to mark on anything. That's fine. Thank you. All right, so let me start with this. First of all, good morning. I've heard you state two opinions in the case, one relating to the hemorrhages you saw in the eye. You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And then the second one about an ultimate diagnosis being abusive head trauma, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you would agree with me that those opinions are medical opinions,
Yes.
and they do not identify a perpetrator in this case.
Correct.
That's not your role?
Correct.
You're a doctor, correct?
Yes.
And you evaluate the medical evidence.
Yes.
I was going to ask you about the mechanism of injury. I understood abusive head trauma to be a medical diagnosis that indicates a viewpoint that there was an abusive act that caused the hemorrhaging that was unknown to medical evidence. Is that your understanding of abusive head trauma?
I'm sorry, say that again.
No, it's a bad question, isn't it? You testified that your diagnosis was abusive head trauma.
Correct.
And then you further testified that it was your belief based on the evidence that the mechanism of injury was shaking.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware that that is not an opinion shared by the other doctors that the state has called or will call in this case?
I'm not aware of the testimony of the other doctors or what they plan to say.
I'm going to show you, and if I can approach the witness, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State Exhibit 11, and I will proffer to you that this evidence is going to be presented to the jury later today. And take a look at that. And it's the coroner's report in this case.
Yes, I've reviewed it.
Okay, you have reviewed it? Okay.
Yes.
And it has the coroner's evaluation of internal injuries and its examination and external, but also has conclusions, correct? On the front of the, on page 1. Take a look at those, and when you're done, I'm going to show them to the jury.
And I would object to that.
Let's approach. I can just cross off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, you may hear testimony relating to the opinions, potential opinions of other experts in the case. Those experts have not testified yet. You are not to consider them at this point. For the truth of the matter asserted, they're not substantive evidence. They're strictly being presented in the presentation cross-examined at this point. So, Mr. Pagan, with that instruction, you may proceed.
Okay. All right. I want to explore the shaking issue with you. And you have in front of you a county coroner's report, correct?
Yes.
It's identified as an opinion.
Yes.
It's dated on 4/19/2018.
Yes.
It's signed by Dr. Dorothy Dean.
Yes.
She's a pathologist
Yes.
and a deputy coroner for Hamilton County.
Yes.
And I assume you've had contact with her in the context of this case?
No, I have not.
Okay. This is the first time you've seen this report?
No, it isn't.
Okay. You understand that her conclusion is that the cause of death was traumatic brain injury due to blunt impacts to the head.
Correct.
Okay. And that's different than a mechanism of injury that would be shaking.
Well, it could be both.
Okay. Well, a blunt impact is a blunt object
Yes.
having contact with the head. Correct?
It could be that, or it could be in the act of shaking one's head, hip strikes one's chest, and it's sufficiently flexible to be able to do that in various cases. So, I'm not, I'm not aware of the evidence. I don't know that there's any blunt objects that were shown to be the instrument of, impact on the patient, but blunt could mean various things.
Okay. Nowhere in this report does the phrase shaking appear, correct?
Correct.
All right. Were you aware that, when did you see Hannah? Do you know? Do you have the notes? I have the notes.
You mean what time of the day, or?
Not time of the day, what day? You understand she was in the hospital?
Right, I think it was March 11th was the date that I consulted on her.
And do you know when she died?
I've either was told or saw the date of death as being approximately 10 days later, I believe.
10 days from March 8th when she presented.
Right.
Okay. So she died on March 18th.
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay, and then you have the report there that says the autopsy was done on March 19th.
Yes.
And were you aware that Dr. Dean shaved the back of Hannah's head?
That's typical in terms of trying to look at the brain and skull.
Are you aware that she found a bruise that had otherwise not been discovered by Children's Hospital people?
Which one are you referring to? The subgaleal hemorrhage or?
Yeah, the back of the head.
So I did not compare what the other doctors found with what the coroner said, so I wasn't aware of that.
Are you aware that Dr. Dean immediately called law enforcement and explained to law enforcement that Hannah had a severe raised, swollen bruise on the back of her head?
Your Honor.
All right. And I apologize for the delay because I've lost my train of thought a little bit. But what I was getting at is Dr. Dean did an autopsy, correct?
Correct.
It was done on March 19th, correct?
Yes.
It was done after your eye exam of Hannah, correct?
Yes.
All right. The statement you gave to the jury was that you suspect that the mechanism of injury was shaking, correct?
Correct.
I pointed out to you that Dr. Dean has a statement about blunt impacts, which is different to a layperson than shaking.
Yes.
Right? The literature indicates that when evaluating for shaken baby syndrome, the absence of blunt impacts is good evidence that shaking might have caused the injuries here, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay. The existence of blunt impacts to the head is evidence that is the cause of the hematomas and the hemorrhaging, correct?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. Doctor, you're aware that Dr. Dean, are you aware that Dr. Dean doesn't address shaking as a mechanism in her report?
I'm not sure. Yes, I am aware of that, but I'm not aware of, coroners being empowered or routinely, not empowered, or routinely indicating that.
You're aware that on 3/20/18, are you aware that Dr. Dean called law enforcement because of her new finding that Hannah had a severe raised and swollen bruise on the back of her head?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. A severe raised and swollen bruise.
Objection, Your Honor. You just asked the question.
I'm going to ask a different question.
Let me hear the entirety of the question and then we'll address it.
Do you agree with me that a severe raised and swollen bruise is a blunt impact?
It might be. I'm not qualified, I don't think, to actually interpret the coroner's finding. I have not had a history of correlating what coroners find and what the clinician evaluates and correlating those two. That's not been part of my training.
Okay. You have your notes there?
Which ones? My
The
notes.
notes from Children's Medical
Yes.
Hospital.
Yes.
And maybe not, maybe don't, but are you aware that the records, the total number of records in the Children's Medical Hospital records exceed 4,500 pages? Do you know that?
I didn't know that, but it wouldn't surprise me. Yes.
Okay. And I assume you didn't go through them all.
I did not.
Okay. And the notes that you added to that 4,500 plus collection of medical notes is about 15 pages, correct?
Yes.
And you have it in front of you,
Yes.
more or less, correct?
Correct. This is all I remember putting it.
Right. And nowhere in those notes do you address shaking or the mechanism of injury, correct?
Correct.
And sometime in the summer of 2018, you engaged in some email correspondence with Kelly Hiley.
Yes,
And you're aware that that email was supplied to me as part of the exchange of documents in this case.
I understood that they were discoverable, yes.
Okay.
I didn't know that they were actually sent to you.
And you were asked to either agree or disagree with the following statement. Kanaweshi's injuries are consistent with abusive head trauma. Correct?
I haven't reviewed my emails with her, but
Okay,
it's
I can show
possible.
it to you.
Okay.
I probably have a label. You want you have one mark or is it?
No, I
I need a sticker. I got one here. I'm gonna label this one-page email as Defense Exhibit B, I think. Can I press the latest? I'm not gonna publish it. Yeah. I need a marker to write B. All right. We'll do it later. I don't mean to be in your personal space, but this is just the easiest way to do it. That said, Defense Exhibit B, or it will be a B when I can get the pen to write, okay?
Yes,
All right. And that's your name,
yes,
okay? That's your email address.
yes,
To Kelly Hiley,
yes,
okay? The date is 7/11/2018 at 2:58.
yes,
It's in regard to Hannah Weshi with her date of birth,
yes,
okay? The question that I presented to you is presented right here, correct? Take your time.
yes.
All right. And your response was,
I agree, yes.
okay. So you agreed that her injuries that you observed were consistent with abusive head trauma,
Yes,
okay? Nowhere did you explicate about your viewpoint that the mechanism of injury was shaky.
correct.
So nowhere in your report, correct?
It's not in my report, correct,
Nowhere in your email.
correct.
So for the very first time in the history of this case, from any note, document from you, you've introduced the issue of shaking, correct?
Yes,
And you would agree that it comes as a surprise to the defense because it's never been presented from you in any other document.
yes, I can see that.
I think you testified that you've not been an independent expert for third parties.
Correct.
Right. You've only been an expert witness for people that you've treated or seen.
Yes.
Okay. How many times have you been an expert witness?
In that sense, the second sense that you just described?
Yes.
I've only been in a trial once. I have done depositions less than 5-6 times, I would guess, or written letters on behalf of various legal counsel.
All right. And before I move on and forget, did you ever tell any of the agents here at the state here, the prosecutors, about your shaking mechanism hypothesis? Did it ever come out of your mouth?
I believe so.
Okay.
It's possible that it was assumed underlying our discussions, but I don't remember the verbatim details of every conversation we've had. I have supplied documents and some studies and things like that, where that's been listed as the presumed mechanism.
Okay. So you've had conversations with them?
Mhm.
You don't recollect using the term shaking?
I don't recall specifically doing that. I may have.
May have, but you don't know.
I don't know for sure.
There would be no documentation to either support or undermine that premise, that idea that you communicated this to them.
Well, so
Is there a document?
No, I think I did talk to him about that, about the possibility of this, we talked about the various names for this. I mean, non-accidental trauma, it may not have been like a detailed discussion, but I think we may have talked about the fact that, there are various names for this entity: abusive head trauma. It's gone through evolution of terminology, non-accidental trauma, shaken baby syndrome, things like that. So the very fact that we may even have mentioned that phrase shaken baby syndrome would suggest that that's part of the thought of the what's going on here.
Okay. Did you ever put it to writing?
I don't think so. I haven't reviewed all my emails, but I don't think I actually wrote that. But again, it's in some of the information packets about this. I think I sent a consensus statement of various medical societies, and that may have gone through. So if you want to look for the word shaking, it probably was in something that I sent.
To them?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you remember sending a journal article to the prosecutor in this case?
Yes.
It's about abusive head trauma?
Yes.
Okay. It's not about shaken baby syndrome?
Well, it's just different terminology that we use. It has evolved over time.
Okay.
And I think it's in there because it covers some of the history.
All right. I'm not going to read this in front of the jury. It's many pages, but what I was getting at before about your experience in testifying, do you understand, and I think you do because you just did it, that the legal standard for opinions is a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
All right. And because you testified in a murder trial under oath to this jury about that, I would assume you know what that means.
Yes.
Okay. What does it mean?
Reasonable medical certainty?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty. What does it mean?
Yes, it means that based on evidence of the findings of the case, and then also the consensus and the best scientific evidence and opinions of the medical community, especially in my specialty of pediatric ophthalmology or retina specialists or all the other clinicians who are interested in this area, that this is the most plausible explanation for the findings of the patient.
Okay. So the level of certainty is what? Plausibility? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's the most plausible, it's the most reasonable. It's the one that does not have any other findings that are consistent with something else that could explain the findings.
The mechanism of injury being shaken.
Correct.
That is a possibility on these facts.
It's not only a possibility, but it's the most likely, and at the standard of medical certainty, that is the diagnosis.
Okay. You're stating your opinion on the fact that a shaking mechanism is the most likely, in your opinion, despite the evidence of substantial bruising and impacts upon Hannah's head.
Correct.
So is this jury are you telling this jury that the bruising, the substantial bruising to the back of her head is a less likely cause of her fatal injuries than a shaking mechanism?
No, you're asking about the fatal injury. Okay, so the fatal injury is different from the eye finding. Okay. So one can have both shaking and a traumatic impact, whatever that, the explanation for the extra bruise or any of other reasons, those can be fatal for different reasons, But the eye finding itself is most consistent with a shaking mechanism. So one can be shaken and have impact, and that can lead to loss of life potentially. One can survive any of those things as well. And so we have patients who survive the shaking mechanism, they don't have impact, and they still have the eye findings.
Right, okay. So the eye findings are immaterial to the death and the mechanism of death in this case?
Correct. I mean, somebody could die or they may not die, and there are different age groups in which they may or may not be more vulnerable to and it also depends on what happened to them. I mean, there are patients who are just simply shaken, but they weren't actually struck on some object or other. So what I can say is that we see lots of patients who have severe head trauma from various other mechanisms, and they don't get this kind of hemorrhage.
Say the last part again?
They don't get this kind of hemorrhage.
Beginning, before that.
So we see lots of patients who have head trauma for other reasons, known reasons, witness reasons, like a motor vehicle accident or something like that, where it can be pretty severe, and we don't see these kinds of hemorrhages.
Right. But again, just so I'm clear, the eye injury that you're responsible for, that you evaluated here, likely has you cannot connect the death or the cause of death in this case.
No, well, I try to say a little bit more clearly. Shaking resulting in hemorrhages like this extensive hemorrhages are usually associated with some kind of severe brain injury. Whether there's any impact involved, you can still get swelling of the brain if there's no impact of the head on actual blunt objects. Now, it's possible that maybe the patient strikes their head on their chest and back and forth and things like that as a part of the shaking and may not reach this level of trauma that you observed by the coroner. But one can still get brain injury from that. Whether it actually reaches the point of causing death, is variable in terms of the patient. Many of them have cognitive damage even if they survive.
Isn't the fact of the matter that children's hospital professionals like you just missed the bruising, the back of the head, the impacts of the back of the head? It's true, right?
Well, I don't examine the back of the head.
Okay.
Okay. As to whether the other doctors miss it, I can't say. I mean, it's.
Well, you had 4,500 pages of medical records from Children's Hospital.
Well, I would say that there's an inconsistency, obviously. But if there are, were they asked to search every square inch of the body, I don't know what the protocol is on that side.
Okay. Well, I mean, you got a patient that is presented to Children's Hospital with head injuries, correct? So an evaluation of the head would seem to be what the role of the medical professionals would be.
Right. So I agree that there's an inconsistency and they may have missed it, but I don't know for sure. I mean, I don't know if what children said in response to them, was this part of the neurosurgery process? It hasn't been ruled out. Was there something else that caused a problem that they didn't find on initial evaluation? I just can't speak to that.
And that substantial bruising to the back of the head that was discovered by Dr. Dean on March the 20th is immaterial to your opinions and assessment.
Correct.
You've given two opinions here again, the hemorrhaging and then the abuse of head trauma, correct?
Yes.
That's the extent of your opinions.
Yes.
No more, no less.
Yes.
Oh, I know what I wanted to ask you. This has been a road, right? I'm going to show you this picture. Jamie, can we get that back on? I'm going to show you what's been labeled State Exhibit 46. Take a look at that while I ask my colleagues.
Actually, Mr. Fagan. Hold on. Okay.
I'm going to show it. It's been admitted, so I'm going to put it on the screen for the jury to see. Okay, and you see the image there?
Yes.
You identified it as Hannah? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and you went through with the prosecutor the eye bruising that you observed?
Yes.
And then I heard you make specific mention that you had, you might have observed the bruising underneath the eye, but you had a concern that perhaps the blood might have shifted from one injury to another.
It's possible. I'm not absolutely certain.
Okay. And you didn't take this photograph?
I did not take this photograph.
You don't know when the photograph was taken?
No, I don't.
Right. But that was an important thing to you in your answer because you had to have either had a direct memory of the patient or know the date and time of the evaluation in the picture because blood shifts.
It can shift on the eyelid, or it may have been that I may have labeled that incorrectly. I'm not sure, but I did make note of ecchymosis on the eyelids.
So I mean, you would agree with me that it would be problematic for a witness to identify bruises in a photograph where that witness doesn't know who took the picture, when the picture was taken, or where the picture was taken.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And that's because the way the body operates, the way bruises are, blood shifts over time.
It might be that I just simply missed it in terms of my documentation of the eyelid because that wasn't the critical part of my evaluation.
And it wasn't just part, I mean, what you're describing here wasn't in your notes, correct?
Correct. I agree that it's inconsistent with my notes. I only made a note of the upper eyelid ecchymosis, so I have to explain either the bottom part as being things that were so mild that it wasn't obvious at the time. I don't know what time this was taken. I certainly would willing to own that I may not have described it quite perfectly, but I did make note of the fact that there were ecchymosis of the eyelids.
And to be careful and not to mislead, you don't want to say a particular mark on the body was what you saw when you don't have a memory of it. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't take a picture of it. Correct.
And because marks on the body can change over time.
They can.
You fell asleep, Flip-Flop. There's no sleeping allowed in trials. What do you think this is? We won't have it. Hold on, y'all. This is just a sidebar little thing here, but we're going to play it anyway. Mute.
That the retinal hemorrhages that he saw are most consistent with a shaking mechanism. And the argument is that that was not provided by the state. I do want to note for the record that the state has always maintained that this is a diagnosis of abusive head trauma. This doctor had provided that this was consistent with abusive head trauma. That abusive head trauma in the medical world can be shaking and impact, or impact. It's not a distinct, but those are all possible mechanisms of that abusive head trauma. And I believe that that has been known to defense, as well as the state has provided a bill of particulars where shaking is one of the alleged ways in which this may have occurred. Ultimately, and I want to also note for the record that the state filed a memorandum contra defendant's motion to continue trial back on November 27th. And in that, the state cited State v. Rich, 12th District, Butler numbers CA 2012-03044, the Ohio site being 2013 Ohio 857. In that case, there was an argument that prior to the state calling the witness, state provided defense with a PowerPoint presentation which contained additional information not initially in the report. The 12th District Court of Appeals stated that Criminal Rule 16 contains the word or, not and thus the state is not required to provide a written report with a summary of the expert's testimony, a summary of the expert's finding, a summary of the expert's analysis, or a summary, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong part. So the trial court, in overruling the objection at that point, found that Criminal Rule 16 does not require a summary of the expert's witness testimony and it does require a summary of the expert's testimony and not a word for word, exact word for word. However, although I think that the case law would support this coming in, I'm not agreeing that it doesn't. The state does recognize that that specific piece of information was not known to the state and known to the defense. So we are in agreement with the court excluding that.
Hey, Ms. Hiley, and I do understand your distinctions. Who would like to be heard on behalf of the defense?
Well, I just.
For the record,
Yeah, I'll come up here so I know. For the record, we were on notice about Dr. Young's abusive head injury diagnosis, but that the full and extent of that diagnosis is contained on Defense Exhibit B that I cross-examined the doctor on. I'm happy to provide it to the court so it could be a part of the appellate record, and it just says, I agree, yes. Whether that's a sufficient summary or not, I would dispute. But I would like the court to know that in the doctor's 15 pages of notes, which is State Exhibit 19 and Defense Exhibit B, the only mention of abusive head trauma is 3 words, I agree, yes. And there's no mention of shaking. In the doctor's notes, there's no mention of shaking. In the abbreviated email of 3 words, it came as a surprise to me, it came as a surprise to the state, and we'd asked that it be stricken with respect to the instruction that the court is prepared to put forward.
Mr. Pagan, just because this is one of those points I have to clarify for the record's sake, is the defense of the opinion that any willful acts or discovery violations have been committed by the state?
No, we don't take that position, and we take our colleagues in good faith. There's been no documentation that I've seen that even hints at a Brady violation or a Rule 16 violation. And I understood the witness's testimony to be that he brought this up on his own and couldn't remember if he'd specifically said anything to the state or its agents. I see nothing to corroborate that it happened.
All right.
Our view on, whether or not this is material or not, but our view on 16K is that a report to comply with it has to have a summary of the expert's qualifications, a summary of the witness testimony, the findings, the analysis, conclusions, or opinion, and none of that would apply to shaking as a mechanism for any of these injuries. So.
All right, thank you. The court agrees with the state in recognizing that at least based on the evidence the court has heard to this point, the terminology abusive head trauma is kind of a all-encompassing use of terminology that can cover certain actions, including but not limited to shaking. And that's where this issue becomes problematic. The court understands that all of the records, all of the reports that have been provided in relation to this particular witness have been consistent and stated abusive head trauma, which, as I've just stated, is a broader category. To my understanding and knowledge, neither party has come into this courtroom this morning understanding or expecting that Dr. Young was going to testify as to one of the specific mechanisms that's encompassed in that terminology. If I'm stating anything inaccurate, just somebody raise your hand and correct me, that's fine. That is my understanding of the situation. When the doctor goes from preparing reports and summaries and expert opinions, whatever, that include this generalized category, and then for the first time narrows it down to one of a specified categories of behavior encompassed in that terminology. Nobody has any notice of it. The court recognizes the state probably even suffered some prejudice as well in terms of how they prepared their case and arguments, whatever. But certainly the court understands the defense. If they had known that the ophthalmologist was going to come in and offer that specific opinion, they would have at least looked into the possibility of getting their own expert to refute that finding, and they have not had opportunity to do such. So what the court is inclined to do after considering the matter, after also finding, and I think that the defense is not alluding to any bad faith, I'm not finding any bad faith, I have to look for the least restrictive measure of correcting this situation. I am going to give a limiting instruction to the jury that they cannot consider the testimony of the doctor in regards to the shaking specific mechanism that was provided on the stand. And so the record is clear, and I'll allow both attorneys to hear both sides, but when I say both attorneys, I mean all attorneys, to hear this for potential input. My intention is to instruct the jury, quote, "Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard testimony from Dr. Young. You are to disregard any testimony from the witness that the causation of the retinal injuries was from a shaking mechanism and that the potential and any potential resulting brain injuries therefrom. This is due to testimony that was not presented to either the state or the defense prior to trial." So that is what the court intends on instructing the jury. And again, the case law is well established that the court has to presume the jury will follow that instruction. So either side wish to be heard on the proposed instruction.
Nothing on behalf of the state.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Go ahead.
No, if you have something to add, go ahead.
Well, I just, going forward, I think you're gonna instruct, and then, I don't know who the next witness is. I just for scheduling, I'd like everybody to know that I understand there's two other doctors, Dr. Dean, and then who will be a substantial witness. And then a treating Children's Hospital doctor who's a fact witness, who I wouldn't spend nearly as much time with. So, and it's almost new.
Well, for scheduling purposes, because we are in the redirect, and I don't know how much redirect recross there's going to be, we'll permit that, obviously, with this particular witness. Then my plan is to recess for lunch. I'm not going to jump into another witness before we get into lunch.
I would ask if we could, it is Dr. Chima, it will be very short, I think we can get him in and out in 20 minutes. I really do, because he's not on it, he's just a fact witness. I just hate to have him sitting out here for that long, especially if they're away from the hospital when they're here, and I just hate to do that if we could. I
So is
have
this
only
something that
one
we can
report.
anticipate by 12:15 at the latest,
Yes.
approximately, we could be finished with?
I think so, but I didn't know what I was gonna say to Dr. Young, you know what I mean? So here we are.
I do.
I remember that conversation. All right, we will, then I'll anticipate on doing that. If for some reason it appears as though something's going sideways, we will be able to schedule. Now, again, I try to be very mindful of the jury's time. I don't want to keep you here till 1, 2 o'clock not eating yet, but it sounds like we should be able to accommodate maybe that other witness. Okay? All right, Ms. Wilson, if you would, please bring the jury in first. I will give them the instruction, then we will bring the witness back in to finish the examination. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Before we bring our witness back in, first of all, I want to ask you to make sure any issues that need to be brought to my attention about the admissions. All right, very good. All right, second bit of business, I need you to listen carefully to what I am about to say. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard testimony from Dr. Young. You are to disregard any testimony from the witness that the causation of the retinal injuries was from a shaking mechanism and any potential resulting brain injuries therefrom. This is due to testimony that was not presented to either the state or the defense prior to trial. With that, Ms. Wilson, if you would bring in Dr. Young, we will finish up examination. All right, Dr. Young, welcome back. Please remember you are still under oath.
Yes.
I believe when last we left, Mr. Pagan, you had concluded cross-exam.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hiley, do you wish to redirect?
I do, thank you. Doctor, in discussing with Mr. Pagan, your diagnosis and how you came to that reasonable degree of scientific or medical certainty in this case, you talked about excluding other diagnoses. In this case, when you came to that decision, did you evaluate the possibility of other things having caused the hemorrhages other than abusive head trauma?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to exclude any other possible cause other than abusive head trauma?
Yes, I was.
Nothing further.
Mr. Pagan, any recross based on the limited redirect?
Very limited. I'm gonna do it from here if it's okay.
Fine.
Am I invading your personal space?
No.
Okay, all right. I gave you Defense Exhibit B before.
Yes.
Okay, that's the email correspondence between you and the state with respect to your opinion about abusive head trauma.
Yes.
It's 3 words.
Yes.
I agree, yes.
Yes.
All right, certainly, if you considered and excluded other diagnoses, it's not reflected in that report, is it?
Correct.
And it's not reflected in your notes.
Correct.
Your notes being State's Exhibit 19.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Young, thank you very much. Is this witness potentially subject to recall?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Young, you are released from your subpoena, but please do not discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I note that it's 11:30. I have been told, as we've been planning the scheduling of all this, we believe that the next witness can be accomplished probably no later than, say, 12:50 at the latest. So I'm going to push ahead since you guys have just come back from a break.
Cincinnati Children's Hospital.
How long have you worked there?
I have been on faculty at Cincinnati Children's Hospital since 2007, so that this is my 12th year now.
And what are your current duties there at Cincinnati Children's?
I am one of the physicians in the pediatric ICU or the intensive care unit, and I take care of critically ill children.
All right. Thank you for doing that. In that capacity, were you working at Cincinnati Children's between March 8th, 2018 and March 18th, 2018?
Yes, I was.
Did you have occasion to come into contact with Hannah Weshy, date of birth 1/11/2015?
I did.
And as a part of your duties there, is it your job to review and understand the procedures that this child has undergone in your care?
Yes, so for all children who are admitted to the intensive care unit, I was the supervising doctor and was responsible for care of this child during the stay in the ICU.
And as part of your duties there, do you also prepare progress notes and documentation of your care of a child?
We do that daily, yes.
All right, if I may approach the witness with State's Exhibit 150.
You may.
Children's Hospital.
You say 150?
State's Exhibit 150, it will need to be written in. Doctor, if you want to take a moment to go ahead and flip through those. Doctor, in flipping through that, are you able to recognize that documentation?
Yes, I am.
And are those your progress notes from the care of Hannah Weshy
Yes, I
that
am.
you would have recorded? That they are?
Yes.
All right. In coming into contact with Hannah, were you aware of any procedures that she had received, any procedures that she had undergone, I guess is probably the better way to say it, at Cincinnati Children's?
So prior to me taking over her care in the hospital, she had come to us from an outside hospital. And
I don't want to kind of get into what information you have, but just specific any procedures that occurred at Cincinnati Children's. So any surgical procedure that you're.
So from when I took over her care, all the surgical procedures had already been done.
All right.
So when I took care of her, at that point, the surgical procedures had been done. And from when I took care of her onwards, there were no new surgical procedures performed.
All right. And when did you take over care?
I took care of her on the 9th of March.
And did you, 2018, thank you.
Yes.
And how long did that care continue?
So it was for a week.
In your care, did Hannah ever regain consciousness?
No, she did not regain consciousness.
Did her condition change in your care?
Her neurologic condition continued to deteriorate under my care, and that was what changed predominantly.
Doctor, can you tell us whether or not there was ever a determination of brain death in this case?
There was a determination of brain death in this case, and that was what was performed ultimately that led to her death.
Do you recall on what day the condition progressed or changed significantly in your care?
I'd have to look at the records, but it was about 3 days into her being in the hospital, it became clear to us that we would not be able to reverse the processes or even temporize what was going on in her brain. And at that time, we started thinking about doing a formal assessment of her brain by doing what we call a brain death examination. And so it was about 2 or 3 days into her course at Children's Hospital that it became very clear that this may go down the path of brain death.
Now, did that brain death evaluation then occur 3 days into her care?
No, it could not occur 3 days into it because for us to do a brain death examination, the child, the patient has to have no medications in the system that would actually blunt or sort of cloud the neurologic exam. And she had gotten a lot of medications to induce a coma to help her brain and the pressure in her brain. And the levels of one of those medications was too high, and that precluded us doing a brain death examination.
So when ultimately were you able to do the brain death examination?
So I don't remember the exact date, but it was done. I had finished my week and I had passed it on to my partner who had taken the case over, and we were just waiting for those levels of the drug to come down to a level where we would be able to do it. And that was done the day she was pronounced, just the day it was done. And so when the level came down, we were able to do it.
During your care of Hannah Weshy, were you able to see visible external injuries on her?
So while in the intensive care unit, we children are kept pretty still, and what I was able to observe was some bruising that was notable on her upper chest. And I didn't really turn her much because we were in a medically induced coma and she was so fragile at that state. So we don't like to move patients a whole lot. And so didn't really look at her back a whole lot, but definitely in the front when I used to examine her every day, we didn't notice bruising.
Oh. And could any of the care that Hannah received within the ICU have caused external injury to her?
No.
And why not? How do you know that?
Because children who have had sustained very severe brain injury, we keep them very, very still.
It goes beyond observations and what I did, and it's now analysis or assessment. It exceeds a fact witness.
That's approach.
An ICU regarding a patient with a brain injury. So if you could go ahead with that.
So for children who have severe brain injury, like this patient had, we keep them very still, and they actually get medicine that actually prevents them from moving, and also medicine that keeps them relatively in a comatose state, which she was getting. And so they don't really move spontaneously around. We actually don't even try to move them at all for any procedures and all if we can avoid them, because the very act of movement may increase the pressure in their brain, which we don't want to happen.
I think so.
Hi, thank you. Ms. Megan, any cross?
Just a couple.
Proceed when you're ready.
Good morning, still.
Good morning.
My name is Chris Pagan. I'm a defense attorney. Thank you for being here. Just a couple of questions. Do you appreciate or understand that you've been presented by the state of Ohio as a fact witness?
Yes.
Okay. So you described your observations and what you did. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that you have not been qualified as an expert to supply opinion evidence to this jury?
Yes.
And nothing that you've said in your direct testimony is an opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
No.
Subject to recall? All right, ladies and gentlemen, have a seat. We are back on the record, State of Ohio versus Lindsay Partin. We have all the attorneys present, parties. Because we have all the jurors. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you know what's coming up next. Any issues anybody needs to report in regards to your admonitions? Excellent, very good. I believe we are ready then to proceed to the next state's witness, Ms. Hiley, is that right?
Yes, Dr. Dorothy Bean.
All right.
Stand here. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, have a seat.
What's your step, please? Thank you.
You're welcome. Good afternoon, doctor.
Hello.
Just want to first let you know, we do have media folks here that are recording portions of this. Do you have any objections to potentially your facial likeness being used by the media?
Yes, sir, I prefer not.
All right, so we'll note that accordingly and record elsewhere that's not including your face. Okay?
Thank you.
Ms. Holly, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello,
Would you state your name for the record, please?
my name is Dorothy Emma Dean.
And would you spell your last name?
My last name is spelled Dean.
And what type of doctor are you, or what type of specialization do you have?
I'm a medical doctor. My specialty is forensic pathology.
And as a medical doctor, do you have a medical license?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you hold that medical license?
The state of Ohio.
What do you have to do to obtain that license?
One has to first graduate from college, then medical school, and then we study in a specialty program, minus pathology. We also have to apply for it, and the application process is onerous in that we have to ask our previous employers for attestations for our character, so forth. To maintain our license, we have to have continuing education credits every 2 years. We have to have 100 of those, and of course, pay a fee to maintain it.
And you were talking about the application process. Is that specific for your specialization, or is that true for all medical licenses?
That's true for all medical licenses.
What is your current place of employment?
I work for the Hamilton County Coroner's Office.
And do you have a specific title there or position?
Yes, I'm a forensic pathologist, deputy coroner.
What is a forensic pathologist?
We are medical doctors whose specialty includes general pathology as well as forensic pathology. Primarily, we examine deceased people for the purpose of determining how and why they died.
How long have you been with the Hamilton County Coroner's Office in that position?
I joined this office in November of 2015.
Prior to that, where have you worked in this field of forensic pathology as a forensic pathologist?
Yeah, before that, I was in Summit County. The county seat is Akron. Before that, I was in Columbus, Franklin County. And before that, I was in training.
So it sounds like you went from your training for forensic pathology to Franklin County in their coroner's office,
Yes,
and then to Summit County in their coroner's office.
yes,
And then ultimately ended here in Hamilton County Coroner's Office where you are.
yes.
All right. And you talked about some specialization. What type of, whether it's training or education, what do you have to do to specialize in that forensic pathology specifically?
So medical training is in multiple parts. We go to medical school, and I was graduated from the University of Toledo in 1993. After that, physicians study their own specialties. So I studied pathology. Some of my friends studied family medicine. Some of my friends studied surgery, but I chose pathology. The pathology training program, when I was going through it, was 5 years long. I did that, my training here in Cincinnati. And so I studied general. Is that going to be a problem?
Was it water?
No, it was this thing here.
It was a microphone?
You're okay.
I didn't, I stepped on the wire.
You're
I'm so
fine.
sorry.
Oh, you don't need to apologize. It's fine.
Let me get out of my way before.
Fine.
All right. I think I'm clear now. Thank you.
Indeed.
So anyway, the general pathology training was 5 years long when I was doing it. So in general pathology, there are anatomic courses and clinical courses. The basic distinction is anatomic is pieces and parts, and clinical is in a laboratory. After my general pathology training was finished, I studied forensic pathology. It's a subspecialty of pathology. That's a one-year training program. It still is. After all of that, I took examinations for board certification, and that just confers minimum competency and skills and knowledge. So I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Do you hold any teaching responsibilities in your position?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those?
In our office, we teach medical students and residents. Sometimes people from other sectors of life, for example, law enforcement, come to our office for some education. I have responsibility for those. I'm also on the faculty of the University of Cincinnati as an adjunct professor.
Approximately how many autopsies in the course of a year do you handle?
In the course of a year, approximately 300.
And over your lifetime, how many have you done?
About 6,000.
And are you able to narrow that down to specifically autopsies of children?
No, I don't keep a separate record of that.
Have you previously testified in court?
Yes,
And have you previously testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
yes.
In what courts have you testified?
In municipal court, common pleas court, and federal court.
And did you provide a curriculum vitae in preparation for your testimony?
I did.
If I may approach the witness with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 70.
You may.
Thank you.
Doctor, are you able to recognize that?
Yes,
And is that your curriculum vitae?
yes.
After looking at it, any outstanding additions or corrections that you think we've made?
I don't think so.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 70.
Defense?
No objection.
State's Exhibit 70 will be admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, I ask that Dr. Dean be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Defense motion to order.
No.
The witness will be qualified as an expert in forensic pathology.
Doctor, I'd like to draw your attention to March 19th of 2018. Pursuant to your present duties with the Hamilton County Coroner's Office, did you conduct an autopsy of Hannah Wesche?
I did.
And did you prepare a report documenting those findings?
Yes.
If I may approach the witness with State's Exhibit 71.
I'm sorry. What's that? Just the last page. Thank you.
Doctor, are you able to recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is my autopsy protocol for Hannah Wesche.
True and accurate copy of the report you developed after your autopsy of Hannah Wesche.
I believe so.
And at this time, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 71.
Defense, I really think.
Okay.
You, Jack. Approach.
Ms. Tyler, based on the sidebar, I believe at this point you will.
I'm withdrawing that request, Your Honor. Thank you. Doctor, was the autopsy you performed on Hannah immediately after her death?
No.
When was it?
I started her external examination on one day and I completed it the next day. So the first day I looked at the outside of her body. She came to the office a little bit later in the day, and that was on the 19th of March 2018, and I finished up the internal examination the following day.
The following day being the 20th.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the day that she was declared deceased?
I believe it was the 18th.
Doctor, do you log that in your report?
But when she was deceased,
Yes,
I don't think it's in
this part.
this autopsy report, but it is in the coroner's record in the investigation report.
And is that titled a death record?
No, it's titled investigation report.
Oh, okay. All right. Do you know what a death record is?
Yes.
And what is that?
The death record is our death certificate information that we keep as part of a normal course of business in our office. The information on it is the same information as on the death certificate.
If I may approach a witness with State's Exhibit 72 and 73.
Just the record.
You may, Ms. Hiley, also, Ms. Hiley, I'll note we've had some concerns with the jury about volume.
All right, thank you.
Again,
So,
so I just try to increase my volume. Is it still too low? It's still too low?
Yeah, good. Like it starts.
Okay. Okay, let me just this. That's all right. I'm glad you told me before we got too far into it. How's this? Okay. Do you mind if I sit on the edge of my seat?
You say whatever you want, Doctor.
It really helps me get up there. Okay.
Keep in mind that the microphone was, that does not amplify.
Right.
It's recorded, so that's why we need you to.
Sure. Oh, I fully understand. It's hard for me to tell, though, what they're hearing from my seat, so I'll do whatever I can to help you.
Thank you.
We do object to sitting on the edge of your seat. Object to everything else.
Overruled. Say whatever you want, Doctor.
Thank you.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72 and 73. 73, what is that?
73 is her death certificate.
Okay, and 72 is what you use to, what is used to prepare that death certificate? Is that what you testified to?
72 is the death record, the record that we keep as a normal course of business in our office. We do not complete the actual, is it okay to show them this? We do not,
Yeah.
all right. We do not complete all of the information on the death certificate because the first part is the demographics, and that comes from whoever is talking to the funeral director about the deceased person's heritage. So the mother's name, the father's name, place of birth, that information we don't have. The only information we put on the death certificate electronically is the cause and manner of death, and maybe a few minor things that I'm not aware of. But what comes from my desk is cause and manner of death. We don't keep the death certificate as a normal course of business in our office. That's filed with the Department of Health. But we do keep in our office a piece of paper that has information on it, so we can refer back to it if we need to.
And that death certificate, does that record the time of death or the date of death?
Yes, ma'am.
Or the death record, I'm sorry.
The death, yes.
And that would be State's Exhibit, I think.
72?
72 is the death record.
72 is a death record, correct.
And that does record the date of death.
I think it does. This is not generated from my desk, but let me read this here. Injury, hold on a minute here. Yes, ma'am, it does.
And what is the date of that?
March 18th, 2018. How's my volume now? Good. Okay, good. Thank you.
Doctor, when you're assigned a case in your office or assigned to do an autopsy, tell us about that process, what that is.
Yes, in our office, we have 4 doctors and we have a rotating call schedule. So there's somebody on call all the time, but we rotate that. This particular day, or before this particular day, the day before, I was on call. What that means for us in our office briefly is.
I'm moving just a little bit, again, trailing off at the very end.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No, I'm glad you're telling me because I can't hear what they're hearing. Thank you. So what that means in our office is we take the phone calls from the investigator in our office to answer any questions that they might have, whether or not the case is a coroner's case, whether or not the deceased person is eligible for a life center organ donation, and calls of that nature. The doctor on duty also handles the difficult cases from the following day, such as this one. And that is how I came to be involved with Hannah.
Doctor, could you go ahead and tell us then, when you came into contact with Hannah, what was your first steps in the process of your evaluation?
The very first thing I do is look for the identification bracelet because I want to be sure I am examining the correct person. After that, I take photographs and make notes. And then I look for any other injuries or natural diseases on the outside of the body and on the inside of the body. I take photographs out along the way. I also take little samples of tissues to look at under the microscope if I need to.
If I may approach the witness with State's Exhibits 74 through 78.
You may.
And I also have 162 through 168. And I don't know that those are right now on the exhibit list.
These are the new ones. I'm handing you 162 through 168 and 74 through 78. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And let's see. There's true and accurate depictions of Hannah as you came into contact with her on that day.
Yes.
Specifically, I want to, before I get there, Judge, I can move to admit the state's exhibits. I'm sorry, because I mixed up my pictures. I just want to make sure I have those exhibit numbers right. State's exhibits 74 through 78 and 162 through 168.
Vince? We don't object to the admission of autopsy.
Based on that representation, court will admit exhibits 74 through 78 and 162 to 168.
And request permission to publish.
At your will, yes.
Thank you. I'd like to start with State's Exhibit 162. Doctor, that should come up on the screen there next to you as well. And I know you have that exhibit in front of you. The State's Exhibit 162, what is that showing us?
State's Exhibit 162 is looking at the inside portion of her right leg.
And is that showing, what is that showing there?
It's showing her identification bracelet and a small bruise.
Is that something that is added at the coroner's office, or is that something that came with her?
The bruise?
I'm sorry, the identification tag.
No, that's a hospital identification bracelet. That both of those came with her.
All right.
When I point here, can the jury see what I'm pointing
If you
to?
touch, you have to touch it and it will show a mark on the screen.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 166. And that's up there. Tell us what that is showing.
Yeah, State's Exhibit 166 is a photograph of Hannah as she came to the coroner's office after she donated some of her organs to some other child. She has in this photograph the medical equipment that the doctors and other medical personnel left on her body when she came to us. She also has some bruises on her chest and a diaper on. She has some of her scalp hair shaved. I think that's all I can tell you from that far away.
Going to 161.
"161 is a photograph of the right side of Hannah's head. This is after she had surgery. Hannah went to surgery because she had some brain damage and she had a large bleeding, a large accumulation of blood over the brain. Doctors in the Children's Hospital removed that through this. I'm going to try to touch this and see what happens. This incision here.
Push harder.
Uh-huh. So what you're seeing is an incision that the doctors made and some dried blood on her skin, as well as a little bit of abrasion on her skin from where her hair was shaved away for the surgery. These little cross-hatch pieces here are stitches that the doctors used to sew her scalp back together. That is not the injury. I wanted to point out that this is medical therapy.
that wasn't part of it?
Oh, which part are you?
For reference to the stitches, I don't think.
Yes. The stitches, the incision, the dried blood is all a result of the surgery.
$163.
163 is a similar photo, similar to what you just saw. This is the back of Hannah's head. This is a continuation of that incision. And I think from even your seats, you can see some threads here. That's a sutures, medical sutures, stitching her scalp back together. She also has a drain here.
And I think if I show you 165, it will show you that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, this is looking at the top of Hannah's head now. This is part of the incision again. Stitches. This is the drain the doctor's inserted. Is there some way we can eliminate this blue S that didn't go away on my screen?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is all part of medical therapy.
And 164.
This is a similar photograph to what you just saw. This is the incision stitched together again, and so where her hair was shaved. This is the back of that drain. Volume check. How am I doing with volume?
Judge.
Okay.
Reapproach.
You do that.
Yes, I did.
And I think you have up there also State's Exhibit 74. Tell us what State's Exhibit 74 is showing.
Since Exhibit 74 is a photograph of Hannah's face looking at her straight on. It also shows the upper portion of her torso with stitches from where she donated some organs.
State's Exhibit 75.
Since Exhibit 75 is looking at Hannah from her left side, it shows a vague contusion on her left cheek. It's very difficult to see in this photograph. It's very vague. It also shows a little bit of crust right here that I believe is not an injury. That is residual tape from a medical procedure. So don't look at that as an additional injury.
$76.
Thank you. The State's Exhibit 76 is looking at the back of Hannah's head. I've shaved her hair because I couldn't tell with certainty whether or not she had injuries on her skin that I could see with her hair in the way. So I shaved the rest of her hair. This is what you see here. This photograph shows 2 injuries that are visible on the skin of the scalp. Here and here. This orange material here is not an injury. That's part of medical therapy.
77.
77 is showing a bruise on the right side of her head here, as well as the later effects of the surgical procedure I pointed out before.
And 78.
78 shows a bit of a bruise on her upper eyelid right here. This is her left eyelid, left upper eyelid.
All right, doctor, in doing that external examination, do you also determine the age of the child, the height of the child, the weight of the child? Is that all part of that initial examination?
It is. The age of the child is given to me, but we physically measure the length of the child and we weigh the child.
And did you note the length and the weight of the child?
I did, and I put it in my autopsy report.
Do you need to refer to that to refresh your
Please.
recollection?
At autopsy, she was 38.5 inches long, and she weighed 32 pounds, bearing in mind this is after organ donation.
Doctor, in addition to taking pictures, you also log injuries.
Yes,
Correct? And I know we've talked about those that you've seen externally. Then you do a further examination from there.
yes.
All right, if I can approach the witness with state's exhibits 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 79 through 83.
You may.
I'm sorry, I need to show these.
They're all autopsy reports.
Okay, go ahead.
I have photographs.
True and accurate depictions of how you viewed Hannah when you did your internal examination.
Yes.
At this time, I move to admit and publish.
Second.
No objection.
They will be admitted. You may publish whenever you wish.
Doctor, I want to kind of talk about, before we get into those directly, where do you go? How do you look for internal injuries once you've done your external documentation?
There are a number of ways to document injuries at autopsy. We have a protocol. I follow the same steps all the time. Sometimes I do more examination depending upon the case. I know, at the time I knew, that Hannah had some bruises on the outside of her scalp. I wanted to know if any of them penetrated through the thickness of the skin of the scalp. So I made an incision and peeled the skin to look at the underneath portion of the scalp. I also wanted to know what injuries, if any, she had under the skull. So I removed the top part of her skull to examine what is within the skull, to measure and photograph and document what I saw there, injuries or medical disease. Then I removed the brain and examined it separately. I removed portions of the bones of her skull from the underneath to look at the outside of her eyeballs. Then I removed her eyeballs to look at the injuries there.
Okay.
I also examined the inside of her torso for similar features, injury, natural disease.
Doctor, you talked about cutting the back of the head, the scalp, and looking there. Do you have an exhibit that shows that?
I do.
Which one is that?
This is 79.
Could you, let me get up. Doctor, if you could go ahead and describe what we're seeing there.
Sure. What you're looking at now is Hannah from the back of her head. So what I did was made an incision straight down the back of her head because I knew she had bruises on the back of the skin of the scalp. I wanted to see if they went through and if there were any others, because sometimes bruises are only on the underneath portions of the skin and you can't see them on the top of the skin, even in light-skinned people. So I incised the back of her scalp and reflected it sideways. So I reflected it sideways. What you have here is 2 additional bruises. I'll point them out. And we have bruises that you saw before that are now through the depths of the skin. This is what you saw before. So those aren't new bruises. Those are full thickness bruises from what you saw before.
And you're talking about State's Exhibit 76, where we look at the back of the head?
Let me double check.
I don't know that you have that. We'll put up 76.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so in State's Exhibit 76, can you show which ones you were able to see once you pulled the skin back?
Yes, actually, these both of these go through the thickness of a scalp. In State's 79, this bruise is on the edge and it's not shown in the photograph. So you can't see that one.
Okay, which one are you talking about?
The top one here. It goes through the full thickness, but it's not shown in the photograph. So don't get confused with the other two on the sides of 79. Is there a way we can put these together?
I can try to put them up here on that. So 76 and you have 79?
Yes.
So part of it up. Seems to be frozen, Jamie. Doctor, I'm doing the best I can with this. Does that give you a sufficient view to see what you need to talk about?
That's perfect. Thank you. So State's Exhibit 76 has this round bruise here. It went all the way through the full thickness of the scalp. It is not shown in 79. That's 79, right? The top one?
Yes.
Okay. It's not shown in there because the scalp edges are folded a little bit. I didn't need to photograph that. Or if I did, it's not shown here. Regardless, this one here is shown here and here. It's also on the edge, this is the skin now, on the edge of the photo underneath the scalp. So these are companion, this is not new. What 79 shows new is these two bruises here. Maybe I can make a square around them. So what's new between 76 and 79 is these two bruises in the back of the head that I've drawn L's around. Okay.
State's Exhibit 80. I believe you talked about doing further deeper autopsy and looking at Hannah. So if you could describe what it is we're looking at here. And it's not showing. Sorry.
State's Exhibit 80 is looking at the base of Hannah's skull, where the eyeballs are. This photo was taken after I removed the bone on top of the eyeballs. So this is the back of the eyeball here. Here's the other one. In life, there is bone covering that. To examine these, I cut the bone away. I wanted to know if there was any other injury that I did not see before, and there is. What you see here is this purple material here on both sides. What's within those squared off U's is the optic nerve from the brain to the eyeball. And what's showing is the purple material, that's blood, between the covering of the optic nerve, the sheath, and the nerve itself.
And is there a specific medical term that you use for that?
Yes, optic nerve sheath hemorrhage.
And doctor, in relation to the eyes, what was the next thing that you did?
I took them out.
And what did you do that for? And I'm sorry, that was a terrible sentence. Why did you do that? And what was the purpose of that?
The purpose is to document any injury to the inside of the eyeball. We have to know whether or not there is hemorrhage, bleeding, in the retina portion of the eyeball, the back of the eyeball. We pathologists cut them, open them. Now we have two bowls, basically, and we can look at the inside of the eyeball visually with our eyeballs, and then photograph what we see there. She had tremendous hemorrhages in her retina, and I photographed those. This procedure also further documents the hemorrhage in the optic nerve sheaths. Optic nerve sheath hemorrhage is further documented there. I also looked at them under the microscope.
State's Exhibit 81. What does that show?
81, can you please take off those blue marks?
Thank you.
81 shows 1/2 of one eyeball. This is the right eyeball. What you're seeing here, all this red material here, all of this, and there's a lot, is bleeding in the retina of her eyeball. We're not supposed to have any hemorrhage in the eyeball. This red material here is the hemorrhage in the optic nerve sheath, between the sheath and the optic nerve. This white part, just for reference, is the lens.
And State's Exhibit 82.
82 is a similar picture of the left eye. All of this red material is hemorrhage. Again, the lens is here. Oops.
Doctor, in your testimony, you've gone through in depth your internal investigation as well. And before we move on and talk about how you delineated these injuries, how you determined them, I wanted to see if there were other injuries that you noted on Hannah that were of no significance to your evaluation.
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
She had some bruises on her arms and legs, and I noted them because that's what we're supposed to do. We write down what injuries and medical problems the person has, but they in no way contributed to her death. She also had some bruises on her torso that I noted that went through the thickness of her skin of her chest. But there again, that had nothing to do with the cause of death, nothing to do with the brain damage.
Doctor, we also looked at a photograph that showed State's Exhibit 161, and I think there's one more that shows what you listed as a contusion, and perhaps you have it there in front of you.
I do not. I have 80, 81, 82, and 83.
$77. Doctor, with State's Exhibit 77, you noted there as we went through that there was a contusion.
Yes.
Are you able to say whether or not that is, I'm sorry, you say it's a contusion.
Yes.
Could that be from the surgical intervention?
It could be because when surgeons do this procedure, they use some implements to loosen the scalp from the skull, and sometimes that can cause a bruise here on the forehead area. So that could be from that. It's very close to this incision. I note it because that's my job, but it may not be an inflicted injury, so to speak. It may be from the surgical procedure.
Doctor, based upon your evaluation and documentation, were there injuries that you noted that were of significant to your ultimate determination in this?
Yes.
And what were those?
In addition to the ones we just talked about, the bruises on the head, the trauma to the eyes, Hannah also had brain damage, and that's the problem. She had tremendous brain damage. When I saw her, she had a bit of blood underneath a thick covering over her brain. Most of that had already been removed in surgery. She had some left when she got to autopsy. She also had a thin layer of blood in the space between a very thin layer over the brain and the brain itself, subarachnoid hemorrhage. She had tremendous brain swelling as a consequence of the brain damage. She also had hemorrhage bleeding within the brain itself within the brainstem, the cervical portion of the spinal cord, the neck portion. And she had a bruise in one of the muscles deep in her neck.
And doctor, I think there is a picture of that muscle deep within her neck. That
Yes, there
you
is.
have. States Exhibit 83. Could you go ahead and describe what you see?
Yes, what you're looking at now is a photograph of Hannah laying on the autopsy table face down. This is the back of her head here. The bruise in a muscle is here. I've lifted it up because I wanted to photograph it. It's hard to photograph in a hole, so I lifted it up, and that's what you're seeing there. This muscle is really deep in, so just a 1/4 inch bruise.
Doctor, did you note singular impacts or multiple impacts in this case?
Multiple impacts.
And where did you note those impacts?
Hannah had bruises on her head as well as her torso and her limbs, as we discussed before. I think I've covered those,
Yes.
the ones that I saw.
So the impacts that are significant to your findings, your ultimate findings and ultimate determination.
So the problem is the brain damage. She had impacts to her head. The impacts alone, the bruises themselves, weren't the problem. It was the blunt force, the tremendous force that went through her brain that was the problem. We all get black and blue marks from time to time, even on our scalp. Those individual bruises themselves don't cause any damage in healthy people. It's the force that caused those bruises, that caused the damage to the brain itself, is what killed her.
And in States Exhibit 83, you, we'll put that back up there. Dr. States Exhibit 83, does that have any bearing on your determination in this case?
Yes, what this tells me is there was a lot of force that went through this area. That's how this bruise became there. It's deep in the neck. This is not a trivial bruise. It's deep in the neck. A lot of force had to be transmitted to that section.
And doctor, as simply as you can, I know you've talked about the brain injury, but what specific injury were you seeing within the brain? What specific injuries? Are you able to say?
So let me see if I can express it a little bit differently. In an injury like this, what happens to the brain is a shearing force. The brain itself is made up of a lot of nerves and a lot of pieces of the nerves that go elsewhere. So you have the cell body and the axons and other structures too, like vessels. When the brain receives so much force, the brain itself, just the brain itself, shears. The neurons, the cells that make up the brain, are damaged. And if the force is sufficient, the person can't survive. What I saw at autopsy was the result of the shearing injury to the actual brain itself. When the brain is damaged, the only thing it knows to do is call for more blood and for more oxygen. That's what it does. So the body sends more blood to the brain because the oxygen is carried in the red blood cells to the brain. The brain swells because it's calling for more blood because it's damaged. The more it's damaged, the more it swells. And it's a big cycle. Because the brain is damaged, the blood vessels within the brain are also damaged and they become leaky. So what we see is spots of blood within the brain itself. In an autopsy, 10 days after she was injured, I saw actual blood in her brain, hemorrhages in her brain. Her brainstem and her spinal cord had the results of the shearing injury to the brain itself from the force transmitted to her head.
Doctor, we've heard testimony that in providing care to this child, the EMTs scooped up the child, putting their hand behind the child's head and holding the child to their body as they rushed her out of the home. Could that explain that neck injury in States Exhibit 83 that we saw?
Not at all.
Doctor, as part of your forensic evaluation, do you also review medical documentation from whether it's a medical history, from normal medical visits, whether it is hospital records, things along those lines regarding that specific patient that you're evaluating?
Yes, I do.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
And why do you review those?
It's important for me to understand the whole picture of my patients. These are my patients. So I want to know what medical diseases the person has had documented before, because sometimes medical diseases can mimic an injury. I reviewed her pediatrician records. I reviewed the emergency medical services records. I reviewed the records from Fort Hamilton Hughes and also Children's Hospital.
And within those records, did you find anything to explain the injuries that you saw?
With regard to natural disease?
Yes.
No.
Doctor, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based on your training, education, and experience, do you have an opinion as to what caused the death of Hannah Wesche?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
Hannah died from traumatic brain injury due to blunt impacts to her head.
Doctor, is it your opinion that blunt impacts explain all of the injury that you see?
Yes.
Doctor, what is abusive head trauma?
Abusive head trauma is a term that physicians use if they are clinical physicians, treating physicians. We as pathologists don't use that term. We classify fatalities by manner of death, as I've done here. And I think that my classification encompasses that phrase. But in the clinical world, treating physicians use the term abusive head trauma, but we don't.
And doctor, when we talk about blunt impacts, could these be simple falls that you're talking about?
Do you mean blunt impacts in general or for Hannah?
Regarding the traumatic brain injury that you found in Hannah?
Oh, no.
Would a simple fall be sufficient to explain that?
Absolutely not.
Would a fall while being held by an adult, would that explain the injuries that you saw?
From ground level, a simple fall cannot explain this injury. This is much too great a force.
And to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, do you have a determination as to the manner of death of Hannah Wesche?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
The manner of death is homicide.
In layman's term, what does that mean?
It means death at the hands of another person.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Hannah could have been walking or talking or behaving in a normal fashion after receiving the injuries that resulted in her death?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
She could not.
How are you able to say that?
By my medical training and by my own experience, this is a tremendous brain injury. This is really serious. This is a tremendous force to the brain itself. When the brain is injured to this degree to cause a death in this child, the brain can't function properly right away. She would be neurologically abnormal right away, probably unresponsive within moments. This is really serious.
All right, doctor, and do you have an opinion with it to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how quickly Hannah would have become non-responsive receiving that injury?
Within moments. She couldn't be normal after just a few moments, really.
If I may have just a minute.
Take your time.
Doctor, would you explain what a blunt impact is?
Yes, blunt impact is a pathological term. It means that whatever caused an injury caused a shearing force or a tearing force or a crushing force. So it is any type of injury that causes any of those three. It does not include gunshot wounds or stab wounds.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hyland. Mr. Fagan, are you doing gross?
Yes, sir.
Take time of your notes, but you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Chris Pagan. I'm the defense attorney. It's good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I don't think we've ever met, correct? Okay. First off, I noticed looking down at some documents while you've testified, were there documents that you reviewed prior to testimony to refresh your recollection of the autopsy?
Of course.
Okay. And you have them in front of you?
I have my autopsy report. Yeah.
Okay. And are there any other documents that you reviewed prior to testimony to refresh your recollection?
Oh, sure.
Okay. And what were those?
I think I reviewed those already, all the medical records I mentioned. So the pediatrician record, the emergency medical services record, the record from Fort Hamilton Hughes Hospital, the Children's Hospital records. I read some articles, and of course, my autopsy report and my photographs.
Okay. You mentioned an investigative report.
Yes, we keep a document in our office.
Yeah.
That's the investigative report in our computer system.
Okay. And you looked at that to review and to consider your testimony in this case?
What do you mean? I don't understand the question.
What did you review?
Oh, I reviewed everything that I could.
Okay. And that refreshed your recollection? The investigative report?
I'm not understanding what you mean. Refresh my
Well,
recollection.
you
of what?
document, I mean, this happened, what, last year? Or a year and a half ago?
Oh, I think I understand. So are you asking me, did I need to refer to that document to
No.
remember the facts? What are you asking?
Yeah, did you read it to refresh your recollection before you came here to testify?
So reading the documents is part of my normal course of business whenever I go to court, just to prepare.
So the answer is yes. Yes.
Well, the answer is just what I gave you. I read it to prepare. I don't understand the words you mean, but I read it to prepare.
Just answer my questions. Did you review this investigative report to refresh your recollection prior to testifying?
Sure.
Okay, and you have it here so that I can look at it.
I brought my autopsy report.
Yeah.
This is my work.
Do you have the investigative report?
I do not.
Okay. Did you supply it to the state?
They get those through the public records thing. I don't know how attorneys get documents. That's not my job.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of turning it over?
I don't do that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm a pathologist. We have probably 50 other people that work in the office. That's somebody else's role. I have nothing to do with that part.
Okay. But it's part of the work that you do in doing an autopsy, is to do this investigative report.
I don't do the investigation report. I refer to it, someone else does that. The investigator writes the report.
Oh, okay. So there's a pathology investigator.
Well, we have 6.
Okay. And a pathology investigator writes a report with respect to Hannah. Yeah.
So, let me just start from the beginning.
First of all, let's establish some ground rules. I ask the questions and you answer them.
I need to understand what you're asking me.
Okay. Well, it's a pretty easy question, which is you have a pathologist investigator. Yes or no?
No,
Okay.
they're not called that. We have investigators in our office. That's what they're called.
Okay. And if they were called pathology investigators in Butler County, that would be unique to Butler County.
I have no idea.
Okay. And so this investigator, who's not a pathologist investigator, but an investigator for your office, goes out and makes a report about Hannah.
No. So what the investigator does is records information that is supplied to him and documents that in our database.
Right. And then you evaluate that as a part of your duties in performing the autopsy and writing the reports that you referred to.
Yes.
Okay. but you don't know where it is. You reviewed it in preparation for this testimony.
Yes.
Okay, but you haven't supplied it to the state, to your knowledge.
I can't answer that question because that's not my role.
Okay. Okay, but you've reviewed it?
Yes.
All right. And it's part of your knowledge and understanding of the events that you've relayed to the jury here?
I believe so.
And it helped you to inform some of the opinions that you supplied to the jury today?
I'm not sure I can go that far.
Well, since I've never seen this, I guess I'm flying in the dark, but I guess it would include a history. History?
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 History.
Is that a question?
Yeah, my question was, stop being coy with me. I asked you if it would include a history. Doesn't
Yes, it includes a history. I
Okay,
told you
well,
it
just
includes a
answer my
history.
question. It includes a history. Yes?
The
Yes?
investigator report includes the history as given to the investigator.
All right, so some unknown investigator in your office prepared a history that's part of the records that you reviewed to refresh your recollection and testify, right? Yes?
No, the investigator is not unknown and it's not prepared, it's recorded.
Who was the investigator in the case?
I don't know,
Okay. So the investigator's not unknown, but you don't remember.
right?
Okay. And answer my question and only my question. Do you remember what the history was? Do you remember what it was?
Yes,
But you don't know who made it.
so our investigators don't make the history, they record what's given to them.
That's the same question. You don't remember who made it. You read it. It's in your mind.
The facts of Hannah's demise are in my mind, correct?
The opinions you gave, which are two that I counted, do not extend to the perpetrator of the blunt impact trauma.
They do not include the perpetrator of the trauma. I don't know who that person is.
Thank you. Your opinion does encompass the mechanism of injury.
Yes,
Your opinion is blunt impact trauma. Yes?
blunt impacts to the head, yes.
Okay. Specifically to the back of the head.
Well, I showed you where the blunt impacts are. She has some on the sides also.
Do we have a problem together here? I mean,
So what I'm hearing you say,
yeah.
I object to your trying to limit my testimony. You're asking me to the back of the head. She has impacts to the back of the head and to the sides of her head.
Okay.
I want to be
Well,
complete.
let's get things straight. You're a witness, right? Yes?
Yes,
Okay. You're a state's witness, correct?
I'm a
Yes.
witness. Yes,
Okay. You are a employee of the state of Ohio or Hamilton County, correct?
Hamilton County.
You testified that you've testified as an expert in municipal court.
Yes,
You've testified as an expert in common police court.
yes,
You've testified as an expert in federal court.
yes.
When in all of those experiences have you objected to an attorney and the questions that he asked? Is that your role?
The attorneys have been clear before. I've never had to before.
All right. All right. So this is the first time in all your experience that you've mustered it up and made an objection to an attorney? Is this the first time you've done it?
Other people have been very clear.
Okay. Well, let's get back to the questions that I was asking you about, which is your opinion extends to blunt impact trauma to the back of the head, correct?
It includes that, yes.
Okay. And I think you showed us the two relevant images, which were state 76 and state 79, right?
Yes.
Do you have those with you?
What I have is 83, 80, hold on right here, 81, 82.
Go ahead. She's got a couple. And that's, let's see. I'm gonna try. All right, that's not the one. Back. Blank image. There we go. I got it. I put in front of you state 76. I got you. That's okay. That's state 76, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the outside of Hannah's scalp?
Yes,
Okay. And that's the blunt force trauma that we've talked about, correct?
in part, yes.
All right. And then there's internal bruising that you also talked about from state 79, right?
Yes,
You testified that your autopsy was performed between the 19th and 20th of March 2018, correct?
yes,
All right. And upon completing your autopsy and making the discoveries that are depicted in 76 and 79, you call a detective in the case to explain or tell him about the significant bruises that you found in the back of the head.
I believe so.
Okay. And I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I think you said Hannah had a severe raised and swollen bruise, maybe bruises, on the back of her head. That's what you told him.
Okay.
Okay. Would you characterize?
Honestly, I don't think I said raised. I wouldn't have used that word.
Okay. If the police report contains that information, it might be incorrect.
Sometimes police write things that they think they hear.
Right. Which is a problem in all narratives and histories, right? Sometimes people write down things that are wrong, or they hear wrong, or they're said.
Or in their mind, that's what the word was, right?
But what I'd like to ask you is this injury on 76, is that insignificant to the cause of death?
That injury alone did not cause the problem.
Well, right.
That injury alone did not cause her fatality. It is a marker of the severe force that went through her brain. That's the problem.
Right. It resulted in the hemorrhaging and the mass effect and the midline shift and the brain swelling and the herniation.
Yes.
Right. But that certainly is an important bruise, right?
Yes.
It's not slight.
No.
It's not mere inflammation.
Mere inflammation.
Just mere inflammation. It's not some ordinary, merely inflamed tissue.
It is not insignificant, correct.
Okay. And if other physicians would have come prior to you and suggested that it was insignificant to her condition and her death, they would be wrong.
No, I can't say that, because treating physicians see things from a different perspective than pathologists. I didn't see those bruises either until I shaved her hair. I didn't know they were there until I shaved her hair. I wouldn't blame anybody for not having seen them. And if asked the question, were those bruises themselves the problem? The answer, as I've just said, is no. It isn't the bruise that's the problem. The bruise is the marker of the force that was transmitted to the brain that's the problem.
The problem is the blunt impact force to the head.
The force, yes.
Right. And that is the marker of the blunt impact force, because that's where the force occurred, the back of the head.
Well, she had that, and she had some bruises on the side as well. So I can't exclude those.
Right. We can agree that you were the one that found the bruises depicted in 26, state 26. At autopsy, I'm sorry. Make sure I get the right. 76, thank you. So strike that and start again. You would agree with me that you were the physician that found those injuries depicted in state 76 to the back?
I can say yes, I found those.
You testified that you read the Children's Hospital records.
I did.
You know, how many pages are there?
They're about 5,218 pages approximately.
Right, okay. And as well as the Fort Hamilton Hughes records?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that in that significant volume, there's no notation of that particular injury that's depicted in state 76 in any of those records?
I did not see that.
Have you consulted with the other testifying physicians in this particular case?
No.
So you haven't, as a colleague, fellow physician, talked to them about that particular injury as it relates to your findings and as it relates to theirs?
No.
You would agree that different physicians can arrive at different opinions and have reasonable disagreements about that?
About what?
About the existence of injuries,
Yes.
the consequence of those injuries?
You're going too far. I don't think so.
Well, how about this? What about the opinion that you gave with respect to timing between the injury and the onset of symptoms? You would agree that there is a dispute in medical science about how to measure that timing?
No, there isn't.
You wouldn't say that the look-back period is 24 hours?
What do you mean look back period?
From the time of symptoms to the injury?
For this severe brain damage?
Yes.
No.
Okay. How about hours?
No.
How about not immediate, but relatively immediate?
So.
Just answer my question.
No. The person would.
The answer is no. Thank you. So if that was present in the testimony before, you would disagree with it?
The question is too narrow. I can't answer it.
You have, it's my question. If you can't answer, just tell me you're not going to answer.
I can't.
Thank you. You're aware that the defense has retained a pathologist in this case?
I am.
All right. You know that pathologist?
I do.
Okay. And how do you know him?
I know him by reputation and I've seen him speak before.
Okay. And you might know of his academic work.
Yes.
Okay. He's reading. First of all, have you, I'm sure the state has provided you with his opinion.
Yes.
And you're aware that he disagrees with your opinion with respect to the timing opinion that you've put forward here.
I do.
Okay. And so when I asked you about whether or not doctors or medical science are in disagreement, you would have to at least allow that Dr. Spitz, an esteemed pathologist, disagrees with you in your view of medical science with respect to timing.
That's not exactly what Dr. Spitz said, and if he agrees with my timing, he's wrong.
Okay, well then that's a disagreement between two
But
doctors.
I don't believe that's what he said in his report. At least I didn't see it there.
Did you have an opportunity to review his treatise writing?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you know, he wrote a treatise. I have it over there.
Textbook?
Pathology. Yeah.
Yes, yes,
All right. Did you review it prior to your testimony here?
yes,
All right. Did you review it on the issue of timing?
yes.
Okay. And you, having read all that, having seen Dr. Spitz's report, having read his treatise on the issue of timing, you're holding fast to the opinion that you gave to the jury.
He says in there. He quotes the National Association of Medical Examiners white paper that says that this severe brain injury does not allow for a person to be normal. As soon as this person's brain is injured to this degree, they are neurologically impaired.
Okay. I'm going to, having established him as authoritative and the treatise is authoritative.
I never said that.
Oh, you did?
No.
All right. The treatise is reliable authority in the field of pathology.
Reliable.
Okay. Having established that it's reliable authority in the field of pathology, I'm going to ask you some questions about his writing. So I'm going to provide you with an excerpt from his medical treatise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have that mark for identification.
Yes, sir.
C as in cat. I asked what pages it was on.
Yeah, I'll give you, I have a copy for you. Jamie, do you have a pen? Because my pen won't work. Okay. I've marked this, Judge, as Defense Exhibit C just for purposes of. All right. Let me go back to where I'm at.
And State, I assume, has a copy of this as well.
Yes.
In Dr. Spitz's treatise, he talks about lucid interval. Yes? It's in front of you.
Says so right here.
Okay, and that's what you read.
Yes.
Okay. And lucid interval refers to a period of lucidity, and the interval is from the onset of from the infliction of harm until the onset of symptoms. Right? That's what a lucid interval is.
Is that defined in here?
Is that what you understand it to be?
That term is very loose. There are some people that say lucid interval when they mean the time from symptoms to the time of normalcy. Some people mean when the person is still alive. So you have to ask the person who's using that term what they mean.
In Dr. Spitz's treatise, in the first paragraph, last sentence, he goes to, it's on 389, and I'll be on 389 the whole time. He provides, it is often important to determine when the injuries were sustained so as to include or exclude possible suspects based on who was with the child at the time of injury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that sense, he's referring to the child's injury, yes?
Yes.
Who was present with the child,
Yes.
and whether or not the child could be lucid until the onset of symptoms later that caused the medical intervention and the police and the 911.
Yes.
And Dr. Spitz goes on to say, a lucid interval is the time between injury and the development of neurological symptoms. So he has defined it. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that to be lucid interval?
Yes.
There's no dispute about that definition?
Nope.
Some pediatric head injuries are associated with immediate neurological symptoms, while other head trauma is associated with a lucid interval of variable duration.
Yes.
So it's, some don't have it, some don't.
Yes. Your question was about Hannah. This doesn't apply to Hannah.
I understand. Well, that's your opinion.
That's
Right.
what you asked me, yeah.
Well, I didn't ask you about that, but okay. The likelihood of having a lucid interval depends primarily on the amount of shear injury to the brain and the region of the brain that sustains the injury, in addition to other factors, such as the presence of subdural or epidural hematoma, traumatic axonal injury in the brainstem or spinal cord, and brain swelling. So you have to look at all those factors and make a determination diagnostically as to whether or not a lucid interval is possible or not.
Yes.
He goes on to say, in 80% of children with head trauma, symptoms happen within 1 hour following injury. Yes?
Sure.
Okay. Well, 1 hour is different than moments or whatever you said. Yes?
You didn't ask me about the population of children with head injury. You asked me about Hannah.
Right. And I'm redirecting my question back to that. So I wrote down what I thought I heard you say, and your opinion testimony was right away. Yes? That's what you
So
said?
yes, with the severity of Hannah's injury,
Yes.
she'd be neurologically impaired right away.
Right away. Okay. And you agree with me that, you don't measure time in segments like right away or relatively immediately. That's not how we measure time, is it?
We're not talking about measuring time. You're asking my opinion about the injuries. That's the
No,
best
I'm
as I
asking,
can
you know
do.
what? I get to ask the questions. I'm asking you about time, okay? Don't be coy about it. We're talking about time. I just said right here, we don't measure time in moments or relatively immediately or vague descriptions like that. In a case like this, where time frames are important, we measure it in seconds, in minutes, in hours, or something beyond that, and not vague terms. Am I right?
No.
Okay, that's enough. No matter how you measure time, Dr. Spitz measures it in hours. Yes, that's
I can't draw that conclusion.
okay. In the course of your work in this case, did you perform work as to what the exact time frame in this case was with respect to the defendant here? Did you do that work? That's my question.
I don't understand by work. So I documented her injuries.
Yes.
I reviewed her medical record. From my conclusions about the severity of her injuries, I've told you what her time frame for neurological impairment was. So if that's what you mean by work, that's what I did.
Okay, no, I appreciate that answer, but and maybe I did ask you a vague question. My question was, you have no idea how much time Hannah had with this defendant.
That's not my role.
Okay, so your testimony, your opinion, everything that you said to the jury has nothing to do with that, right?
That is not my job, correct?
So correct.
Correct.
Right. And you were not, you didn't see fit to evaluate text messages and phone logs and histories about the amount of time that Hannah was with the babysitter the defendant was.
That's way outside my scope. No, I did not do that.
Would you recollect whether or not this investigator's report had that information in it?
I don't think it did because that's not our role.
Okay. And your autopsy was performed again on the 19th and 20th.
Yes.
Okay. That was after Hannah had brain surgery?
Yes.
Okay. She was on life support from the 8th to the 18th?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. She was on an artificial ventilator?
Yes.
Which means that oxygen was being artificially sent to her brain to keep her alive?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know the answer to this. Was blood being artificially sent to her brain too because her heart wasn't working? I don't know what the answer is.
No.
Her heart was working?
Yes.
Okay. But it was the oxygen.
Correct.
Okay. And having looked at Dr. Spitz's report, you know that he is of the belief that the use of the artificial ventilation causes brain injury itself.
That's not what he said.
Okay. And if he, all right, that's, so you don't believe he said that in the report? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. I could have 1 second.
Take time.
I'm gonna need your pen. I need the marker, so I'm gonna mark that. I think we're on D, is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Average? Thanks. It's easier if I do this in your space.
Sure.
Is it okay?
Sure.
All right. So I'm going to hand you what I've marked Defense Exhibit D,
Okay.
and you probably should have time to look at it if you want.
Okay.
And then I'm going to ask you some questions about it. I'll get out of your personal space and then let me know when you're ready. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. So this is an email. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And it's between you and Kelly Hiley, the prosecutor in the case.
Yes.
Okay. And it's dated July 11th, 2018. Yes?
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
I'm asking short questions.
Those aren't questions, okay? Those are statements.
No, they're questions. We're just missing each other. So it's from you, correct? That's your name?
So my response, that's how that comes up. My response to her comes up here. So Ms. Hiley emailed me some questions.
Yeah.
And in my response to her, the from line comes from me and the to line goes to her. That's what you're talking about.
That's what I mean. And that's your email address,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
And,
Mhm.
and I guess that would be your name and business address and phone number and all of that.
Right, that's the signature line.
Okay. And you were asked the following, beginning right here.
Sure.
The child would become non-responsive within moments preceding the injury, correct?
Yes, yes,
Okay. And your answer was yes.
yes,
It was a one-word answer,
right.
and it wasn't explicated, correct? I mean, you didn't go beyond that to explain anything. It was just yes.
Yes,
Okay. And I believe you have your autopsy report there.
yes.
And so the record is clear. We're talking about,
Oh, you need the clean one. I don't have the
We
clean
do.
one.
71, I said.
71.
is it?
Yes.
I want to make sure she has it.
It's 71.
Did you take it back with him? Do you have it over there?
I don't think so.
I know you don't have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And I handed you 71, right?
Yes,
Okay. And that's your report?
yes.
Okay. And let me find it in mine. The first page has your opinion. Yes?
Yes,
The following pages are the post-mortem examination of the body of Hannah Weshy.
yes,
Okay. And we can agree that nowhere in your opinion letter is there a discussion of the timing opinion that you put forward to the jury, correct?
you mean the opinion in the autopsy report?
Yes.
Correct, yes.
It's not there.
It is not there.
So the only timing report that we can identify is the one that we talked about in Defense Exhibit D, which is the one word yes in the email.
It's not a report. It was an answer to a question, no,
Okay, so it's just an answer. You wouldn't characterize this as a report.
I wouldn't.
Okay. It's certainly not an analysis, correct?
I don't know how to legally categorize it.
Well, it's a word, right? I mean, it's a word. Yes, that's what it is. It's an answer to a question. That's how you characterize it.
That's the only thing I can say. It's true, it's honest, it's accurate. I was asked a question, given an answer. That's as much as I can say.
I think I might be done. Let me ask my cohort in crowd here.
All right.
Oh, I do. I know exactly what you must be asking. I apologize. I'm a little distracted. Are you in the child abuse team?
No.
All right. Were you present at a meeting on March the 13th, 2018 to discuss the evidence and medical findings with respect to Hannah?
No.
Are you aware of what came out of that meeting through discussions with colleagues and the other physicians in this case?
No.
The detectives that were at the autopsy, who were they?
Detective Dan Turner, Detective Ryan Hensley.
While you were performing the autopsy, did you take information from them?
I was doing my own work. We chit-chatted back and forth about the case. I don't know if they gave me information I did not have before. Mostly what occurred during the autopsy is my giving information to them about the findings. I do not recall any information imparted to me during the autopsy. I don't.
Do you have experience enough to know whether or not the coroner's investigators that, I know you don't call them coroner's investigators, the investigators from your office that performed this that completed this investigative report, do you know whether or not they would have spoken with the detectives that were present at the autopsy?
I don't know. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So
Go ahead.
may I please explain this?
Yeah, no.
Okay. So in our office, we have a database and we record information and correspondence and so forth. Investigators type in there too. So the initial report was taken by an investigator and additional information is added. It's in the documents section in our database. That's what you're talking about.
The investigator that did the investigative report wasn't present at the autopsy?
I don't believe so.
Good. Yes, I'm done. The defense wants to approach briefly.
We've been going at it for close to an hour and a half. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys have a restroom break before we get back into redirect. Give you about 10 minutes, so it's, I'll be generous, I'll say it's 2:40 even though it's not. So about 10 till 3, if you can be congregated outside, Ms. Wilson will be looking for you. Leave the notepads, keep the lanyards, remember your admonitions, and we will come back in about 10 minutes. And doctor, you are likewise, if you need to stretch, do whatever's fine. Remember your own growth, and please don't discuss your All right. We're off.
I believe so, Your Honor. I'm trying to actually locate the exhibit at this point. It was exhibit 161, I believe, was shown to the jury. And was not one of the numbers that the state named. However, I'm having trouble locating that specific exhibit, so we can address that.
left some up here.
I put them in order. So this is what I had as 161. Let's see.
Doctor, any photographs there?
Here it is.
No.
Here it is. Okay. Oh, it didn't? So it didn't just, oh, okay. This is 161.
It was shown. And,
All right, Mr. Pagan, in light of that inherent situation, what's the defense's position?
we agree that it was shown and we have so it was authenticated, testified about, and we don't object to its admission.
All right, then I will reflect my list, or I'll revise my list to reflect the 161 also likewise is admitted for purposes of clarifying that situation. All right, everybody ready for the jury then?
Yes.
Cool.
Exhibit D, and kindly approach the witness with that.
You're aware, did you, accidental injuries are injuries inside the brain?
Yes, so
Yes.
you mean diffuse accidental injury?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
With you, so I'm looking at my own part. You asking me about my own part? I don't think so.
You don't recall meeting with?
No.
the state of Ohio?
No, I know I met with you. I just don't, I didn't meet with any other physicians. I didn't
Okay.
go to any meetings.
So specifically, had you met with me prior to me sending that email?
Oh, sure.
And was that question something that I came up with then, or was that based on our prior meeting?
We talked about it initially.
And then that email came out following that. I sent you an email and you sent me a response following that meeting?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant the meeting at Children's Hospital.
There's no question.
Non-responsive.
Yes.
Doctor, yeah, as we've gotten through this, when a question's asked, we respond.
Sure.
Doctor, you were asked about the opinion of Dr. Spitz, and you said you had reviewed it.
Yes.
Do you recall what, if anything, from that report was said about the respirator?
Without quoting him word for word, I can't, but if I can look at his report, what he said to the effect was respirator brain. He used that phrase, respirator brain. I think he said something like, these findings can be seen in respirator brain, or words to that effect. I don't want to put words in his mouth or words in his letter without having it in front of me. I can read it to you if you wish.
So respirator brain. And do you have an opinion based on your findings as to whether or not this was respirator brain that you saw in Hannah's brain?
I do have an opinion.
And what is it?
The way I understand it and the way I use it is when a person has succumbed to an event, for example, a heart attack, and then lives on the respirator, the breathing tube, for a while, the brain swells and becomes very soft as a result of the natural disease. The respirator helps the person breathe. The person is on the respirator for some time, brain swells, and the person eventually dies. And that's how I see it. Now, I've seen this many, many times. If a person has a heart attack but doesn't die right away, they go to the hospital, have to be on a respirator, and then they finally succumb to the heart attack. I examine their brain, and it's very soft. This is not that.
What is the difference here?
A huge difference. For one thing, if a person has a heart attack and has to be on a respirator for a while, they don't have blunt impacts to their head. They don't have all the hemorrhages that I described within Hannah's brain. They do not have the hemorrhages within the eyeballs or in the sheaths in the optic nerves. They don't have any of that. They don't have the hemorrhage in the spinal cord or the brainstem. They don't have hemorrhage in the muscle deep in the neck, as described for Hannah. What Hannah had was a traumatic brain injury. She was assaulted. A lot of force went through her brain, and that's what caused the brain swelling and the hemorrhages within it. Respiratory brain is something else. That's when a person succumbs only in part to a medical problem, so to speak, and needs to be in a respirator without brain trauma.
Doctor, without going to the specific content of what's in an investigator report, are you able to tell me in general what goes into one of your office's the Hamilton County Coroner's Office's investigator reports?
Yes, so in our office, we keep a database. We keep our records both electronically and on paper. We discard the paper after a certain period of time according to our retention policy. So in the database, in the computer, we have what's called a narrative section. If I were to go to a particular case, for example, Hannah's case, I would click on her case number, type it in, and her case would come up. Then I'll go to the tab that says narrative. And what's in there? First section is the information received by the investigator from whoever calls the office to report the death. So what they put in there is the day it's reported, the time it's reported, who makes the report, and the basic circumstances as they understand it from who is reporting. And then whatever information is recorded after that, it gets a separate document. So for example, if I met with Ms. Halley, I would say, on such and such day, I met with Ms. Halley to discuss the findings of the case. That also goes in the narrative. So that's what I mean by the investigative report. The initial section is the investigative report in the narrative section, and other narratives are there too. So when you request it, if one were to request the narrative section for this case or any case, you get the whole string of narratives. The investigative section first, and then everything else that's typed in afterwards is a separate document.
Dr. Mr. Pagan talked to you about the significance of the injury in State's Exhibit 76 and that marking that we saw there. Okay, it's there. Were you able to see that there?
Yes.
Based on what you saw in State's Exhibit 79 with that, does that marking on the back, the head in State's Exhibit 76 account for all of the injuries that you saw in State's Exhibit 79?
No.
How many separate impacts did you count on Hannah's head?
6.
Doctor, you were also handed Defendant's Exhibit C.
Yes.
In Defendant's Exhibit C, you were directed to page 389.
Yes.
And the last paragraph in the right-hand column, I believe Mr. Pagan read the first sentence to you and stopped.
Yes.
What is the remainder of that paragraph?
Head injuries in young children that result from shear forces to the brain causing DAI, let me explain DAI, diffuse axonal injury, are generally not associated with a lucid interval, especially if severe neurological injury or death results. This includes infants and young children who are victims of shaken baby impact syndrome. Neurological symptoms that are typically associated with traumatic axonal injury from shearing.
Yes, finish the paragraph.
From shearing include an immediate decrease in the level of consciousness, seizure activity, respiratory irregularities, and apnea.
And doctor, with what you saw in Hannah, the injuries you saw in Hannah, are the injuries consistent with the remainder of that paragraph?
Yes.
The AI?
Yes.
If I may have just a moment. I have nothing further.
Ms. Pagan, read across based on the read, right?
1 second. I think this is yours. Just a few minutes. Is that right? Is that not yours?
That's mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then if you have Defense Exhibit D.
I do.
Here,
Sure.
Do you have Defense Exhibit C? Can I take it?
Sure.
And what, before you do that, show me what you just read.
Okay. So I started head injuries in young children and ended up with apnea.
You read the part about DAI, which is axonal injuries are not associated with
lucid interval, right?
Right.
All right. You're aware, did you, accidental injuries are injuries inside the brain?
Yes, so
Yes.
you mean diffuse accidental injury?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you see the report from Dr. Kari, the pediatric radiologist?
If I did, I don't recall
Okay.
what specifics are in there.
Are you aware that her diagnosis was brain swelling only and did not reach DAI?
Okay, so,
Okay, and you're familiar with Dr. Spitz's report, correct?
yes,
And he observed and diagnosed brain swelling only and not DAI, correct?
he said the only injuries to the brain are brain swelling, and that's not right.
Okay, so you just disagree with that?
Yeah.
All right. And the exclusion in Dr. Spitz's report of DAI and the only brain injury being brain swelling would be consistent with lucid interval under his interpretation under the treatise. Yes?
No.
Okay. That's all I have.
Mr. Fagan, thank you.
Thank you.
Doctor, two things here. First of all, because of some discussions that we have had, and I don't know if Ms. Hiley's had the opportunity to talk to you about this or not, there's a possibility you could be subject to recall tomorrow. I suspect she will be in contact with you later about that issue. But because of that, I do need you to take particular care that you do not discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses, and also to be available if that would in fact need to be the situation. Okay?
Your Honor, is there some way we can work this out? I swapped call.
No, I definitely don't know. No. Okay. I give the instructions. Any issues that you need to work out, you need to go through Ms. Highland, discuss those, and then the parties congregate and discuss those amongst ourselves. So at this point, the doctor is excused off the stand and free.
And if we may approach.
You may.
And I would ask that the witness stick around.
Sure.
Whatever floats your boat. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, and I know that this might not make a whole lot of sense, but we are going to take yet another 15-minute break.
Yeah, the same. No, you are.
All right, very good. Ms. Wilson, why don't you leave us on the record? Let's check on the progress of our jury. If everyone is here, go ahead and bring them on in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Have a seat, please. Welcome back to the matter of State of Ohio versus Lindsay Partin. It appears that all of our jurors are present and are currently placing their lanyards around their necks. Kind of getting used to this. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, of course, I have to start off by asking about the admonitions. Anyone have any issues that need to be reported before we begin testimony today? I see no hands indicating no issues. So at this time, State of Ohio ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we would call Deputy Mayor.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So you got it.
I do.
Morning, Deputy.
Morning.
Deputy, before we begin, we do have folks in the media here. Do you have any objections to your likeness, your facial image potentially being used on the news?
No, Your Honor.
Very good. Ms. Sheehan, you may proceed direct whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name?
My name is Damon Mayer,
And sir, how do you spell your last name?
Mayer.
What is your current occupation?
I'm a deputy sheriff with the Butler County Sheriff's Office here in Butler County, Ohio.
How long have you been employed with the sheriff's office?
I was hired March 3rd, 1997 as a paid employee, so it's a little over 22 years.
And what are your current duties as a sheriff's office deputy?
I'm assigned to the road patrol, and I'm a Hanover contract car. I'm contracted through Hanover Township as a road patrol deputy assigned to Hanover Township in Butler County.
Sir, I want to direct your attention to March 8th of 2018. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Were you in uniform?
Yes,
Were you in a marked car?
yes, Unit 1414.
At that time, sir, were you dispatched to 4050, so 4050 Shank Road?
That is correct. Myself and Hanover Township Life Squad was dispatched there.
And is that located in Hanover Township,
Yes, it is.
Butler County, Ohio?
That's correct.
And Deputy, what was the nature of that call?
I responded there with Hanover Township Life Squad for a unconscious 3-year-old.
And Your Honor, at this time, based on a stipulation by defense counsel with the state, we move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 88, the 911 call at this time.
Defense?
No objection.
All right, you said 88, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, 88 will be admitted. You may publish whenever you wish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hi there. Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What's going on?
Okay, my name is Lindsay. I'm at 150 Prayer. I babysit kids.
Yes.
And this dropped her off, and all of a sudden she just passed out. She felt pretty bad yesterday, and she was fine. And all of a sudden she got out this morning and she walked in and she kind of passed out. She went limp.
Okay.
I don't know.
Are you with her now?
Yes, those are bad. Yes, her is bad. Something's wrong.
Okay. Is she awake right now?
Yes.
Now I'm going to stay on the line with me. I have to ask you 2 questions while my partner gets dispatched. Okay, is she breathing?
Yes, in and out.
Okay.
Yes, in and out. I don't know what's wrong.
Okay, is her breathing completely normal?
Oh, yes, almost gone. Hurry, please.
Okay, they're on the way right now. I'm just asking you a few questions, so while they're on the way.
Lay down. It's better. I don't know what's better.
Okay, lay her down on her back.
Pass out.
Lay her down on her back and let her head tilt back. Okay. And she's still unconscious, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, she's unconscious. Her eyes are open and she's like gasping for air.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, then is she on her back right now?
yes, she's on her back. She's
Okay.
sitting on herself.
Okay. Kneel right next to her and look at her mouth for any food or vomit.
Her daddy's here too. Daddy's here too. She's gasping.
Okay, is there anything in her mouth?
No, there's nothing in her mouth.
Okay. Now place your hand on her forehead and other hand under her neck, then tilt her head back.
Okay.
Put your ear next to her mouth. Can you feel or hear anything?
Yes.
Yes, is she breathing?
I feel some air coming out of her mouth, yes, and she's gasping for air. She's doing her best.
Okay. Just a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's okay. She's breathing. She's okay.
Okay, is her breathing effective?
Yes, I mean, she's still breathing.
Is she gasping or?
She's gasping, yes, she's gasping.
Okay.
She felt really bad yesterday when we were playing here in the garage. And she had the bruise on her chin. I thought she was fine.
Okay. I want you to stay right with her and make sure her head is carefully tilted back. Check her breathing often. Okay, it's okay. All right. Can you give me the phone to someone who's with her?
I'm literally throwing my shirt on and I'm back in the garage. She dropped her off.
Is she in the garage right now?
Yes.
Okay. Is the garage open?
Yes, the back door's open from around the side.
Okay. What's your name?
Lindsay
Lindsay, what's your last name?
Partin.
Partin?
Yes.
Okay, what's your phone number, Lindsay?
513-884-5354.
Is that her crying in the background?
No, that's my little one.
Okay. Okay, are you with her now?
No.
Ma'am?
You okay? No, she's not okay.
Lindsay, what's going on?
She was still doing gasping for air.
Okay. Okay, is her head tilted back and is she on her back?
Yes, her head is back.
Okay. And there's nothing in her mouth, correct?
No, there's not. Hey, what's up?
Okay.
So, breathe, you're okay. You're okay.
Okay, just make sure her head is tilted back. That will assure that her airway is open. Okay. So the medic is on the way, and we've got the deputy on the way as well.
All right.
And so the deputy will get there and help you out too.
Hey,
How's her breathing right now?
it's off and on. Hey,
Off and on?
so stop breathing for a second, and we'll take one big gasp, and then.
Okay, just make sure that she's flat on her back and that her head is tilted back. That's going to open her airway for her. Make sure that there's nothing under her head.
There's nothing under her head. Breathe.
Okay. Flat on her back.
Hey.
Hey.
Is she changing color at all?
No.
No? Okay.
Hey, it's okay. Breathe. Breathe.
Yeah.
Okay. Just breathe, okay? There you go. There you go, honey. There you go.
Okay. Is that her in the background?
Her breathing, yes.
Yes. Okay. Correct. All right. They're on their way to you. I can hear.
Hey, what's the matter? I don't know. I could be wrong with her.
I don't know. She was fine. We just walked in the house.
She got up, broke the news.
Lindsay, it's okay. They're on the way.
Walked in the house and the parked the house. Keep breathing, my little dog bucket. Keep breathing. Okay. Okay, baby.
Yeah.
Hannah, wake up. Hannah, there you go. There you go, baby.
Okay. Is she still laying on her back?
Yes, yes,
Okay. And is her head still tilted back?
yes.
Okay.
No. Oh, but I'm like, Hannah, are you okay? Get up, girl. She's right there. I had it reaching my friend. Yeah, she's there on that sword right there.
Hey, look at that. And look up.
You're okay. I love you.
Yeah.
I love you, buttercup.
Hey.
Hey, wake up. There we go. Here we go.
Is she waking up now?
No.
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 Hey, look at you. Hey.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Breathe. Breathe.
Well. There we go, buttercup.
Keep breathing.
Okay.
Hey. Hey.
Okay. So are you in the garage right now? And the garage door is open?
They go in the back, they go in the front of the driveway, to the right of the house, around to the back, where the back door's open.
Okay. Back door's open?
Yes. To the right of the house.
Okay, I'll let the deputy and the medics know that. Okay. I'm gonna tell them that. 1 second.
Deep breath. Deep breath. Come on. Come on. Hey. Hey. All right.
There you go, keep breathing, girlfriend.
Breathe.
I don't understand what's happening.
Breathe. Hey.
Okay, I'll let you know when they get there.
Okay.
Breathe. Come on.
Breathe.
Breathe. No, open your eyes. Breathe. Open your eyes, baby. Breathe. There we go.
How's she doing now?
Same.
Same?
Hey. Hey. That's what I mean. Hey. Hey. It's okay. Okay. I love you. No, no. Hey. Somebody, you want them to send it all the way back down, go ahead. It's where the potato gas off. Hey. Hey. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, it looks like the medic just showed up.
Alright.
Is someone able to go out there and flag them down?
She just went inside, and she's right going that way.
Okay.
She's right there. Hey. Yeah, she's on her way out. Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Breathe. Breathe, daddy, come on.
Okay, tell me when they're right there with her.
Alright. Breathe. Breathe. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Yeah. Look at that. What's the matter? Hey. What's the matter? Look at that. Look at that. Hey. What the hell are they waiting on? They're backing in. You're okay. You should not move it. I know, I don't understand. It's all been you was late.
Okay, they've got to get their equipment ready.
I know, he's scared.
It's okay. They're gonna be there?
They're here.
Okay.
Yeah. Like falling. The first time I thought she was guilty of me, like, come on, come in. Hey. Hannah. Hannah, look at that. What's the matter? What's the matter? Hey. Hannah. Hey. Yeah. Keep back. Hey. Hey. Breathe.
Okay, just keep her flat on her back and her head tilted back until the medics get there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Pretty safe, girl. They are here.
Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and disconnect now.
Okay, thank you, bye-bye.
You're welcome. Bye.
Sir, are you aware what time that call to 911 was placed?
The call actually came in at 7:03
AM or PM?
a.m.
Are you aware of what phone number made this call to 911?
And the actual call is listed as Lindsay Partin.
You said Lindsay Partin?
That's what it says on the call. The
Okay.
CAD call. CAD call is a computer assisted or computer aided dispatch call.
Is that something that you would have access to?
Yes, I do.
Was there on this computer, I'm sorry, repeat it again? You said CAD, but computer
CAD
assisted?
stands for computer aided. Some people say computer assisted.
Okay. Would there be a phone number listed on this?
That is correct. There would be.
That document, would that refresh your recollection regarding the phone number that placed that phone call?
That's correct. If you could show it to me.
At this time, I'd ask to approach the witness.
You may.
Sir, I'm handing you, it's been marked States Exhibit 89. Can you go ahead and take a look at that document? And what is that document that I handed you?
It is the CAD report for the call that I responded to.
Is that a true and accurate copy of that report?
It appears to be, yes.
After reviewing that report, do you now know the phone number that would have made the call to 911?
It is 513-884-5354.
Sir, you said the call came in to dispatch around 7:03. At what point were you dispatched?
I was actually dispatched at, it would have been 7:04. I actually started responding at 7:05.
Just make sure you keep your voice nice and loud. I'm having a little hard time hearing.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
So you said approximately 7:04 you were dispatched. At what point were you en route to 4050 Shank Road?
7:05 a.m.
What time did you arrive, sir?
I arrived at 7:17 a.m.
It's March 8th of 2018. What's the weather like that day?
It was probably cool. I don't recall exactly what the temperature was.
So you arrive on scene. What do you do next?
In the CAD call, they had, as you heard in the 911 call, they told us to go around to the side of the house, to the back of the garage, if you're looking at the house to the right. So when I pulled into the drive, I saw the squad. It was already parked there on the right-hand side of the residence. So I responded to that back door. It was to the garage. It was on the back side of the house.
So you said you responded to the garage. When you entered the garage, what did you see?
Immediately as you walk in, you can see a couch to your right, the squad members, and there was two other subjects. Lindsay Partin was there, and Jason Weshy was there. And then Hannah was laying on the couch. She was on her back.
And you're under permission to approach witness?
You may.
I'm handing you, it's been previously marked States Exhibit 2 and States Exhibit 3. Go ahead and take a look at those two exhibits. Do you recognize those exhibits, States Exhibit 2 and 3?
Yes, it's a picture of the entrance door where I came through and also the couch where Hannah was.
And do those pictures fairly and accurately represent the garage as you saw it on March 8th of 2018?
Yes.
Your Honor, these have already been admitted. Permission to show the jury.
You may.
Thank you. Thank you. Sir, States Exhibit 2 should be appearing on your screen in any moment.
Shane, just one moment while we're doing that. Do we have a witness back there that might be testifying?
No.
I just saw, it looks like a sheriff's badge there on the bench. I didn't know if that was.
There is, but it's not a.
That's not one of our, okay, just double checking.
No.
My apologies.
Oh, and then.
All right.
Let me try showing. See that.
User error. That was me, sorry. I was dealing with that other issue first. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, States Exhibit 2, what are we seeing?
That is a picture of the garage. You can see to the right-hand side of the photo, that's the entrance door that I came in. And you can see the brown couch. It's next to the red toolbox. That's where Hannah was laying. She was laying on that couch.
In State's Exhibit 3, what are we seeing?
That is also a picture of the garage with the entrance door and also the couch.
And you indicated in addition to Hannah laying on the couch, you also saw 2 other individuals. Who were those individuals?
One was Lindsay Partin, Jason Weshy, and the 2 squad EMTs.
Do you see Lindsay Partin in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please identify where Lindsay Partin is and what she is wearing?
Yes, she's sitting next to her attorney. She's wearing a black top and looks like a red or pinkish.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask that the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It'll reflect.
Thank you. Please tell me, and the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what your observations of the child Hannah were at that point.
Could you repeat, please?
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your observations of Hannah were at that point?
At that point, she was laying on her back on the couch. Her head would have been facing towards the street, which would be away from where the red toolbox is. Her feet would have been at the toolbox. Her head would have been at the other end of the couch.
Did you go up to Hannah?
I did not make contact with Hannah at that point. The EMTs were preparing her. They were getting ready to put her on a cot to transport her to the hospital.
Tell me about your observations, not just of the placement of Hannah, but tell me when you looked at Hannah, what were you seeing?
I got a better look at her when they actually put her on a cot and we were taking her to the squad.
Tell me about that.
Okay. I noticed that she had a bruise up on it would have been on her left side above her eye. Her eye was also bruised, her left eye. And I noticed a bruise on her chin. And when we were pushing her out to the squad, I would have been on her, if she's laying back, I would have been on her right side. And I remember she opened her eyes open once, and I never did see her pupils. All I could see was just the whites of her eyes. And then they loaded her up into the squad and prepared her for transport.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Sir, I'm handing you, it's been marked States Exhibit 41 and 49.
Can we approach, please?
Sure. Ms. Shady, you may proceed.
Thank you. Have you had a chance to review States Exhibit 41 and 49?
That is correct.
And do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
And how do you recognize those exhibits?
That is the same 3-year-old victim that I saw that day as being as Hannah Weshy.
And the bruising depicted in those photographs, is that a true and accurate depiction of the bruising that you saw on Hannah on March 8th, 2018?
I do not recall seeing all of these bruises, but I did see some of these bruises.
Your Honor, at this time, we would seek to admit and publish States Exhibit 49.
Defense, any further objection other than what's been placed on the record?
Yeah, we do. It doesn't depict what he saw, so.
Let's approach. Locate our jurors, bring them in, please, get this continued. Ladies and gentlemen, have a seat. Before we continue, any issues that need to come to the court's attention? Seeing none, Ms. Sheehan, if you'd like to just continue, please.
Thank you. Your Honor, permission to reapproach the witness.
You may.
So I'm rehanding you. It's been marked States Exhibit 41. I know we've already had some discussion about States Exhibit 41. Again, sir, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
All right, and what is that?
It's a photo of Hannah Weshy.
That photo of Hannah, is that a true and accurate depiction of the bruising that you saw on Hannah on March 8th, 2018?
There is bruising that I did see in this photo. There's additional bruising that I did not see.
Which bruising did you see?
I did see the bruise by her chin, her left eye, and just above her left eye.
Your Honor, at this time, State's Exhibit 41 has already been admitted and published to the jury. Permission to republish to the jury.
Noting continuing objection, I will allow republication with the testimony that has been given. Go ahead.
And sir, this is a touch screen. Can you please, sir, it's not up?
It's up now.
Can you please circle on State's Exhibit 41 the bruising that you yourself saw on March 8th, 2018 on Hannah Weshy?
With my finger.
Yes. You gotta press a little harder too. And can you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you have circled?
That would be her chin, her left eye, and just above her left eye.
At the time that you saw Hannah, how was her hair?
It appears that she had longer hair, so her hair would have been down.
Make sure you keep your voice up nice and loud.
Her hair would have been down a little bit farther.
Okay, and when you say down a little bit farther, you
It would have been
motion.
her bangs would have been down. So I did not see like the top of her forehead. Her hair was also over covering her ears, so I wouldn't have seen her ears.
And what
and
was,
she-
I'm sorry.
And she also, I did not see from her neck down, she had a shirt on.
And sir, you indicated that Hannah was lying on the couch and that EMS was working with her. What happened next?
They picked her up and put her on a cot. And then when we wheeled her out, I noticed that she didn't have normal breathing. She had abnormal breathing. And she also sounded congested.
What were you hearing?
It sounded like she had like fluid in her lungs. Or like her nasal passage was blocked.
Objection.
That type of,
Objection is not qualified as an expert as to nasal passages.
I think most people have the ability to distinguish. At least up to this point, I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Judge.
At this point, they moved Hannah to the cot. What happens next?
they moved to the cot, we wheeled her out. That's when I observed the bruises is where he's going out to the squad. We ended up loading her up into the squad, and then I turned around and I was walking back to the residence to collect the information on it.
Okay. You said you were, so you went outside?
Yes.
All right. When you went outside, tell me about your observations there.
I just helped them load her into the squad, and when I turned around and I started walking back to the same garage door that I went through when I first got there, I noticed that Mr. Weshy was sitting in his car. He was waiting for the squad to leave so he could go to the hospital. He was going to, I suppose, follow the squad to the hospital.
Did you notice anything significant about Mr. Weshy, Jason Weshy's car at that time?
He was just sitting in his car. It was running. It appeared to be okay.
You indicated that you went back into the residence to take some information. Tell me about that.
I went back into the residence. I originally thought that Lindsay Partin was the mother because I hadn't asked any questions due to us preparing Hannah to be transported. So I hadn't asked any questions. So I went back in to ask questions. I assumed that she was the mother when I first got there. And that's when I realized that she was not the mother of Hannah.
Did you speak to the defendant, Ms. Partin, in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say?
I asked her what happened. She stated that her father, Jason Weshy, responded over there. She stated that she often babysits Hannah. And Jason showed up that morning, and when he dropped her off, she walked through the garage. She walked up the steps into the house, said that she just passed out. She fell face forward into the carpeted floor.
So when you say she walked in, who are we talking about?
That Hannah, when Hannah came in, that she had asked her for a donut and to sit on the couch, and that's when she said she just passed out, fell face forward into the carpeted floor.
So I just want to be absolutely clear because we're dealing with two she's here. So
Okay.
can you tell specifically who walked, who asked?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Lindsay Partin stating that when Hannah Weshy came in, that Hannah asked for a donut and to sit on the couch. And that's when Hannah passed out, fell face forward into the carpeted floor. And it would have been leading from the garage into the residence.
Did you look at the flooring in the garage?
Yes,
And what was the flooring in the garage?
it was concrete.
Did Ms. Partin indicate where the carpeted floor was located?
The carpeted floor is in the kitchen. Right, I suppose right before you get to you can see the kitchen from the entrance from the garage to the house. It could technically be the dining room.
Did Ms. Partin indicate, other than babysitting for Hannah, where Hannah lived, where Hannah resided?
Yes, because I thought she was the mother, that's when I inquired where Hannah lived. She stated that she actually lived next door, and that would have been 4004 Shank Road. It's the house, if you're looking at 4050, the address we responded to, the house directly to the left would have been 4004 Shank Road. And that's where Hannah and her father, Jason, lived.
When you were outside earlier, when EMS was loading Hannah, were you able to tell which house was which?
Yes,
Are you familiar with that area, Shank Road area?
because I'm a contract car, Hanover Township contract car, I respond to all the calls in Hanover Township. I'm very familiar with the road. I've worked the west side of the county pretty much most of my career, so I'm very familiar with Shank Road.
And permission to approach the witness at this time?
Yeah, man.
Sir, I'm handing what's been marked States Exhibit 87. Can you go ahead and take a look at that? Do you recognize States Exhibit 87?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It's a picture of the dead end section of Shank Road.
And
Yeah.
sir, is that a true and accurate depiction of how the roads look in that area, specifically on Shank Road?
Yes.
And at this time, I'd seek to admit and publish States Exhibit 87.
Defense?
No objection.
All right, you'll be admitted, you make a motion.
And sir, looking at States Exhibit 87, what are we looking at?
That is a picture of the dead end of Shank Road. You can see it comes straight. It looks like there's a white pickup truck in the bottom right-hand corner. And it's right at the 90-degree turn right. You would actually be traveling northbound as soon as you go around that right-hand turn. The first house to your left would be the 4004 Shank Road. The next house that you would come to would be the 4050 Shank Road. And there is actually another house on the right, and there's a business that's in the back.
Can you go
It's
ahead
not in
and,
the photo.
I'm sorry.
It's neither one of those are in the photo.
Can you go ahead and circle States Exhibit, I'm sorry, on States Exhibit 87, can you please circle 400 Shank Road, Jason Weshy's residence? And can you please put a square around 4050 Shank Road, Ms. Partin's residence?
It's kind of a square.
And were you able to tell the distance between those two houses?
They're actually about a telephone pole apart, 2 telephone poles apart, which is approximately 200 feet.
You said approximately 200 feet?
I guess right around 200 feet.
And you indicated that there was another business that wasn't shown.
Yes.
And where was that located?
It would be directly north at the very dead end section.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Sir, I'm handing you State's Exhibit 86. Can you go ahead and take a look at that exhibit as well? Do you recognize State's Exhibit 86?
Yes.
And what is that?
That would include the business in the other house that I was speaking of.
And sir, is that a true and accurate depiction of the roads on Shank Road to include the business that we previously discussed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State would seek to admit State's Exhibit 86. Ms. Polish.
No objection.
It'll be admitted to make published.
All right, so what are we looking at on this screen? And feel free to circle as you see fit.
This would be the main house, I suppose, to the business. And this is the actual business that's back here. I know that they do have like track hose, large equipment and stuff that's back there.
And can you see in State's Exhibit 86 the defendant's residence?
Yes.
And can you please place a square around that? And in State's Exhibit 86, can you also see Jason Weschey's residence?
Yes.
And can you go ahead and circle that? So you indicated at some point you spoke to the defendant in this case. Where were you when you spoke to her?
When I spoke to her, I was back in the house in the garage area.
When you spoke to the defendant, did she indicate to you any other falls or injuries that Hannah may have received?
She stated that the day before, which would have been March 7th, approximately 4 p.m., that she was playing in the garage and she fell and hit her head on the concrete floor of the garage.
And when you say she fell and hit her head, are we talking about
That would have been
Hannah?
Hannah.
Did she indicate anything else about that injury?
She stated that she contacted Jason about it. She as in Lindsay.
She being Lindsay, is that what you
Yes.
said? After you spoke with the defendant, what did you do next?
After I spoke with the defendant, I cleared the residence. I made some CAD entries into the call. And then I met up with the supervisor to discuss what I saw, and I requested that detectives be called out.
When you said you made some CAD entries, what does that mean?
We can make notes in the calls to make them permanent record. So I usually do that on my calls. Just one, it helps your memory so you don't forget stuff, especially when you go do a report and that kind of stuff. So I usually type in notes. So I typed that into the call, and then I cleared the scene.
What type of information are you inputting?
Usually just notes, stuff that I observed. Sometimes I'll put in there, like if I go to another location, I'll type in the other location in there. So it automatically puts a timestamp on it, a date and timestamp, and it actually states each time there's an entry made into that CAD call in the narrative, it actually says who it was from. It puts the timestamp, a specific point in time, which is the date and the time, and who actually entered it.
You indicated that you were talking to a supervisor. Where were you when that conversation happened?
I saw him over at Hanover Park, and that's where I met up with him.
So you had physically left the residence?
Yes.
After you talked to supervisors, what did you do next?
I was dispatched to receive another call from the hospital, so I responded to the hospital. And I ended up meeting Mr. Jason Weschey there, along with detectives, and Lindsay also showed up.
When you said you were dispatched to the hospital, was this for the same incident or a different incident?
I responded to the hospital because of what the doctors saw the hospital had called in reference to the injuries to Hannah Weschey.
What hospital did you respond to?
Fort Hamilton Hospital.
Approximately what time did you get there?
I responded there approximately 8:38.
And tell me, while you were at the hospital, what are you observing? What's happening?
I saw Mr. Jason Weschey. He was sitting in, it's not the waiting, you go into the emergency room. He was in the hallway towards the right. I saw him sitting there, so I met with him. They were preparing to air care Hannah Weshy from the scene, so I never saw her there.
Was the defendant there?
She showed up after I did. Lindsay did.
Did you stay at the hospital?
I stayed there for a short time. Detectives responded there, and they spoke with both Lindsay and both with Jason Weshy. The detectives were Steve Sprague and Janae Lambert.
When you left the hospital, where'd you go?
When I left the hospital, I went with both detectives, Janae Lambert and Steve Sprague, back to the 4050 Shank Road address, and we were going to meet Lindsay Partin back there.
And did she show up?
Yes, she did.
At that point, when you were at 4050 Shank Road, what were you doing?
I stood by in case they needed anything. The detectives took photos and received statements.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Take time.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Ms. Howard, give me identity cross.
I will, thank you.
You may be seated whenever you're ready.
That's why I was wondering if you knew which ones I had.
Of course I'm gonna. Good morning, Deputy Mayor.
Mayor, that's correct.
Sorry, I have an easy last name. No one mispronounces Cook or Howard, so.
We've never met before, is that accurate?
I've seen you before, but I've never
I
met you.
bet, I've probably seen you before, but I can't see close enough to see your name tag close enough, so. Okay, I want to start with the photographs that you were shown, and this is my first time using the little
Okay.
machine over here, so I'm sure, oh, is 86 still up? That's where I want to start. How do I, this is on the screen. It is over there.
Oh.
You don't need this. No, I'd break that and that's fine. That's fine. Give me more electronics. Did we unplug it when we had it? I don't believe so. Yeah, but she used the computer.
She did, she was using her laptop, so I don't know.
Check it.
You might have to unplug it. Turn it off.
Do you see 86 up on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so in terms of this, you called something a dead end. Is
Yes.
that, can you point to on your screen the dead end that you spoke to?
Right in this area right here, the roadway, the way you got the picture, so it makes it hard to,
Oh, I don't know.
north and south. North would be to the left
Okay,
and east would be straight up and down. Does that make sense?
yes, the road that
The
goes.
east part, east to west, would come all the way down to right where the curve is.
Okay.
There's a set of mailboxes right there on your right-hand side. And that's about where that white truck is.
Yes,
As soon as you go around that turn, it actually turns into gravel the rest of the way back.
the rest of the way back.
Yes.
So can you put your finger on the road that is gravel the rest of the way back?
It would be this road right here.
And does that then go back all the way to the business? Have you ever driven down
I
that
have been
way?
back in the business before, yes.
And the gravel goes all the way back to the business?
To my recollection, I believe it's all gravel all the way back there. It's been a while since I've been back there.
And the gravel actually starts up by the mailboxes where it dead ends in that spot, is that correct?
Yes.
You're familiar with this business a little bit?
Somewhat.
You
I
said-
don't recall the name of it.
That's all right. You said various machinery is kept back there. I didn't catch the name of those. Could you tell me those, please?
I believe they're called like tracos. It's
Okay.
construction type equipment, heavy equipment.
And the gravel road is to assist with presumably with the construction equipment. Have you ever driven down the space on I don't know, I can't draw on it, the space next to the Partin house?
Driven to their residence, yes.
To the residence, and then the road that appears to go back to that pond. Have you driven on that?
I've never driven back
Okay.
to the pond, no.
Did you know there was a pond back there before?
I did know that there was a pond back there,
Okay, and how did you know that there was a pond back there?
just from regular patrol
Okay.
out there.
When you normally patrol that area, do you go down
I would
that?
not drive down to the pond
Okay.
on regular patrol.
Would you normally go down to the shank after the dead end, down to what you categorize as the main residence before the business? Have you ever
I
been down
have
that far?
before, yes, but I don't usually we go down around, right, because it's considered like a private drive.
Okay.
Usually we would go around to the turnaround unless we have like an extra patrol request back in the area or something like that, then we would drive back there.
And have you ever seen the aerial photo of this area before?
Yes,
When did you previously see the aerial photo?
when I met with the prosecutor.
And when did you meet with the prosecutor?
I don't have the exact date.
Was it recently?
Yes, I mean, it was prior to the trial, yes.
Okay, well, today is April 4th of 2019. Do you recall, was it this
Within the
month?
last month.
I'm sorry?
Within the last month, yes.
Okay, thank you. When you were at the 4050 residence of Shank Road, the Partin Smith residence, before you left with the squad or around the time that the squad left, did you observe other persons arrive to the residence?
I did not leave with the squad. I actually stayed there, collected information, and then I left. I did not see anybody else
So you
show
didn't-
up at the residence.
You didn't see TJ Smith arrive?
No,
You didn't see Paula Smith arrive?
no,
So just Lindsay there?
yes.
Did you see any of her children?
At the first time I was at the residence, no.
Okay, when did you, if you did, see any of the other children?
When I went back with the detectives,
And when you went back with the detectives, who was present?
I believe that there were 2 girls there at the residence,
Okay.
and there was a male subject who I assumed was her husband,
Okay, and the,
Lindsay's husband.
Lindsay's husband. And the 2 girls, could you characterize their ages or approximation of what you believe they to be?
I would consider them to be approximately 3-4 years old, if even that.
Okay, so girls, actually young girls?
Yes, they were very young.
And did you speak to the male that you presumed was her husband at all?
I did speak with him.
And did you note that at all in your report that you took that day?
No,
And Deputy Mayor, you indicated that you had been with the Butler County Sheriff's Office since 1997. How long have you been a deputy?
a deputy
Yes.
since 3/3 of 1997.
You just phrased it slightly different. I thought it was since 1997, but you
Yes.
said, I've been there a little over 22 years as a paid employee, I believe were your words.
Yeah, my first year was like what they call a special deputy or auxiliary. It was approximately a year. You don't actually get paid.
Okay. And was today the first time that you had listened to the 911 call?
That is the first time I've heard it, yes.
And did you know that it was 13 minutes and 27 seconds long?
I did not know it was that long, but I assumed it probably, dispatchers probably stayed on the phone until somebody arrived on scene.
You, as a deputy, you have training to make reports, correct?
That's correct.
And you did so in this case?
That is correct.
And would it be fair to say that you made a report close in time to the event occurring?
That is correct.
And in terms of that report, you'd agree with me that you indicated that your observations were that the child had a bruise on her chin and on the left side of her head to include her left eye?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
And that Ms. Partin advised you that the father came over this morning just before 0700 hours?
that is correct.
And that you were advised that the child had fallen in the garage while playing and struck her head on the concrete floor?
On 3/7.
Correct.
Approximately 4 p.m.
Correct.
I believe it says 1600 hours in the report.
I apologize, I'm not a military person type.
Okay.
And that Ms. Partin and Mr. Weshy reported that that information about a fall the day before had been given to him immediately on that day? Objection.
I don't,
It's approved.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy, you indicated that you were at the scene after EMT arrived. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And how would you characterize the scene when you were there?
When I walked through the door, the two EMTs, and everybody was right there at the couch.
And you're in this garage?
Yes.
That's a converted garage, correct?
Yes.
And did you, I apologize if I misunderstood you, you didn't really speak to Lindsay at that time, in that period of time, is that correct?
No, I didn't collect any information from her at that time.
Okay.
I waited till we loaded Hannah up, and then I came back in to collect my information.
Okay, and you have a distinct memory that Hannah was loaded up onto a cot inside the garage, is that correct?
I remember one of the squad members actually picking her up and setting her on a cot. I don't recall whether it was right next to the couch or right at the doorway. It would have been in one of, in that area when they picked it up, put her on there.
So you don't have an independent memory of the EMT scooping up this child from the couch,
I do
cradling
remember.
her in his arms and rushing out the door?
I do remember them, one of the EMTs picking her up, but she was put on the cot. I don't recall the actual location of the cot, whether it was directly outside the door or whether it was actually inside. I do not recall that.
When you arrived at the hospital and you spoke with various persons, is that correct?
At the hospital,
Yes, sir.
I spoke with Jason Weshy and Lindsay Partin showed up, and both detectives showed up.
And were Jason and Lindsay in the same area?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe anything?
At the hospital,
Yes, sir.
I was just waiting for the detectives to show up. They showed up shortly after I did, so they were speaking with both of them.
And in terms of observations, can you relay to us your observations of the interaction you saw between Lindsay Partin and Jason Weshy?
Their observation, everybody was fine.
You indicated that you observed Mr. Weshy in his own car back at the residence, is that correct?
Yes, when you're talking about when he was going to follow the squad to the
Yes, sir.
hospital? Yes.
Sir, are you aware that Ms. Partin's phone records show that outgoing 911 call is occurring at 7:02:51?
I do not know what her phone records are.
You haven't had an opportunity to review those, have you?
I never saw them, no.
How long would you say you were at the residence? The first time? Let me back up.
Okay.
The first time you were there, how long were you there?
I showed up at 7:17. I would have cleared the residence. I know I cleared the call at 7:53, but I would have left the residence. I didn't clear the call until I typed my narratives in. So I would have left the residence. I sat down the street somewhere. I don't do it, try not to do it while I'm driving. So I would have pulled over, made in my entries, and then I would have cleared the call. So the call was actually cleared at 7:53. I did not look at the time to see what time I physically left out the door.
Okay, so the distinction being that your time of clearing at 7:53 is after you've left the residence, you've sat somewhere and typed up some notes, the narrative that you wrote in your statement of facts,
That is correct.
and then went on your way. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
By the time you cleared the call at 7:53, had you already received the call that you were needed at the Fort Hamilton Hospital?
No, I met up with the supervisor over at the Hanover Park.
Okay. And what's the distance from where you were sitting, making your notes on your statement of facts to Hanover Park?
From Shank Road to Hanover Park.
Sure.
I would have went down to the dead end of Shank Road, and it probably about 4 or 5 miles.
And do you know what time you arrived at the Fort Hamilton Hughes Hospital?
Yes, I actually made a CAD entry out at Fort, and it's 0838, and that would have been AM.
Military time, but enough for us normal people to
I threw both in there.
understand that. 8:38 a.m. Okay, thank you. And if you arrived at 8:38, how long would you say it was before Ms. Partin arrived?
I don't recall what I don't wear a watch, so I don't know exactly what time she showed up. She did show up when the detectives were there, and Jason Weshy was already there when I showed up.
And how long did you stay at Fort Hamilton Hughes?
We left the residence, myself, Lindsay Partin, we all drove separate, and then both detectives, I believe, drove together in the same car. We left at 9:54, and that would have been AM.
9:54 a.m. from Fort Hamilton?
Yes.
And then how long did you stay at the 4050 Shank Road after arriving there?
We showed up there, it was, I forgot to click on scene.
Okay.
But I put an approximate guess in my narrative. When I cleared the call, I noticed that I didn't put on scene. I arrived there approximately, I'm guessing around 10:10, and that would have been in the morning.
Okay, and then how long were you still at the residence?
I stayed at the residence. I would have to check the CAD entry because I remember when I left, I remember seeing a detective, a different detective, Detective Steele, responding there, and I know I made a CAD entry on it. That's approximately the time I left. I did not clear the call till I completed the report.
And when Detective Steele arrived, were Detective Lambert and Detective Sprague still there?
Sprague, yes.
I mispronounced every name.
It's okay.
I apologize. So you're there. Apologize. Do you have your CAD report there to refresh your time?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's previously marked as States Exhibit 89. Does that appear to be the CAD report that you were speaking about?
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory as to what time you left the final time at 4050 Shank Road on the 8th of March?
It shows about 10:50. It says Detective Steele on scene at 4004 Shank.
Okay.
The CAD entry before that is where I made the entry out at 4050, approximate arrival 10:10 hours. Okay. And that was at 10:48.
So were you leaving at the time that you saw Detective Steele arrive at Mr. Weshy's residence at 4004 Shank?
Yes, I would have been leaving when I made the first CAD entry out at 4050, approximate arrival 10:10 hours, because that's when I noticed I was back in my car and I noticed that I didn't click on scene.
Okay. And you never went inside 4004 Shank, is that fair to say?
I never did.
And in terms of the 4050 Shank, the Partin residence, how far did you get into the residence other than the garage area that we know you had been in?
Just right there where I called it the kitchen. I guess it's technically the dining room and then the kitchen. Okay. And I never went any farther than that.
The photograph previously shown to you, and I'll show it to you but not publish it, Exhibit 41. Do you recall seeing that photo, the photograph that you identified as Hannah?
Yes.
When was the first time you saw that photo?
When I met with the prosecutor.
Okay. You had not previously seen that photograph?
No.
Okay, thank you. 1 second, please. No further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't check with mine.
That's all right, take it.
I am finished, thank you.
Is she in any redirect?
Yes, right, thank you.
You may proceed when you're ready.
Deputy, there were some questions about a report that you would have done in addition to the CAD report. Does that sound about right? You made 2 reports?
I did a general conditions report And then the CAD call, I can type in narratives in the CAD call. Is that what you're referring to? The two separate?
And specifically within the CAD report, which has been marked State's Exhibit 89, what injuries did you note in the CAD report of Hannah?
In the CAD report, to refresh my memory, I had put in there
Quick approach, please.
put into the CAD report. I indicated some of the bruising that I saw on Hannah Weshy.
Specifically, do you remember what bruising or injuries, I think is the better word, that you noted in the CAD report?
Do you want me to read the exact? If you give me the CAD report, I can read the exact entry. If you'd like me to do that. I do remember that it was around her eye.
Would the CAD report refresh your recollection as to what injuries you documented at the time of the CAD report?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
89. Once you've had a chance to review that, look up at me. And has that document sufficiently refreshed your recollection?
Yes.
All right. And what injuries did you document that you saw in Hannah in that CAD report?
It was a bruise that was located on her left eye by her temple.
No further questions. Thank you.
Sergeant, may recross.
Thank you.
Deputy, you also prepared an Ohio Uniform Incident Report, is that correct?
That is correct.
And as part of your duties as a Butler County Sheriff's Deputy, you do make reports, correct?
That is correct.
Make them in the normal course of your business, is that correct?
That is correct.
It's actually a duty, correct?
Yes.
As a state actor, is that correct?
As a state actor.
You're employed by Butler County Sheriff's Department, which
That
is
is
a
correct.
state law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that you have certain duties in reporting things accurately on those reports. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit F as in Frank. Do you recognize the document I'm handing you, sir?
This appears to be the report that I took.
And in terms of that particular report, do you see on page 2 of the specific area called Statement of Facts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And not to limit you, your particular report has a total of 5 pages in it. Is that accurate?
Yes, it does.
And when did you finish typing in the information contained in this report?
When did I finish?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe it actually puts a timestamp on it.
Did you do it on?
I would have done it. I would have completed the report before the end of my shift that day.
Okay. And in terms of that, do you recall writing in this Ohio Uniform Incident Report within the Statement of Facts, the specific bruising you observed on Hannah?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that that says she had a bruise on her chin and on the left side of her head to include her left eye?
That is correct.
And you don't see any words about temple in there, is that accurate?
No, I do not.
Are you at all unclear about Hannah having bangs that morning that obscured your?
She did
ability to
have
see?
bangs that morning.
And that she had hair, I'll put mine down like this, covering her ears like that?
Well, when she was laying back on her cot, some of her hair was back. I did not see her ears.
Okay.
It was still covering her ears, but I could see the left side of her head.
Okay. And you've accurately set forth in this report the bruising you observed that day?
That's correct.
You're asked to admit and publish Exhibit F as in Frank.
Approach.
light of our conversation, I will not permit the admission of the document at this time, but will reserve a future ruling after I've had opportunity to do a little research on that. So if you can proceed, otherwise around that. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I have no further questions for Lucky. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is the witness potentially subject to recall?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Deputy, you are released from your subpoena. Thank you for being here today. Watch your step. Please do not discuss your testimony with any of the potential witnesses.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness, state.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we would call Deputy Lambert.
While we're waiting on him
Detective
to-
Lambert, I'm sorry. I don't know why I wrote that down.
All right, yes. While we're waiting on the witness,
Detective,
are we anticipating this will be a lengthier?
yes.
Okay, so at some part, we get to an appropriate venue. I'm not going to keep them in an overlay for lunch real long. So we may, if there's an appropriate place to break, we may end up doing this witness in two parts, is what I'm saying, because I'm not keeping them here till 2 o'clock without lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sit here, please. Raise your right hand. Face me. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Let's see, what's your step here, please? Thank you. Thanks.
Detective, good morning.
Good morning.
Before we get started, we do have media folks here. Do you have objection to your facial image potentially being used on you?
It's okay.
Ms. Sheehan, you may proceed whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
I am Detective Janae Lambert,
And Detective, where are you currently employed?
Butler County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been there?
since 2005.
What are your current duties as a detective with the Butler County Sheriff's Office?
I receive reports and I collect follow-ups. I go and investigate victims, suspects, any evidence that needs to be collected.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness to retrieve defense exhibit?
You may. Yes.
Detective, I want to direct your attention to March 8th of 2018. Were you working on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, did you respond to Fort Hamilton Hughes Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you respond to Fort Hamilton Hughes Hospital?
Deputy Mayor had contacted the Sheriff's Office and informed us of a female at the age of 3 that was unconscious.
Did you go to that hospital by yourself or did you accompany somebody?
Detective Sprague.
Approximately what time did you get there?
It was around 9
AM, PM?
a.m.
Once at the hospital, what are your observations? What did you do?
We went to the doctors. We spoke with the emergency room doctors. They informed us that the victim.
Sustained. Can't testify what other people were informing you or telling you. Hearsay, you can't.
Okay.
Based on the information that you received, what did you do?
I spoke with Jason Weshy and asked him what happened.
And who is Jason Weshy?
He is the father of the victim.
And what's the victim's name, if you know?
Hannah Weshy.
After you spoke to Jason, what did you do next?
Spoke with Lindsay.
And who is Lindsay?
Lindsay is the babysitter for Hannah.
Do you see Lindsay in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please, so the record is clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you please indicate where Lindsay is and what she is wearing?
Lindsay's sitting to the left of me. She's wearing a black jacket and a pinkish shirt.
Or at this time, I would ask that the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
They reflect.
Thank you. So you spoke with Lindsay. Tell me
Yes,
about
ma'am.
that.
I asked Lindsay what happened that morning,
And what did she tell you?
that Hannah was dropped off by Jason. She told me that every morning Jason texts her to let her know when he's on his way. She said that he's usually late. He texted her at 6:52 saying they were on their way. They got there around 6:55. He walked Hannah to the door in the garage and handed Hannah off to Lindsay. Lindsay stated that Hannah asked her dad for double kisses. Lindsay stated that as Hannah was walking in to the house, Lindsay was taking her robe off. She said Hannah turned around as she was removing her jacket and said, "Donuts and couch."
Did she tell you anything else?
She said at that time, Hannah collapsed, and as she fell, she struck a child's basket on the way to the ground.
When she said she collapsed, did Lindsay indicate in which direction Hannah collapsed? Forward, backwards, sideways, something else?
I asked, she said forward.
And you said she struck a child's basket on the way to the ground?
Yes.
Did Lindsay tell you anything else?
I asked Lindsay what her demeanor was like when she came to the house. And she had told me that she was perfectly normal. She said she was talking, said bye to her dad. Everything seemed fine. She just seemed tired.
Did Lindsay ever give you any explanations of other injuries or accidents that Hannah may have had?
She did.
Tell me about that.
She informed me of the night before. She said at 4 p.m., Hannah was playing in the garage with the other children. She was standing on a toy train. Lindsay stated she observed Hannah fall off that toy train, and she struck the handlebar on the way down when she came to a rest on the concrete floor in the garage.
After you spoke with Lindsay, the defendant in this case, what did you do next?
We asked Lindsay if we could respond to her residence. We needed to collect photos of the residence. She agreed, and we followed her to the house.
And where did you go?
We went to 4050 Shank Road.
Is that located in Butler County, Ohio?
Yes, ma'am.
Hanover Township?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated you went there to take photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell me about what happened once you were there.
When we responded there, we walked in through the front door. Lindsay was showing us around the house. She showed us where they typically go in, which is through the garage door. She showed us each room, and we took photos of each room.
When you say we took photos, who else was there?
Detective Sprague.
You said you took photos. Did you go through the entire house?
We did.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I'm handing you, it's been marked States Exhibits 96 through States Exhibit 123. Can you please take a look at those?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an ample opportunity to review States Exhibit 96 through 123?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
Those are Lindsay Partin's residence.
And are those photographs of States Exhibits 96 through States Exhibit 123, are those true and accurate photographs taken at 4050 Shank Road on March 8th,
Yes, ma'am.
2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would seek to admit and publish States Exhibit 96 through 123.
Ms. Howard,
No objection, thank you.
exhibits 96 through 123 will be admitted. You may publish your vote.
Thank you. All right, if I can draw your attention to your screen, looking at States Exhibit 96, what are we looking at?
The front of the residence.
And when you say the front of the residence, which residence is this?
It's 4050 Shank Road.
And who resides at 4050 Shank Road?
Lindsay Partin.
And it's March 8th. What was the weather like that day, if you recall?
Very cold.
And in this States Exhibit 96, what viewpoint do we have of the residence?
It's the front door and the garage door.
States Exhibit 97, what are we looking at?
This is inside the garage. At 4050 Shank Road.
Is there anybody in the photograph that you identify?
Lindsay Partin.
States Exhibit 98, what is that?
That would be the toy train that Hannah fell on the night before.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that answer.
That's the toy train that Hannah fell off of the night before.
And that's what Lindsay told you?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 99?
It's the garage door leading into the residence.
Were you able to observe what the flooring was like in the garage?
Yes,
And what was that?
it was concrete.
States Exhibit 100, what is that?
It's a measurement of the stairs.
And these stairs, where are these stairs located?
These are the stairs in the garage leading into the house.
And approximately, there's a measurement, approximately how many inches is that off the ground?
Approximately 5.5.
Oh, I am so sorry. I must have typed the wrong number. All right, States Exhibit 101, what is that a photograph of?
It's the stairs from the garage going into the house. It's the top stoop.
So there's two stairs there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what is the measurement on this one?
6 inches.
States Exhibit 102?
That is the door that's in between the garage and the residence.
States Exhibit 103?
That is the first room you come into from the garage.
Would you have to take those steps to get into this room?
Yes, so you're in the first room in the residence coming in from the garage, and you're taking the photo of the garage.
So in States Exhibit 103, we're looking then back into the garage from the residence.
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 104?
So this is the first room that the photo was just taken. I'm not sure if that's considered her dining room or what that room is.
Were you able to observe the flooring in that room?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Carpet.
States Exhibit 105?
It's the same room, different angle.
And what are we looking into?
We are looking into the kitchen.
State's Exhibit 106.
Still the same room, dining room, looking into the kitchen.
State's Exhibit 107.
The kitchen.
Is there anybody in that photograph that you recognize?
Yes, ma'am. Lindsay Partin.
Do you know, it appears there's a child in the photograph. Were you aware of who that is?
That is one of her daughters.
State's Exhibit 108.
That is the kitchen. You can see photos of the dining room and also the living room.
State's Exhibit 109.
You see partially the kitchen. That is the living room.
So from this angle, we can see to the left the kitchen and to the right what you call the living room.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 110.
That's the living room.
State's Exhibit 111.
That is the living room with the front door and the hallway leading to the other bedrooms.
State's Exhibit 112.
That is the bathroom.
State's Exhibit 113.
That is one of the adult rooms.
State's Exhibit 114.
Same room.
115.
It's the same adult room.
State's Exhibit 116.
That is a photograph of, you're in the hallway looking in towards the child's room and another adult room.
State's Exhibit 117.
It's the child's room.
It appears that those are bunk beds.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 118.
Child's room.
State's Exhibit 119.
Child's room.
120.
It's the hallway looking into the other adult's bedroom.
State's Exhibit 121.
It's the other adult bedroom.
And finally, State's Exhibit 123.
And the other angle of the adult bedroom going into the bathroom.
While you're at 4050 Shank Road taking these photographs, is the defendant present throughout this?
Yes, ma'am.
At any point, did you speak to the defendant again at that residence?
Yes, she voluntarily walked us through and informed us of pretty much just different things throughout the house. She spoke about the train. She pointed that out to us when we were in the garage and explained to us what had happened with Hannah the night before. She informed us there that she let Jason know at 5 when he arrived to pick her up. As we walked through the kitchen, we stopped into the dining room, and that's where she had pointed to the child's cart and said that's where Hannah had fell, struck her head on the way down.
So you used the word cart. Tell me about that.
That's what she called it. I'm not really certain what kind of child's toy it is. It appeared to be some sort of cart. I don't know.
Is this the child's basket that you referred to earlier, or you don't
Yes,
know?
basket, yes. While we were in the kitchen, she had told us that Hannah, on a previous day, got into the kitchen and I don't recall if it was ketchup or mustard, but she took one of the bottles and walked into the bathroom and was squirting it into the toilet. She said that she can be rather mischievous.
When now at the residence at 4050 Shank Road, when the defendant was telling you about hitting this cart or how Hannah hit this cart, did she ever elaborate on how she hit that cart or that basket?
She did. She demonstrated how it happened.
And at this time, I would ask permission for the witness to demonstrate what, in fact, the defendant showed her that she did.
Any position from the defense?
Think about it. You know, I think she should say what my client said.
Those are-
Detective, can you please demonstrate for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what the defendant in this case showed you or demonstrated to you how Hannah fell?
Yes. She said that Hannah was walking in through the dining room and turned around, looked back at her, and as she's taking her jacket off, she says, "Donuts and couch," and falls down and hits her face on the cart as she heads down towards the floor.
Thank you. There's been some talk about a train in this case from a fall from the previous day. Your Honor, at this time, I would request permission to approach the witness.
You may.
I don't know exactly where to put this. Right there, so she was.
I'm going to place in front of you State's Exhibit 90.
Okay.
Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
set in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
That is the toy train that belongs to Lindsay Partin.
And is that the same toy train that you photographed and saw at the residence on March 8th, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And is State's Exhibit 90 in the same or substantially the same condition as when you last saw it on March 8th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective, have you had an opportunity to measure the seat portion of that train?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to ask you a follow-up question to that. Did Ms. Partin, the defendant in this case, did she indicate where Hannah was standing on State's Exhibit 90?
She did.
And where was that?
She was standing on the yellow part of the seat. And she stated as she fell, she hit the handlebars before coming to a rest on the concrete floor.
You said the yellow part of the seat?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're at this time, I would ask to approach the witness and she can identify which part she's referring to.
Motion by defense? You may.
Can you please identify which part you were referring to that she was standing on?
I'm sorry, it was orange, not yellow. Orange part.
Excuse me.
And you indicate that you've had an opportunity to measure that orange part of that seat.
I did.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to hand you with Mark State's Exhibit 151. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 151?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a measure of the seat on the toy train.
And is State's Exhibit 151 what's depicted in there, the measurement of the toy train, State's Exhibit 90? Is that a true and accurate representation of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to admit and publish State's Exhibit 151.
No
Defense?
objection.
All right, it'll be admitted, you may publish.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness to retrieve the exhibit? All right, Detective, drawing your attention to State's Exhibit 151, what are we looking at?
We are looking at the toy train measurement of the seat.
And from your measurement, how tall is that seat?
8 inches.
Detective, at any point did the defendant in this case give any other explanation or possible explanation for for Hannah's injuries?
She informed me that on Tuesday, it was a nice day and they went for a walk. They were walking down the gravel drive and she stated that Hannah had fell on the gravel and she had marks on her chest and she had bruising and a mark under her chin.
After you took photographs at 4050 Shank, after you spoke to the defendant, what did you do next?
We asked Lindsay to come back with us to the sheriff's office so we could get a recorded statement.
And did she do that?
Yes.
Who was present there?
It was myself and Detective Sprague initially.
And where did this conversation take place?
It took place at the Butler County Sheriff's Office, 705 Hanover Street.
And were you in a room? Were you outside? Were you inside?
We were inside in an interview room. It was myself, Detective Sprague, and Lindsay Partin.
At that point, or at any point, did you notify the defendant of her Miranda rights?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
Before we do that, why don't we have a little sidebar up here so I can figure out the timing on all this.
No, that is not the babysitter. That's a cop. Do you guys want to see the little guy named Noodle? I'm going to show you him. This is Noodle. Look at Noodle. Stop it right now. How adorable is Noodle? You love him? I love him. I want one. They're the cutest. Seriously, they're so adorable. I love him. Hi, Noodle. They always look like they're smiling. They're so cute. I love him. She can tell you this is Christine's baby. She got 2 of them today. I can't pronounce it properly. I cannot. Axolotl. That's how I call them. Axolotl. I love them. They're just, ugh. Well, these are fresh water. They're not salt water, so the only things I have in my salt water right now are my fat fishes that I call them. They're fancy goldfish. And then my big whatever he is. He's an algae sucker. I know, right, Jennifer? It's bad. I am. It's a mess, but I love them. All right, here we go. Share audio. And I believe her interrogation is coming up. The sound is not the best on the interrogation, so put your earpods in, your headphones, whatever. I wish it was better, but yes, I have. You can hold, my goldfish are very fat. They're those fancy ones with the long tails, and you can kind of put them in your hand, and they love to be petted. It's very weird. Then I've got a predator tank. They'd bite my fucking hands off, and half of them are poisonous, so you're not supposed to touch them. But I pet them through the glass, and they think that I'm petting them, and they love it so much. So, all right.
We do have all counsel and parties present, and I did want to address an evidentiary issue that was raised prior to our break. During the testimony of the first witness, Deputy Mayor, the defense had asked for the admission of a report prepared by Deputy Mayor pursuant to Ohio Rule of Evidence 803-8. The court provisionally did not allow that to be admitted, pending taking the opportunity to do some research to further look at the legalities of the issue. And so I have provided each attorney with a copy of a case that I discovered. It's the most recent 12th district case that directly addresses this issue. It's State versus Mohn, M-O-H-N, 2009 Ohio 437. Pertinent paragraphs being 25 and 26. Paragraphs 25 and 26. And I'm going to start here at the conclusion of paragraph 25. Even if the report was admissible, and this is pursuant to 803.8, and it cites B because there's these rule A, B, and C that's cited within the rule. It says, however, this does not end our inquiry. Paragraph 26, witness statements in a public record typically constitute hearsay within hearsay, and I will omit citations. It says hearsay statements contained in a public record are not automatically admissible by virtue of their inclusion in an official record. Again, I'll omit citations. Rather, such statements may be admitted to evidence only if they fall within an additional hearsay exception. So what the court is willing to do, if the defense wishes the court to examine the document and make individual evidentiary rulings on witness statements contained within the document, the court will be more than happy to do such. Frankly, I suspect the defense probably doesn't want to do that, and if that is the case, that's fine. I'll note the defense position on the record, and the defense would be able to proffer defense exhibit E, I think we're up to.
I think it's F, actually.
Is it F?
I marked it for F.
Okay. And if you wish to proffer that for the record for potential appellate review in the future, I'll do either way. I don't really care. I'm just more concerned with preserving the record. So, Ms. Howard?
If I could address the case,
I'll do
it up here if it's okay, so I know I'm on. I don't mean to be in your space. But I appreciate that the court did the work and that you're taking the matter seriously. So thank you for that. I have a different view of the case. So if you start at paragraph 22, the court introduces the issue by indicating that the appellant was seeking to use the report to impeach the witness, which is different than to introduce the document substantively as substantive evidence under the hearsay rules. And then I would agree with the court that with respect to substantive evidence issues, the court did perform the analysis that you indicated, which is the hearsay upon hearsay rule. But in the last paragraph of the opinion, paragraph 28, the court holds that the appellant was permitted to use the report for cross-examination. So in other words, the court saying the report was available to impeach, but it was not, they couldn't decide a ruling on whether or not it was substantively admissible as a hearsay exception because it hadn't been proffered into the record. And so I think that this case stands for the proposition that we could use the report to impeach the deputy mayor based on the contents of the report. So I think it supports our position. And then the last point I'll make, and then I'll sit down, is that the standard of review in all rules of evidence cases is abuse of discretion, which doesn't imply that the decision in the trial court was correct on the law. It just means that the trial court in this instance did not abuse its discretion. Thank you very much.
Mr. Fagan, thank you. I appreciate the distinctions that you have raised and placed on the record. I will note those continuing. Will rule that the document itself will not be admitted and further provided to the jury as we have discussed. But again, if the defense will mark that, and we will preserve that for potential appellate review.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I just wanted to address, because I know that part of the conversation was initially they wanted the entire report in. I think the court was always willing to allow portions of that report in that were not hearsay statements under that analysis.
Correct.
So I just want to ensure that that's clear for the record, that it's not that the court was never permitting it, just wasn't permitting, was going to excise inappropriate hearsay statements from that.
Well, now I have extended even that same option to this point, but Mr. Fagan.
Well, I have a different view of the record. I think that we were trying to impeach the witness based on the contents of the report. That was, and you tell me if you made the rule, it's not me, but that was objected to and sustained.
And subsequent to that, we sought to introduce it substantively, not under 803A, and not for impeachment value, but we tried another way to get it in. And so I do know, on a sidebar, I indicated that I believed it had two purposes, an impeachment purpose, and also it had substantive value and was admissible under 803A. So I would disagree with the state's characterization of a singular use and purpose of the evidence.
All right, thank you. All right, the court has issued its ruling this hour. Mr. Pagan, whoever wishes to mark the exhibit, if you wish to proffer that, then we'll have that for potential review, potentially down the road somewhere. Okay, Judge. All right. Otherwise, everybody else ready to get started, bring the jury in, and get the video we're about to see. Everybody's ready?
Yes, sir. I think just looking for the disc to get that queued up.
Well, we're supposed to want you to go and locate our jurors, assuming we have everybody, go ahead and bring them on in, and we'll get started.
Okay.
Do you want me to go ahead and?
I wanted to ask one thing that the train they moved, it's no different than any other exhibit.
Did you want me to forward that or wait until the jury's here?
Go ahead. You don't need to put it on the screens. If you keep it rated at 100%, if you go higher, then you start to get feedback.
Okay. On this too?
No.
Adjust it here.
Adjust it here. Don't adjust it. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is up all the way here.
Okay.
I mean, you can if it's really hard to hear, but I think because it's like a digital enhancement, and so you get weird feedback.
Yeah. Background noise.
Everybody have a seat? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Before we continue on here, any issues that need to be brought to the court's attention? Seeing and hearing none, State of Ohio ready to resume where we left off.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, she may proceed.
And Your Honor, at this time, we are seeking to publish State's Exhibit 93 to the jury.
And that has been previously admitted.
That's correct.
All right, you may.
Thank you. It's there.
Now, we want to go over everything that happened. Everything we said, everything. But since you are now here at our office and everything, we have to protect everybody's rights, your response and everything. And this is something we do to everybody, okay? I just got to get it out of the way. Well, sure it is, sure it is. Okay.
I think that back when I was 11, I had a guy try to abduct me and take his up to me. Yeah. And I have been here before.
Okay.
When you were that young? Yeah, 11.
Right.
Yeah. I'm going to do.
I want to go over this with you.
Okay.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used in a court of law against you. That you have the right to consult with the lawyer before and during any questioning, and to have a lawyer present with you while you're being questioned. That if you can't afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you, free before any questioning, and they may stop talking to me or any other police officer at any time. Okay, you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. If I could, just, I didn't get much of a line there.
Does that mean I'm arrested or?
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh my God, voluntary, you're doing.
I mean, you're talking to us.
Of course.
Right.
I'm like, oh my gosh.
If I could, just get you to put your name up here and your social, and just identify who you are. And today's date is 3/8/2018. And the time's 11:41. Okay. So, take us back to this morning when the child, when Hannah gets your
And we walked in the door like normal.
to the front door, back
That door
door.
where you guys came in and sat her down.
Was he carrying her?
Carries her in, has her blanket over her. It's cold, obviously, right now. We sat her down.
In the garage or?
Yeah, just, she's standing there and, they kissed goodbye, whatever. We sat back to the kitchen, she said, okay, bye. And I looked at her, I said, are you tired this morning or you want to stay up? She said, I want to stay up. I said, okay. So we walked in, she was in front of me. I opened the door, she was in front of me. That red chair that sits right there. I fell down, tried to take off my robe. She looked at me, like, can we do couch and donut? Because they always do, they like the powdered donuts in the morning before we have breakfast. It's hit or miss if she decides to go back to bed or wants the couch sometimes she don't. So, I said, of course, and she went to take off her jacket and just fell forward. And like I said, Hannah, get up. What are you doing? I thought maybe she tripped because I was putting my robe down. I wasn't necessarily like looking at her, and she didn't get back up.
Who all was at the house when she was dropped off?
So just me, Savannah, the redhead, was still asleep. Vivian was up in the kitchen. She was standing there. Because she was greeting Hannah.
Right.
So is it TJ?
Okay.
And that's TJ. He's your boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so was he already up and getting ready?
He was already
to
on
work?
He's already in the barn.
Okay. What time did he leave?
6:15, 6:30, 6:15.
Is he usually the one that gets there and opens everything up first? or-
And his dad does. Okay. Just kind of, because his dad lives in the yellow house, the farmhouse right there.
Okay.
Yeah, and the man on the farm. TJ has like 17 acres right there, and his dad has all the other stuff. They're the ones that been on that pheasants forever, hunt, and Labor Day. Yeah. Yeah, she's been flourishing since she's been with us. You know what I mean? Like, it's a nice place for her to be. I don't know. We do a lot of stuff to go to the zoo, at a zoo class. I feel like she's a little bit more behind than the other ones, like I've said before.
So she had anything different this morning than normal?
No. I mean, she seemed tired. It was 7 a.m.
Yeah.
I'm in shock.
Right.
I mean, I'm in shock. All I've done my whole life is want to be a mom and take care of kids. Sure, teaching my mom. I've never seen me get hurt.
Do you take pictures of them often?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have pictures of them yourself?
I'm sure I do. I haven't taken any recently because it's pretty cold and outside.
Yeah. So what is the password on your phone if you need to look at those pictures?
Oh gosh. I don't even know. Oh, 331166.
Okay.
All right.
3311.
Yeah, my birthday's double.
Okay. So, you said that yesterday you guys were they were playing around. And tell me how they got into the garage.
I live in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that door stay open or does it?
It stays closed if we're not out there. I mean, the playing in the garage has just been like the last week.
Okay.
Because he moved that barn in the back, or that lean-to thing just got done, so he moved
everything.
Yeah, the big stuff, and put all the outside toys. We were outside Tuesday, the garage was open, but then it got cold again. So he's like, why don't we just make the garage a room where they can do their ground toys and not be inside all day.
So you said Tuesday when it was nice out, you guys went for a walk in the driveway. Who was we? Who all was there?
Me and 4 kids.
It's always just you and the 4 kids? Like, you don't ever have any help or?
No, it's just me.
Anyone that comes in and helps you out, or does TJ come home and help out ever?
Not really. I mean, he tries here and there, and he helps when he gets home, like with our kids.
Like those guys usually.
Well, I think that back Tuesday, he did come up, he was at the barn, and it was nice, and he came up about 4 o'clock, and we all played outside.
Okay.
So he was up there, I mean, he tried.
Has he ever disciplined the kids?
Not really,
Has he ever?
no. I mean, if they're not listening to me, you gotta listen to your mom, but no, he's pretty busy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Have you ever seen him squat on him or spank him or anything?
I want him to get there. Hey, listen to your mom, but nothing, no. I'm not a spanker.
How do you discipline her?
Well, sometimes I raise my voice. I probably do that more often than I should, but I do try to tell them why I'm saying no. I have a really good mom, she's a teacher. We didn't have to be spanked. She just, I don't know, was always explaining to us why the reason was no, why you couldn't do that. I don't know. I tried to say, no, that we can't do that, you'll get hurt.
Right.
If you do that, or if you don't, we don't cut them, because my biggest one gets mad because I would cut them for grapes. If I don't cut your grapes up, you'll choke. You can't get mad because I'm cutting your grapes up.
Right.
I don't know, I just try to, and if they're hitting each other, why hit them as a disciplinary action when you're trying to get them not to hit? I don't know. I don't know. I just try to talk to them. And sometimes if they're doing things over and over, they put their nose in the corner, or they sit in their timeout chairs, the little rockers in the living room, their timeout chairs.
Well,
What's Hannah's dad's name, Jason? Okay, so you've known him for a year?
Yeah, about a year.
And you've been babysitting his daughter for a year?
Yeah, so I know Kaylin's mom, the other little girl from high school. And so on a Sunday night, TJ's like, so we hired a new mechanic and I used to watch the kid. So he started out as a mechanic at the barn, and then now he's out on the cruise making more money, which is good for him. But he's gone more. So when I first started having her, it was like 7 to 5, and he was there right at 5. I don't even know where I was going with that.
Sorry, how long you been watching it?
Oh, yeah. And so then, TJ's like, because before Kaylin didn't get there till 8, he was like, you gotta get over there earlier. So, yeah, I mean, and then, so it was supposed to be temporary, and then he was moving into the house next door because it became available. And so he was like, would you mind doing this permanently? And I said, yeah, just not on Fridays. My dad has a trucking business, I do all the paperwork for that.
Sure.
And I try to spend time with my own kids too. I mean, I babysit, so I don't have to ask him for any,
Right.
grocery money and things like that.
Who's that, your dad or?
TJ, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you guys keep things pretty separate?
For the most part. I mean, yeah, we don't have any money.
Right.
So, I mean, all I have is student loan debt.
Yeah.
And he's been working since he was 18.
Right.
How long have you and TJ been together?
5 years.
5 years? How long have you guys lived in that house?
He's lived there since '06. But I moved in 2013.
So what's your relationship like with them?
Good. Good for the most part. I mean, we have kids, so, we figure about them.
We don't.
Yeah, we figure out money, but for the most part, we have a really good relationship. We have a lot in common. We went to high school together, we've known each other for a really long time. Our families know each other from the trucking, construction business.
Okay.
I wish he wouldn't drink. But other than that,
Does he drink a lot?
not a lot. He's a lot better than he was 5 years ago, maybe.
Sure.
I had to rein him in a little bit, but,
Have you ever been scared of them?
no, God, no. I don't like drunk. I don't like people. I don't like drunk.
How's he get when he drinks?
Negative. Yeah.
Just like real nasty?
Just, he hates his job.
I do.
Yeah, that's why I tell him, like, why, if it's gonna put you in a bad mood, why do it?
Yeah.
So when I used to drink, like obviously in college, like I'm like the happiest drunk, like that's where I want to talk to everybody. So when I get around people that aren't like that, I'm like, so. But other than that, we have a really good relationship. We hunt together, we camp together.
Okay.
When we
You guys do a
met,
lot of things together.
when we reconnected after high school and all that and other relationships, we were 30 and we were ready for kids. And ready for marriage. And it took him a little bit longer to.
But you guys
I married. Well, we had the wedding and then we forgot the marriage license. Well, his uncle who married us forgot the wedding, marriage license. So when we were on our honeymoon, we just came back. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And then there was that whole prenup thing, and I'm like, let's just. But.
We've talked to the doctors down in BC, and something's good. Okay. Whatever happened to her happened this morning.
Oh my God.
It's not from the fall from yesterday. She has a severe brain bleed.
Oh my God.
So what we need is the truth from you.
But, yeah, that is
Because
the truth.
we need to know how this happened, that way we can treat her.
I'm absolutely telling you the truth. Oh my
Because the
God.
way it's looking right now is that this happened at your house, because we need to find out, we need the
I
truth.
swear to God, I'm telling you the exact truth. We walked in the
From
house
what the doctor
and
said,
she fell.
she did not walk, she did not talk with this type of injury. None of that could
She
cause.
did, I promise you she did. We walked right in the house.
Who's we?
Me and her. She walked in herself. Walked in herself.
They're saying that's not possible.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
He watched her walk in.
With the injury, there's no way that she could have walked. So, like you said, we're gonna be straight up with you.
I'm straight up with you. I'm dead serious. She walked right in my house.
Okay.
And within 30 seconds, I swear I'm not lying. I would never hurt a kid in my life. My kids don't even get spanked.
Okay, so if you wouldn't, who would? I don't know. Okay, I believe you're not being honest with us, and you need to come clean with it. Because you're gonna be a part of this, do you understand me?
Yeah.
Okay, as one mother to another, you can't joke around about this, you can't hide behind it. You need to come ahead of us and tell us what's going on and what you know.
I don't know anything that goes on over there, but I know she's mischievous.
Okay, what happened this morning?
Nothing at my house. Nothing at my house. And I swear to God,
What did he say to you?
I said, oh, her bruise looks better. And he said, yeah, because actually I put vapor rub on her.
Yeah.
Trying to make it cool down. And I Googled how to make the bruise look better.
We're talking about something that happened today, okay?
Yeah,
And
nothing
she's
happened.
probably not gonna make it.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not.
We're not.
So
This is gonna be a homicide.
we need to find find out what's going on.
Oh my God. What did he say to you this morning? God, I'm even trying to remember what we even said this morning. I said it's snowing again. How did he act? Normal. Completely normal. This was a completely normal morning. Oh my God. How she was acting was normal. Yes. I swear to God. I swear on my daughter's life, she walked into the house and nothing was abnormal whatsoever. Not one thing. Not one thing. Holy fuck.
You need to help us out.
I don't know what else to say. I just need you to, I need you to think. I need you just to, if you need a minute, collect your thoughts. I need you to try to think. Nothing. She ate fine last night. I was getting ready to get her a donut. She asked for a donut. I'm not lying about that. I am dead serious. She turned around and looked at me and said, buddy, can I have a donut and couch? What'd Jason do when he got her in? Did he even come in the house? No. Okay, so tell me where he was at and what he did. So when he walked in, he sat her down. Walked in where? The garage. The garage. Okay. The garage. Sat her down, handed me the blanket. And I think I said, oh, her face looks a little bit better. Or her face looks good, it wasn't, it was too bad. And he said, yeah, he said, I think your vapor rub worked or something like that. And then we walked in the house. She wanted another kiss. She asked him for double kisses and another hug. And we walked in the house. I opened the door to the back room and she walked in front of me. Okay. She walked in front of you? Yes, ma'am. And then where did you go? Right behind her. I was like standing right behind her and I put my phone on the. She took my leg off. Okay. And then what happened? She turned around and looked at me, like just kind of like up at me and said, buddy, can I have donut and couch? And started to take her jacket off and fell. And when she fell, did she fall out of the door into the garage? No, or did she fall? No, forward. Okay. So she fell onto the carpet, you're saying? Yeah, yeah. And at that time, it was just you and who? Me and her and Vivian was standing in the kitchen. Okay. Waiting for Hannah to walk in. And nobody else was in the house? No.
Who'd you call first?
Jason. And I said, Jason, there's something wrong. She collapsed. She like passed out. I said, I'm gonna call 911. I said, because you got the barn loaded the truck up. Mm-hmm. And I said, you need to come back up. I mean, I was screaming. I wasn't calm.
And did your boyfriend come back up with them?
Like a few minutes later, yeah, everybody was up. Yeah, my father-in-law, my mother, everybody came. Yeah.
All right, hang tight.
I'll be right back, okay? Oh my God. So I know, like you were saying, that you and him have a good relationship. It's like really, really good a lot of the time. Yeah. But sometimes it's not. Yeah. The one thing that I need you to understand completely, okay, is if you're in an abusive relationship, there's always help for you, okay? And you may not feel like there's anywhere you can go or anybody that you can talk to that would even listen to you. I don't know if threats have ever been made to you or if he's ever told you, you know what, if you say anything, you know, I'll make sure you pay or this and that. If you're in fear for your safety.
I'm not. I'm honestly not. I would definitely tell you that. Right? No, TJ and I have a really good relationship. If I've ever hurt by him, it's his mouth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Saying hurtful things.
So he's never physically put his hands on you?
No.
Okay.
No. Never.
Okay.
No.
Now what about the kids?
No. Mm-mm. No, he's hardly ever there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the fun guy. I'm the one that's mean. You know, I'm the bad guy.
Right.
I'm the one that's there all day.
Okay.
He gets home and it's fun time.
Now, you said that you know that she's mischievous, Hannah, and that when she's at home with her dad, that he's very busy and he doesn't get to pay attention.
Yeah.
What do you know? What have you seen? What do you know that goes on there?
Well, they're outside. I mean, she's outside a lot. Honestly, he's not home a lot. I don't really know where he goes or what he does.
He takes her with him?
Okay. Yeah, he's not home a lot.
Yeah.
But when they are, it's usually out. They're usually outside.
Yeah. So you also told us earlier that when she's roughhousing, she's doing this with who?
It's usually Rachel, because Caitlin's older and she's.
And Rachel too?
I think that was.
And that's her sister? Is Jason's daughter?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's her half.
Okay. So they like to play on the trampoline, jump back and forth. And you said that you've seen, what's her name? You said Rachel?
Rachel's the middle one.
Okay, so Rachel, you've seen her actually like push Hannah down.
Oh, yeah, they
on
were
the trampoline.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember if it was you or Jason telling me that you've seen her actually fall off the trampoline and.
She has.
Yeah.
I don't know that I said that, but she has.
Maybe Jason.
Yeah.
Has Jason ever said anything to you about disciplining Hannah?
No.
Never spoke to you about it, or like what his expectations are?
No, all he said is that when she does get hurt, she doesn't say anything because she's afraid she's gonna get in trouble because she's not doing something she's supposed to do, or she's doing something she knows she's not supposed to do.
Did he elaborate, like what kind of trouble?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen Jason get angry? Have you ever seen him go off about anything in general, just anything?
He's got a temper.
Does he? So what can you tell me about his temper? What have you seen?
It's not seen, it's like what we've talked about, like.
You're trying to help him?
Yeah, like we'll talk about like getting a tip like on the job site or something. They don't want to talk to me like that, like, you know what I mean? He's a guy.
Guys usually talk like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, has he ever, like, been physical? Like, you see him throw things, you see him, you know, outburst, anything like that?
Not really.
No?
Not that I can.
Have you ever seen TJ get so mad when he comes home from work, or is he so angry he wants to fight, or outburst, or anything like that? No?
No. He's a big soft ear and he's pissed for sure.
Do those two get along well?
Who?
TJ and Jason?
Yeah.
They have a good relationship?
Yeah.
You've known TJ since high school. You just met Jason when you moved in about a year ago.
Yeah, almost a year.
Okay.
It's a little under a year.
Right. Okay. All right, dear. I'll be right back. I'm gonna see what they want to do and I'll be right back. Do you need anything?
No, I just want to be better.
Yeah. email with you. Yeah, I won't. I'm like in shock. Yeah. I'm sure. I'll be right back, okay?
I made it back. Shoosh. Let's see.
Got you hamburger. You want something to drink?
No.
You sure?
I feel like I'm gonna throw up. This is Sergeant Butler. Nice to meet you.
Well, I know you feel like you want to throw up. This is terrible.
This is awful.
Yeah.
I just had a miscarriage 2 weeks ago, and I thought that was the worst thing I've been through.
You understand there's a difference between law enforcement and doctors. So when we talk to people, we do not have any medical background.
Yeah.
Nor do we pretend to be.
Right.
Cincinnati Children's Hospital, which is world renowned, is the best. If I have a young child, that's where they're going, sure. So I'm going to be very matter of fact with you. And I want you to be a matter of fact with me. And if you're sitting here telling the truth, that's great. But if you're sitting here and you're covering and you know things, then watch. Listen to the words I'm going to tell you. You will be fucked. Because this is the only spot that you're going to get a chance to cooperate. Because once we're done, and if you don't let it out, then that's on you. There'll be no hands reached out to you. So the things I know for a fact, are these doctors who have a lot more knowledge than, as you said, any of us. Say this lady was beat. Listen to me. These bruises that are all on its chest has made the doctors nauseous. That the swelling on the brain was from a beating. That her retinal in her eye is totally, it's just from the beating. And people try to, and when I'm not saying this directed at you, but people in general want to make excuses of fell over a train and hit her head, fell over in the driveway and caused bruises. Right. So when you have doctors telling you this child was beat, this is abuse, they just pulled the plug on this child. This child is dead.
Oh my God.
So we can't get any more serious than where we're at, Lindsay.
No, we can't.
That's what I'm saying. So they look at a scan that's taken at Fort.
Correct.
They look at a scan that's taken 35 minutes later when she's rushed into Cincinnati Children's and she's immediately rushed into surgery, okay? And they're able to say with 100% professional opinion that this child, this proximity to when this all occurred, the beating that took place on her head was absolutely in a time frame of the time she was in your house to the time that had to be almost immediate prior to coming to your house. That there's absolutely no positive way that this child was sitting down, playing with blocks, having conversations, that it absolutely could not have happened. So
She didn't play this morning, but she walked into my house. I will look you in the eye. I've never hurt a kid in my life. Wouldn't even hurt my kids. I don't spank. I don't believe in spanking.
have you ever seen TJ strike any of the kids?
No, he's not even around. He's hardly ever home. And when he gets
Was
home.
he there this morning and
No.
you're just covering your line?
No, he was at the barn. I swear to God, he left at 6:15 because Vivian got up with him. And
Is that the same thing that Jason's gonna say when he's
I
here?
would think so. Yeah, TJ was already at the barn. Yeah. So Vivian got up with TJ. Savannah was still asleep. He left and we walked out into the kitchen. I started making coffee. Jason texted me and said, we're heading over, which is what he does every morning for the most part.
Okay.
I walked, because he always comes around the back, so I walked out into the garage. He sat her down, well, not sat her, but she was standing up, and gave her a kiss bye and said, Dad'll be back. And she wanted double kisses and asked for another one. She walked in front of me, walked into the house. I set my phone down. She literally looked up at me and said, Buddy, can I have a donut and couch? Because she didn't want to go back to bed. Sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't. And she just fell. She was taking off her jacket and just fell.
Do you know if we just go off of what you said right now, you put yourself right in the bullseye?
No, wow.
Because you were the last one to see her.
They're saying that this is so close. At the end of the day, I'm not going to sit and testify to somebody if we charge somebody. She's not going to. Detective Sprague's not going to. It's going to be doctors. And it's going to go off of, this is not an accident. This child has been beaten. And that's going to be the cause of death. And this is going to be a homicide. And they're going to go with, I guess, circumstantial evidence. And you put yourself right there in the mix. Because you're going to have doctors saying there's absolutely no way this baby is walking and talking and having a conversation. And I absolutely don't want you to lie for no reason whatsoever. That's what I'm saying.
I know.
So I don't want you to say something just for me to get off of you is where I'm going.
Okay, yeah.
Because
I don't.
but you need to worry about you right now.
I am worried.
If you know, or think you know, or have an idea about something, you need to get out in front of it. This is a homicide. This baby didn't fall and hit her head.
Yeah, that's why I was, there's no way that she just fell and hurt herself and it's bad.
So we're in agreement with that?
Yeah.
You wholeheartedly agree with that?
Yes.
Then tell me, if you was to just to reach out and take a guess, tell me what's happened.
I'm sure she did something bad and got in trouble. She's the one mischievous.
So tell me what, is Jason capable of this? Does he have a temper? Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen him hit the kids?
No, I haven't. But I have not known him long enough to know that, and I don't
Have you ever
I've
seen-
never been in his house.
Have you ever seen bruises on her?
Yeah, she's very soft.
You consider that, well, I mean, she's a typical
She's
kid.
a height, and she's very, she's
Okay.
very, very.
Have you ever seen any bruises that you looked at and went,
Yeah,
where?
God, just did
I'm concerned with her head.
Yeah.
Have you seen bruises on her head? Look at me, please. I need to get a good feel for you.
Yes.
Where at on her head?
On the back.
Okay, have you ever asked her about those bruises on her head?
No.
Why not? And I'm not trying to belittle you.
No,
but
I
just-
know.
So,
I know, I feel like I've been through enough.
well, just, I mean,
I don't know that I've asked her, but I'll say, oh, did you fall? Did you jump off the couch again? Because she jumps off the couch a lot.
do you know if there's carpet over there at the house?
I've never been in there. Never been.
Is this the only child he has?
He has two older ones, but they live with their mom during the week.
When you say he has a temper, I'm listening.
I've never seen it, but like when we talk about like things like on the job site or whatever, if the guys get into a fight, like we're friends, he and I are friends. And we gripe to each other about like the drama of like the company there or whatever. And you know, I tend to get mad about people flying in and out with me, having kids playing in the yard, and we talk about that. And I'll kill somebody if they hurt my kid. Or like the other day, he got into a fight, I guess, with one guy on the job site, and he's like, "You don't want to do that to me," you know, and just stuff like that. But I mean, he's even said I have a temper.
Where else have you seen bruises on her that's you looked at and
Was it arms or? I don't just Specifically where on her arms? Like with her handprints, yeah, maybe
And grab,
I just thought maybe she bruised easily. My dad bruises her really
maybe
easily.
she did. I don't know.
My dad always had bruises.
I just know she's been beat, and that's the cause of her death today.
I would never hurt a baby, ever, ever. I mean, a teacher, a normal teacher, I would never hurt her.
Jason's telling us that she gets hurt a lot at your house, that she always comes home with bruises.
That's completely untrue. She comes to my house with bruises.
So who do we believe?
I know.
If you're not doing it, who is?
I mean,
You said that there was another child that was in the house that got a head injury? You said she had that's just now healing up or something?
oh, Vivian, she, fell off that little bunk bed thing and just bumped her. I know it was just like, bruise on her head.
So she did that on her own?
Yeah,
How old is she?
3.5. And 2.5, we saw her wipe out.
How many kids do you have?
I have 2 myself, and I just lost one.
How much does he pay you for babysitting?
$30 a day, 25, depending on how baby it's just depends. Like last night, I said her
Is she
dinner.
typical 3-year-old to watch?
Yeah, she's more hyper than the other 3.
Hyper in what way?
Like just jumping up, I mean, she really does jump off things, and, I mean, you might do too, but. Yeah. She's more daring than mine.
Why don't you eat something? Let me
I
buy
can't
you,
eat.
let me buy you a cup of coffee, water, pop.
Okay.
You understand we're trying to, we gotta get everybody together. Here's one thing I've never done, and I've been doing this for a minute. I've never put innocent people in jail.
Yeah.
As long as so if you're absolutely sitting in here telling the truth,
I'm
then
definitely telling
then
you.
you don't need to worry about that issue. But once again, as frank as I was before,
Yeah.
if you're sitting in here and you're lying about
No,
something,
not one thing.
it's gonna come out, you're absolutely.
If I'm one thing, it's not a liar, and I'm
Okay.
ready to choose. I've never been in trouble. I go to church, I mean, I don't.
Okay.
But you need to understand that you can also be in trouble if you're covering for somebody else, but if
I
there's
don't,
more that you
right,
know.
I don't know anything
Okay.
other than what I told you, like,
All right.
I don't know of anything that has happened that
That could help us out with this.
other than, I don't know what goes on over there, and it's gone a lot,
Is he a drinker?
no, but, no.
Do drugs?
He smokes pot.
Okay.
I feel awful, I don't wanna like. I take care of her, and I am the one that takes care of her. She comes to my house a lot and dirty clothes, not a bath. I wash her clothes, I make sure she's taken care of. If that makes sense. I don't know. I think he's just busy and I don't. Okay.
Well, here's one thing I'm gonna tell you. If you're trying to, I don't know, play patty cake with the ideas that you don't wanna look at him as a bad father, if you didn't kill her, he did. It's as simple as that. It's one or the other.
I didn't.
Well, then, I mean, if you got some things that you think you need to tell us about him, you need to be telling us. He's not gonna get Father of the Year, because if you didn't kill her, he did.
I should have knew more. I wish I went over, I've never even been in that house.
I understand that.
I don't know anything about them other than what, I mean, he's hardly ever there, and when he is, they're inside her and Rachel out on the trampoline. Caitlin the older one comes over to do my hair when I have, like, stuff to do, and I don't know.
Did you say anything about him? Whenever you were?
No. I I don't think they're on the.
What's the
job site.
relationship with Jason and TJ?
I mean, we like each other, there's not really much of one, because there's like 8 different job sites, and TJ kind of like drifts through all of them, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Oversees them all. I don't know that they're like, they don't really know each other. I mean,
Okay.
because, I mean, he lives next door, but
They don't hang out?
no, he doesn't have time, he really ain't about me.
All right.
He works a lot.
Okay.
Always at that line.
Hang tight for me, all right?
If you get hungry,
Cheers, you, all right?
you want me to get you some water or anything? Anything to drink? What would you like? You just let me know, I'll get it for you.
I want to be alone. I want to be alone.
Give me a minute, I'll be back in.
Babies.
Okay?
Maybe I'll go home.
Yeah, here soon. But we just, what we are doing is now.
Sure. I think there's been some things going on at the job. I think he got into big trouble the other day. For what? A trailer got hit and it could have killed somebody. He parked it on the hill. I think there's some stuff going on, like with him worried about losing his job or his house or whatever.
Yeah. So you think he's got some aggression inside he's building up, and he's upset over that?
I think they're
Yeah.
I mean, maybe had to a little bit.
So when did that happen with the trailer?
Tuesday.
Tuesday? And that was the day you guys had her outside. When she fell down in the gravel, did you see bruises? Did you see any marks on her from evidence of her falling on the ground? Did you see anything when she got up?
Yeah, I mean, sure, you have like a bruise on her chin, I feel like.
Okay.
I thought those little bruises were like falling in the gravel. Clay.
Okay. So, how do you know about him parking that trailer there?
He told me about it.
What did he say?
I almost got fired today. And so what happened, he said, well, I parked the trailer on the hill, the job site, and Tim he backed up too hard and hit it. And it went down the hill and it could kill somebody.
Yeah.
I was in really big trouble. And I was afraid I was losing my house and my job and.
Sure. So, was everything done and dealt with on that day? Like you didn't have to worry about it anymore, or was he still?
Yeah, I think he was so concerned because I was like, what's today, Thursday, yesterday.
Yeah.
He was like, what did you say last night?
He got there at 5 last night, stayed at 7?
No.
Because
Because
that's
I
what
went
he
at 6, no, he went at 6:50
Okay.
and she was still eating.
He said he was hanging out with TJ until that time, and then he picked her up. And took her home at 7. He said he got up at 5 and he was there hanging out and he went out to the barn with TJ. And then.
Oh, yeah, they were unloading stuff last night. Yeah, they were.
What were they unloading?
I have no idea.
Work related?
Yeah, down at the barn.
So, I can see why he'd be upset. I mean, that's his livelihood.
Yeah, and she's doing something she wasn't supposed to do.
Have you ever seen him interact with her when he's at your house?
Yeah.
And when she's like jumping all over, just doing it for normal 3-year-old.
Okay, yeah, just wait a minute, I was talking with him or with the girl and.
Anything else you can think of right now?
I was trying to make her chin look better yesterday.
Yeah.
When she fell on the ground, it kind of busted up her chin, and I think she bit her tongue when she did that.
Yeah.
She's still going.
Yes. That's what we're trying to figure out. That's what I said, very detail. Any information that you can give us.
gonna help. That's what we need to know. Because right now, you're just as much involved as her.
Oh, I know.
And like I said,
I wish I weren't.
right here, right now, this is when we can help you. You know what I mean? Help you figure it out, help us figure it out, but
I promise you I would never hurt baby ever in my life. I mean, I just wouldn't. I wouldn't. Ever in my life.
I don't think that anybody intentionally plans.
No,
I mean, some do, but
I mean, I know there are bad people in the world. I know that he loves her.
So you've never heard, okay, your dad doesn't work with them.
No.
Have you ever heard anybody else talk about Jason's temper or anything?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't know him.
Yeah.
Other than I watch his kid.
Right.
She hit me when she was play all day.
Right. And that morning, he was in the car. He didn't walk over, he drove over.
Yeah, they drove over.
So he gets her out of the car, sat with a blanket on her.
Yeah, they always have a blanket over.
So he already said that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then he comes to the garage door, and that's where you meet him to get the baby. And then he goes back to his car. He doesn't say anything. What does he say?
I mean, some of this time he doesn't let the letter because he works outside and like, oh, it's something there. Right. I don't know. Right. And then he'll wait till he's back, I get back.
And she asked him for help.
Yeah.
Let me go find something, I'll be back, okay? That way I'll leave you in here by yourself.
Yeah.
All right. Do we want to watch the next part of this interrogation? Yes, we have a bunch of weird but original names. This is true. All right. I think we do because we have to.
Morning. I was singing myself.
Right? Am I on the right? Wait a minute. Day 3, part 3. Day 3, part 4. What did I just do? Stop it right now. Hold on. You just wait 1 minute. All right, so we saw that part. Right? And she's sitting there. Okay, 1 second. Yeah. 1 minute, please. God, we've been live forever. Let me look at this for 1 minute. All right, this one is. Yeah, that one is. La, 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 la. Give me just 1 minute here. All right, he's right at the end, right? Yeah, okay, this one. This is our next one. I'm not crazy. All right, I'm a little crazy, but not completely.
Please be seated. We're back on the record. State of Ohio, Lindsay Partin.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any issues to report to the court? Seeing and hearing none. State of Ohio wish to resume where we were when we took our break.
What's happened to this baby?
Obviously, I mean, when all that was happening this morning, I was thinking to myself, there's no way that just falling on the concrete floor made her, I could have swore like the head, this has been going on, I don't understand.
Have you seen her come to the house with bruises on her face?
Yeah.
Before the accident yesterday?
Yes.
So she had bruises on her face this week?
Yeah.
Where?
Before she told the truth?
Like one was like right here, and then she had one on her chin.
Was the one that shed from a shoe dog?
You're good.
From where it was started when you first came in. I know there was a little, I don't want to say hubbub, but there was some obvious conversations over there among the jury. By order of the court, for reasons that I can't go into and you guys don't need to concern yourself with, portions of this video have been redacted slightly. So if there's any confusion to that, I apologize, that's what happened. So there were no errors in playback or anything like that. So from this point forward, just please go with that understanding, okay?
Because something has happened to this baby, right?
Obviously, I mean, when all that was happening this morning, I was thinking to myself, there's no way that just falling on that concrete floor made her, I could have swore like the head, this has been going on, I don't understand.
Have you seen her come to the house with bruises on her face?
Yeah.
Before the accident yesterday?
Yes.
So she had bruises on her face this week?
Yeah.
Where?
Before she told the truth?
Like one was like right here, and then she had one on her chin.
Was the one that shed from a shoe dog gravel?
That got worse. There was one on her chin before that, and then when she fell on the gravel.
So there's bruising before?
Yeah, it got worse, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jeff, when she tripped on her heel of her boot on the rock, and like, yeah, and she better tell me too.
All right,
I don't want.
do you want me to give him a call?
No, I'm gonna call my lawyer. I'm completely honestly telling the truth, and I would never lie. I wouldn't lie to anybody. Yeah.
If you want to call your lawyer, I mean, do you still want to talk to us?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
You're doing it. This is what you're supposed to be doing, nothing else.
I'll do anything I can, though.
Well, we do appreciate it.
Anything that's gonna be able to help us out with Hannah, that's, you know, and I know that you wanna do.
She is our main concern.
She's been my main concern. So for how long has she been your main concern? Since I've known her. It doesn't matter. What's your reasoning for that? She's not a mom. My husband didn't have a mom. Yeah, there's a big difference when you don't have nurturing and love. And I'm not saying that he didn't do that, but women are different. Like even last night after I was putting the paper up on her face, she looked at me and said, "Love you, buddy. You take good care of me." I am honestly in shock. It was literally 30 seconds to a minute, him dropping her off and us walking in the house. And she collapsed. I hadn't even shut the door behind me yet.
You hadn't shut the door yet, but you told me that you were walking in towards the kitchen and you never done it.
No, I hadn't even shut it.
You hadn't shut
I
it?
didn't even shut it. No.
So you weren't in the same room with her when she turned around and looked at you?
No, I was still. So here's the door, here's that chair, here she is. I put my phone down, went to take off my robe. She looked up.
I have a couple questions I want to ask you.
Sure.
And listen to me, and I don't know if since you've been in here talking to them, because I've been meeting with my boss, if you've been talking about an attorney or anything, so I just want to make sure because I have a couple more questions I want to ask you, but I want to make sure you are still well aware of your rights.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to go
I didn't do anything wrong.
and I realize that, you
I
should,
don't have a lawyer, I
right.
don't even know who to call.
and I want to go through them one more time real fast, okay? Just to make sure I'm
Yeah.
good at asking you a couple
Yes,
questions.
of course.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult an attorney. If you can't afford one, when we appoint for you free of charge, you can stop talking to myself or Detective Lambert at any time. Do you understand your rights as I read it to you? Are you okay answering a couple more questions,
Yes.
knowing your rights?
Yes.
Okay. Is this your phone?
Yes.
And this is what we wrote down on the back.
Yes.
Would you give us consent to look in your phone?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so can I punch that code in?
I'll do my thing.
Do you care if I do it?
No.
So what time, let me ask you this, well, I don't know. How do you have Jason in here?
Jason Leshy.
Wait a minute, my glasses on because I have problems on. Jason Lushy. There he is. So I see he sends you texts every morning.
Yep.
When he sends you these texts, like today says, getting ready to head over, and you reply back, okay. How long does it take him to get over there after he sends that text?
5 to 10 minutes. He's always late.
So is that usually every morning, is it 5 to 10 minutes before he gets there? All right, so.
Well, I take that back. He's usually late, but if he's got to get the truck ready and take it down, then he's on time. It just depends on if he's driving his own car or if he's taking the truck down. Then he's got to load it.
But this morning, when you said he was probably 5 or 10 minutes after that, which I get that.
Yeah.
So would you agree, on my watch right now, it is 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And would you agree that your phone says 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
All right. So if we go back to his text, would you agree that says at 6:52 a.m. he's getting ready to head over?
Mm-hmm.
And you say okay, right?
Yeah.
At 6:52.
Yeah.
How long was she in the house?
Not long, 30 seconds.
And then 911 was called.
Yeah, I called him first. I wasn't really
You
sure what
real
was
good with
happening.
math?
Not really, no.
All right, I'm gonna try to help you out with time, with the clock. 6:52 a.m. So let's give him benefit of the doubt, 10 minutes.
Mhm.
7:02 a.m.
Yeah.
Or excuse me. Yes, 7:02 a.m.
Yeah.
All right, 7:02 a.m. If it's 10 minutes.
Mhm.
When do you think that 911 call was placed?
I don't know.
8:20.
Are you serious?
1 hour and 18 minutes later. Now, what you've done,
That looks bad.
that is bad. What you've done is said he was there this happened within seconds of him being there,
It really
and that
did.
child was there an hour and 20 minutes, giving him the benefit of
Can
the
you
doubt.
can I look at that real quick? I don't think you're right. Hold on, let me look at my 911 calls.
Let's,
Pull up my calls real quick. Pull up my calls when 911 was called. Because it was 7:20. Because I looked at the clock, it was that early. Go back to my call log.
hold on.
I'm sorry. It's okay. Yeah, 7:22 911 was called. I called 911 at 7:02 and hit at 7:01.
Well, I'm looking at the CAD report wrong.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. You
Yeah,
are right.
I called right away. I'm like, there's no way that it was an hour. It was right away. I mean, it happened within seconds. I'm telling the truth. I swear to God I am. I am not lying to you. I do not lie. I would not lie. I wouldn't lie. I just don't
All
lie.
right, hang tight.
Okay. Do you need anything to drink? Okay. No, I'm not. Because I don't want to be in prison for something I didn't do. My kids are left alone. Like, I get it. I know I would feel the exact same way. I would never, like, I told you, I've got kids too. I would never leave. I wouldn't. Yeah. I don't. I have, you know, I want to help you out, and that's why, like I said, I just want to be here to, Jason's here too. Is it children? But we're gonna have them come here too. So, I know we've gone over the story, and that's just something that we. Yeah, you gotta keep jumping. Just want to make sure that there's nothing else that stands out that you can think of. Any comments that have ever been made, you know, that you thought, whoa, you know, or his daughters, have they ever said anything them that much. The middle one, I don't.
She doesn't talk to you much?
No, she stays over there, but like I know she's in school for here, so.
Yeah.
Think about her family party or something. We do a lot of honey banquets, fundraisers.
Yeah, he gets up every weekend. Does he ever get them through the week?
Depending on if they're out of school or not. Like
Okay.
President's Day, I didn't have Hannah because Caitlin was out of school, so she kept her.
Okay.
So, and last week I didn't have her. I only had her Monday. Because Thursday was a rain day.
Okay.
And I don't babysit on Fridays.
Right. And then the weekend he's off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's her relationship with her sisters?
Good.
Are they nice to her?
I think so. I think she's the one that aggravates. From what I heard, you know what I mean? Yeah.
You said she's rambunctious. Does she jump like all the time on the furniture?
Yeah.
How does she do when you discipline her? Like if you clear her time out, does she sit or is she gonna jump around?
She sits.
Yeah.
I don't really have to discipline them, but except for like, hey, don't take the toy, don't fight, sit down, you know. I mean,
Does she play well with the other girls? She's not like stingy or anything like that? You said that she did when she first came, but now she doesn't do that anymore?
that's good. Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of things that, just anything, do you know what I mean? Like, oh, yeah. That's a lot. That's why I just, for me, I know if I was in this situation, like you said, anything they want, let's do this because I'm willing to help you out anyway.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? And I was like, I just want to get this out of the way. But is there anything else about Jason? That stands out? It's just that he's single parent and he's being probably frustrated. I think he owes TJ's got some money for the car and the house and all that. Yeah. And he's behind me. I don't know. Does he have to pay for his car? The car that he drives was my father-in-law's. Okay, he got it from him, so I think it's just because he said something like his wallet was in his friend's car in Eastgate, and she was merged, and so she made sure that he could get his wallet, and he had $700 in his wallet, and Jay was borrowing from money. Who's that? Jay is my father-in-law. Oh,
But like, yeah, I don't know if it's a girlfriend.
just pretending to hang out with you.
Yeah. I don't know. No.
You don't know anything about her, do you? Because I'm wondering if he ever was over there.
Yeah, he's another one. Yeah, he's gone.
Sure, no, we can drink. You want anything or?
No, I can't really. God, no.
All right, I'll be back.
you want me to take this hamburger away?
Yeah.
All right. We need this.
Oh, we're just going home.
Give me a minute. Hey, just want to let you know, we're talking to teacher. Oh, okay. So you there? Yeah. Please, 2 doors down. So as soon as we're done talking to him, we'll let you guys get out of there, okay? Right here. Come on. Okay. What is the description of your dog? What kind is it?
I think it's iPhone 7 Plus.
Who's the carrier?
Verizon.
Continuously.
Yeah. He's a good guy, 95.
He said he was nervous at first, called the attorney to see if there was rights warrants and that, and he's like, just came in to talk to you guys.
Yeah.
So, okay, I do your filling in, okay? And just signature and just whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I got to get high, I didn't even have a lawyer, and even though I said, I just don't know what to do.
Right.
I don't want to be in trouble for something I didn't do.
Right.
And I don't know what I'm supposed to do in this sense. I mean, I didn't brush my teeth this morning, I just don't realize that. I'm like, oh.
You have to do what feels right to you.
I mean, I don't even know what to call him, I don't even know what to say to him.
No, not right now, you let me get started away.
Sorry for breathing on you, I just realized
I don't smell your mind.
You're just not really good enough.
It's okay, I can't smell it. Okay, got this done, I'll be right back, okay? Am I calling?
Yeah, okay, thanks.
We're good. Howard, you be doing cross?
Yes, sir.
So when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Detective Lambert.
Hello, ma'am.
I've never met with you, have I?
No, not personally.
How many times have you met with either Prosecutor Hiley or Prosecutor Sheehan?
Sheehan just a couple of times. Hiley, I would say maybe 5 or 6.
And how many times have you, me? Sorry. Do I need to increase my volume?
You're a witness. I'm having joy hearing the witness.
Okay, sorry. How many times have you met with Prosecutor Sheehan or Hiley?
Hiley a couple of times, or I'm sorry, Sheehan a couple of times and Hiley maybe 5 or 6.
Okay. And in terms of this, the last thing that you did in that interview was obtain a consent from Lindsay Partin, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as Defendant's Exhibit G as in George. Do you recognize that document, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
This is our consent to search form that we have at the Butler County Sheriff's Office.
And it's fair to say that we watched you come back into the room at the end of that video, and she's Lindsay Partin signed that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that at least by an hour afterwards, well, let me break that up. Did you keep her phone at that time, or did she leave with her phone?
We kept the phone at the time.
Okay. So when was it that you all, any one of the detectives at the Butler County Sheriff's Department opened up her phone and got the timeline of the texts and the calls?
The calls were opened when we were there in the room with her. It was on video.
So when Sergeant Whitlock was incorrect in the time that he said she called 911, that's when you all for the first time knew that she'd called 911 at 7:02:51?
Per her phone, yes. As far as the call log?
Yes.
For her phone? That was
Yes.
the first time I viewed it.
Okay. And so you also viewed that at 7:01:24, she'd had an incoming call from Jason Weshy's phone number to Lindsay Partin's phone number?
I don't know, ma'am.
You didn't view that?
No.
So this consent to view her call log, you didn't look at that?
No, ma'am.
Which detective or sergeant or even deputy did look at that?
I know that Detective
Listen.
Ventry.
Do you know who did?
I don't know who did.
Okay, so let me back that up. What time of the day is this when Lindsay's free to go that day? Do you know?
I don't know for certain. I believe it was around 2, but I don't know for certain.
So it was certainly afternoon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you've received the consent to search for the timeline, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You gotta answer out loud.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have in your possession the phone, correct?
I did not personally have the phone in my possession.
Which detective does?
There was another one that did. I don't know who.
Okay, so you have no knowledge of this?
Not of the phone. No, ma'am.
So you're telling this court of this jury that you don't know that the telephone call from Jason to Lindsay at 7:01:24 was the next call in her log?
I don't.
And you don't know the call before that was the outgoing call from Lindsay to Jason at 7:47?
I know what
Objection,
Lindsay.
Your Honor. She's already in case she doesn't know.
Overruled.
You may answer.
I know that Lindsay and Sergeant Whitlock had a conversation and he asked her what time, and she said 7:01. She placed the call to him, and then 7:02, she placed the call to 911.
Okay, so you got that consent to search that timeline and you handed it off to somebody else?
Yes, ma'am.
Or somebody took it from you?
I did not have it in my possession.
Who did you hand it off to?
There is Detective Ventry. He does all the phone dumps for us. He's the one that handles all of that.
This isn't a phone dump. This is simply
Right.
opening the phone,
Correct.
which you have consent to do.
Correct.
And look at
Sergeant
the
Whitlock
call log.
also had the phone, so he would be the one that would also have it.
Who did?
Sergeant Whitlock.
Okay. So just so that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury know, you're a detective, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the rank above that is what?
A sergeant.
So Sergeant Whitlock is above you.
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of sergeants involved in this case at that time, were there any other sergeants involved?
Sergeant Tanner.
Tanner.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in terms of, that's the remainder of the sergeants?
Yes, ma'am.
What about, I don't know what's above a sergeant, a lieutenant?
Lieutenant.
What lieutenant is involved?
Lieutenant Bouquet.
Did you see him there that day?
I don't recall seeing him. I was in the room off and on.
So you don't know about the call log time. What about the text log time?
I didn't see the text either.
So they just sent you in there to get the consent, and then they held onto the phone and didn't bother to open it and look at that
Yes,
log.
ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know when Detective Ventura got around to doing his phone dump?
No, ma'am, I don't.
If I told you it wasn't until days later, would you agree with that?
I don't know. I can't agree to something I don't know.
After this, let's say 2 o'clock on the 8th of March, when's the next time you touch this case in terms of talking to witnesses or making calls or going out and hitting the streets?
The next morning.
Okay. You didn't do anything after 2 o'clock that afternoon?
We communicated amongst ourselves for the rest of the day.
Okay. You didn't make any more calls?
No, ma'am. I spoke with, I take that back. I spoke with a friend of Lindsay's that she babysat her child for. Spoke with her.
Christina Lewis?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time did you make that call?
I don't recall what time I made that call.
Was it after Lindsay left the police station or
Yes,
the
ma'am.
sheriff's department?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make any other calls related to this case that evening or that afternoon?
I called and spoke with her. That was it.
And her being Christina Lewis?
Christina Lewis,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. How many times have you watched this video?
3 times.
And do you know the particular dates of those watchings?
I don't.
Okay. You certainly watched it. Where's the disc? Is the disc in here?
It's up there, on top of the rest of the exhibits.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 93. I believe you indicated on direct examination that you placed your initials on that CD. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Or DVD. I'm not sure the technical term of that. And you did that on April 2nd of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so back in time, from between March 8th of 2018 and April 2nd of 2019, when have you watched that video?
I watched this on April 2nd. I don't have the dates or time wrote down for when I watched it before.
Okay. And can you guesstimate on that?
I don't even want to give a guesstimate.
The next day on Friday, that'd be Friday the 9th of March, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say that you went back to the 4050 Shank Road residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, you all asked Lindsay to come back to the station again?
Yes, ma'am.
And you approximate what time that was?
I don't recall what time that was in the morning. I know it was the morning time.
Okay. And would you agree with me that during the time frame that you are in the house, you check over the children, Vivian and Savannah, to make sure that they don't have any bruising on them?
I did so when Lindsay had asked me to help clothe her children.
And I'm not saying you did anything nefarious, but you did that, correct?
I did.
Okay. How long have you been a detective, ma'am?
Since January 6, 2018.
Okay. So when this case came about, you had been a detective for two months?
Yes, ma'am.
2 months and a couple days?
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically, what were your duties associated with this particular case on March 8th?
I was interviewing Lindsay Partin.
Were you assigned at any point in time to try to retrieve any video footage from a Walmart
We did.
Did you do that retrieval?
We were not able to obtain any.
There wasn't any video, is that correct?
Correct.
Other than yourself, what other detective or deputy or sergeant or lieutenant was assigned to try to retrieve that video?
It was myself. I don't recall if it was Detective Sprague or if it was, I want to say it was Detective Sprague went with me.
How many years had you been a deputy prior to becoming a detective, ma'am?
I went out on road patrol in 2008.
And were you a continuous full-time employee road patrol officer from 2008 until 2018 when you became a detective?
No, ma'am. I was laid off from 2010 to 2012.
So in terms of have you always been employed by the Butler County Sheriff's Department except for those 2 years of layoff?
Yes, ma'am.
So from 2008 to 2010, you were a road patrol deputy?
Yes, ma'am.
And what area were you assigned?
I was downtown and then I went out to Liberty Township.
Okay. And I'm assuming you mean downtown, the city of Hamilton?
It just depend, actually. They would have me go out to Wayne Township. I'd work out in Morgan Township. I'd work in Madison. Just depend on the day, pretty much.
Okay. Did you ever work in the Hanover Township area?
Every now and then.
And then after your layoff, you came back in 2012 and remained a deputy until your promotion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to come up with the word of what that would be.
That's okay.
Okay. Would you agree with me that as a sheriff's office deputy and then a detective, that part of your job and training and experience is to write reports and narratives?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's important that you document your observations within those narratives?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, it's standard police procedure to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it proper to say police and sheriff? I want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Police is different from sheriff.
Okay. Is it proper sheriff's procedure to write reports?
It is.
And write narratives?
Yes, ma'am.
And in this particular case, were your narratives provided to Detective Turner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Detective Turner is seated at the prosecutor's table, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he was the lead detective in this case, is that fair to say?
It is.
Okay. And so you would submit your narratives to him, correct?
Yes.
And how many times have you discussed this case with Detective Turner?
Maybe 3 times.
3 times in a year?
Yes, ma'am.
When were those 3 times?
I don't recall.
Is it that you don't recall because you didn't write it down at the time that it was occurring, or you don't have a good memory?
It's because I didn't write it down.
So you would agree with me that if you don't write something down at the time that it happens, your memory might not be correct?
You're right.
Are you aware that Detective Turner prepared and submitted a report of investigation in this matter and presented that to the prosecutor's office?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review that?
To review what part?
The report of investigation that Detective Turner prepared.
I have not read his portion.
Okay. Prior to coming in here to testify today, did you review any documents whatsoever?
I reviewed mine.
You reviewed
my part in
yours.
it, I reviewed what I did.
Okay. And in terms of what you did, so you're not aware of what is contained within the entirety of the report of investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so would that be fair to say that you're not aware of what's contained within the entirety of the updated report of investigation?
If it doesn't pertain to me, no, ma'am. We all have different duties that we do.
So you would be unaware that Detective Turner only included some of your narratives within the report of investigation?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, what narrative did you prepare in this case?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You said you only prepared your own narratives and you only reviewed your own narratives for purposes of testifying today. Which ones were those?
The ones that I provided for our follow-up.
And what were those?
The ones that spoke about when we went to the hospital, we spoke to Jason. And then when we spoke to Lindsay and responded to her residence and asked her to come to the sheriff's office to give her side of the story.
And your narrative in regards to Christina Lewis, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
So 3 narratives?
Yes, ma'am.
And you'd agree with me that the narrative related to the hospital would be referencing Fort Hamilton Hughes Hospital, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that the narrative related to the residence is when you went to the residence in regards to the photographs, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And the narrative about Christina Lewis, we've narrowed down to be on 3/8/18, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, ma'am, there's a 4th narrative that you've prepared in this case, isn't that correct?
What's that?
Another narrative in regards to the house, going to the residence, correct?
I went to her residence twice, yes.
Okay, on 3/18? I'm sorry, 3/8/18?
I went to her house on 3/8, and then I went to her house again on 3/9.
You didn't prepare a
2018.
narrative as it relates to 3/9/18, did you?
I did not. Detective Hensley did.
So the 3 narratives I asked you about were the narrative for the Fort Hamilton Hospital, which obviously occurred on 3/8/18, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The narrative as it relates to going to the residence on 3/8/18, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the telephone call with Christina Lewis on 3/8/18, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's a 4th narrative, is there not?
There is, but I did not write it.
You didn't write the 4th narrative?
The 4th narrative was Detective Hensley. He wrote about us going out to the residence the 2nd day. That's what you were speaking of.
No, I'm speaking about a 2nd residence narrative for 3/8/18 that you prepared.
I don't recall that.
I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as, I think I'm on H as in Harry. I'll direct your attention to it. I'm handing the witness exhibit marked as defendant's exhibit H as in Harry. I'm going to direct your attention specifically to, beginning at the bottom of page 2, and they're not numbered, but you'd agree with me that this would be page 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is page 2. And then 2, 3, and beginning into 4.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see your name located on a purported narrative of 3/8/18, 8 a.m. Fort Hamilton Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
First, it says Detective Sprague. I always say his name wrong. What is
It's
it?
okay, it's Sprague.
Sprague. And then Detective Lambert. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you indicated it's the interview of Jason Weshy, Lindsay Partin.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that 1, 2, 3, 4, 7-paragraph narrative you wrote, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, you know you wrote it because it begins with Detectives Sprague and I spoke with, correct?
Correct.
So the entirety of those paragraphs of that narrative are you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that leads us to page. Then you see another entry immediately preceding the Fort Hamilton Hospital narrative. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
3/8/18. It's your narrative in relationship to talking to Christina Lewis. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those paragraphs, both the ones we just looked at for the Fort Hamilton Hospital as well as this paragraph, appear to be true and accurate. Is that correct?
I would need to read everything.
Please do so. that are all your typing, that the name Lindsay Partin or Lindsay is multiple times there, correct?
Correct.
And could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of how you spell Lindsay's name, her first name, in those 8 paragraphs?
Lindsay was spelled Lindsey.
And you still have in front of you exhibit I as in Ingrid, is that correct?
Yes.
And could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how on whatever day you prepared this report, you spelled Lindsay?
Lindsay.
You'd agree with me that you certainly didn't prepare those on the same day, correct, as you had in H, correct?
I can't say if I prepared this on the same day or not.
You spelled her name differently.
I also see that it's spelled differently here in the top.
I'm looking at your, right?
I understand that.
Your typing.
Mm-hmm.
You agreed with me that you wrote the particular paragraphs contained on page 2, 3, and 4, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was your typing, your words, and your words alone, correct?
Yes.
And some later time, when you create this brand new narrative that you provide and we get in March of 2019, you are spelling her name differently, correct?
Yes.
And when I say her, I mean Lindsay Partin, correct?
Correct.
You created that at some later time, is that correct?
I typed it obviously later than I typed this one.
You're aware that the narrative that you provided and whenever you typed it up, is much different than your prior narratives. Are you aware of that?
It's more detailed.
And I think you already testified that you understand the concept, that you remember events that transpire closer in time when you're writing it out, correct?
I can remember events, but I don't remember the time if I don't write it down.
So you'd agree with me that you probably, at the very minimum, wrote this March of 2019 narrative up after you'd watched the video, correct?
I can't say that.
And you'd probably written this narrative up at least probably after the next day when Lindsay Partin goes and talks a second time, correct?
I can't say that either.
When you began your testimony today, you indicated that your memory was that, let me get my note correct. When you responded before Hamilton Hospital and you were speaking with Lindsay, you testified that she told you that Hannah was dropped off at about 6:55. Do you recall that testimony?
Mm-hmm.
That's incorrect, correct?
Where did I say that at?
In your testimony.
Jason said that she was dropped off at 6:55.
Okay, so if your testimony was that Lindsay told you Hannah was dropped off at 6:55, you were incorrect this morning or this afternoon when we began your testimony.
Lindsay stated that he texted her at 6:52, and Jason stated that she was dropped off at 6:55.
And in terms of that, are you telling me that at the hospital, you did know what time the text was at?
I know from what someone told me, but I did not view the text. That's the question you had asked, is if I viewed the text, and I had not.
And you still haven't viewed the text?
No, ma'am.
I don't mean to be mean here, but in terms of the number of detectives assigned to this case, how many are there?
I don't know how many detectives are assigned to this case.
Yourself?
I can count myself, and I can
Detective
count
Turner?
Detective Turner. I can name a couple of them, but I don't know who all is involved, and he was not.
Detective Sprague?
Sprague.
Was he the
Detective
detective
Entry.
that you were assigned to maybe drive around with
We,
or partner with?
for that day, yes.
Okay. And then there's Detective Hensley, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Venturer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Morris, correct?
He was not on the case, as far as
You're
I
not aware
know.
that he signed an affidavit for a search warrant and presented that to?
Ms. Howard, you may proceed according to our conversation.
Thank you. About 38 minutes into the videotape, Detective, you're
Yes.
aware that you and Detective Sprague tell Lindsay, we've talked to the doctors down at UC. Whatever happened to her happened this morning. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not true, is that correct?
I don't know if that's true or not.
You don't know if that's true or not?
No.
Hannah wasn't even at UC Hospital, was she?
She was at Cincinnati Children's.
That's not the University of Cincinnati Hospital. That's a wholly different hospital, isn't it?
It is.
So you and the other detective who's got more years of experience on you, you're lying to Lindsay Partin at that time, correct?
I didn't pick up on him saying that. That's what he said. I'm sorry.
You didn't
I
hear that?
it. I didn't pick up on when he said it at the time, so I didn't correct him because I don't recall him saying it.
You don't recall him saying it all?
I do now, but I did not
So if I
then.
cue up the tape at 38:19 approximately,
I'm not disagreeing with you that he said it. I'm saying that at that time, when he said UC, I wasn't focused on him saying what hospital.
is it fair to say, detective, that at that point in time, you and your detective that you're partnered with that day haven't talked to the doctor in charge of neurosurgery here, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's Dr. Stevenson, correct?
I don't know what doctor it is. I didn't speak to any of them, so I don't know what doctor did what.
You haven't spoke to any doctors, correct?
Just the one at Fort Hamilton, and that was brief. They just let me know that she was leaving.
Okay, and in terms of that, you would agree that when Sergeant Whitlock came in to speak with Lindsay Partin, he obviously lied to her, correct?
I would assume if he didn't speak to the doctor, he wouldn't know that she had already passed. But I don't know if he spoke to the doctor or not because I wasn't with him the entire time.
Okay, so now you think it's possible that Sergeant Whitlock, who's a level above you, spoke to a doctor and was told that Hannah Weshy was dead on March 8th?
I don't know if he spoke to anyone or not. I can't say whether he did or not. He's my sergeant. So if he says that, then I'm going to go along with what he says.
Okay, so you weren't aware in the room, the entirety of that interview, both coming in and going out and coming in and going out, that Hannah Weshy, in fact, did not pass away on March 8th?
Correct.
You weren't aware of that?
No, I'm aware that she did not pass away on March 8th. I know that she was still there at the hospital.
And she was alive, correct?
Yes.
And so you agree with me that you were lying to Lindsay about that the entirety of the interview after Whitlock comes in and says she's dead?
I don't know until after I am done with the interview with Lindsay of what the outcome was with Hannah, because I was in the interview room with Lindsay. Whenever any conversation was going on in regards to Hannah and what was going on there and what the doctors had to say, I wasn't in there in the room at that time.
So when Lindsay asked you towards the end about, is Jason here too? And you fumble around and finally realize, oh gosh, I can't say he's down at Children's still, because why would he be at Children's if Hannah's passed away? You're telling this jury that you didn't know she was still alive then?
No, I had no problem with telling her Jason was still at the hospital. She had asked if she wanted to call him, and I said he wouldn't answer.
And so Lindsay Partin leaves the sheriff's department that day, believing that Hannah's passed away?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell her differently?
Sergeant Whitlock let her know. He let her know that
I missed that in the interview. Was that in the interview?
It was cut, or it wasn't on there, but he had let her know before she left that she had not passed.
So when was that?
That was at the end. It wasn't recorded. It wasn't on the recording that we have.
Let's brush.
Thank you. Were you present for this conversation?
Sergeant Whitlock came back into the room, and I walked in behind him, and he let her know that Hannah was still alive at that time.
There's a video camera in that room, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the only video camera in that room?
There's only one.
Okay. And does that room have a two-way mirror also?
One of the rooms does.
What about that one?
Yes.
Do you know who was on the other side of the two-way mirror?
I do not.
Were there other detectives, sergeants, lieutenants, deputies on the other side of the two-way mirror?
Ma'am, I don't know. I wasn't in that room.
You were in and out of the room, the interview room.
I was not in that room.
You never went into the room with the two-way mirror?
No, ma'am.
Did you see lead detective Turner at the building on 3818 while Ms. Partin was being interviewed?
I don't recall seeing him.
You don't recall seeing him at all that day?
No.
You'd agree with me that some of the statements that you make in this updated Defense Exhibit I, the one that's just your narrative, you'd agree with me that several of those statements aren't anywhere in your other narratives, is that correct?
Yes.
And since you don't know when you created it, you don't have an idea when it was done, you can't tell the veracity of any of those statements, can you?
I can't tell you when I typed this, correct?
And you would agree with me that if you wrote that statement after viewing and participating in the interview on 3/8 and or the interview on 3/9 yet to be seen, that your memory can become fact inserted. You'd agree with me, correct?
It's possible.
Something that you hear on one day can be inserted into a prior day as to what happened or what was said. Would you agree with that?
I'm not going to disagree with you.
Would you agree with me that on March 8th, 2018, several of your questions, not just your questions, Detective Sprague's and Sergeant Whitlock's questions, are fishing around for information, such as about TJ, correct?
We were trying to gather as much information as we could about anyone that was involved with Hannah.
Do you know if anyone is watching the video monitor while this interview is going on?
I know Sergeant Whitlock was in there.
On the video monitor or at the two-way mirror?
The video monitor.
Lindsay told you about the problems Jason had at work on Tuesday. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of your investigative duties as a detective in this case, were you assigned to go and search out the work records related to that issue?
No.
Or any accident report related to that trailer going down the hill?
No.
You were told by Lindsay that in addition to the Tuesday issue that Jason had at work, that he also had a problem and had a fight with someone on Wednesday at work, correct?
Yes.
As part of your duties as a detective in this case, were you assigned to go and search out any work records related to this altercation at work on Wednesday?
No, ma'am.
Were you assigned as a detective in this case to go out and obtain information about Jason almost getting fired after both the Tuesday and the Wednesday events?
No, ma'am.
Or to speak to any other witnesses about that?
No, ma'am.
Did you ask Jason if he made that statement that you don't want to mess with me?
I didn't speak to Jason.
At all?
Except for that morning at Fort Hamilton. That was the only time I spoke to him.
When he told you the 6:55?
Yes, ma'am.
When he told you he was on his way down to work when he got the call from Lindsay?
Yes, ma'am.
Lindsay told you on multiple occasions in that interview that Jason is not home a lot. Do you recall those statements?
I do.
As a detective in this case, were you assigned to go out and try to locate where Jason Weshy spent his time?
No.
As a detective in this case, were you assigned to try to obtain a consent for search of his phone to determine his location services, such as GPS, call logs, text messages?
No, ma'am.
Were you assigned as a detective in this case to obtain a search warrant for Jason Weshy's phone?
No, ma'am.
You're aware that a search warrant for a phone can obtain lots of information, are you not?
I'm aware.
Including GPS coordinates, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In this interview, Lindsay tells you that she just thought that Hannah just bruised easily. Do you recall that?
I do.
As a detective in this case, were you assigned to go out and search out Hannah Weshy's medical records from her pediatric facility?
No, ma'am.
Are you aware, as part of your duties as a detective in this case, that her medical records indicate that she has hepatitis C?
Objection.
Approach. Just have a proceed, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Get the documents. One second. I'll take a minute. I'm looking for a particular name, I apologize. I'll come up with that in a second.
Your time.
Detective Lambert, as your duties in this case assigned as a detective, were you aware that Hannah Weshy's records from the Forest Hills Pediatrics indicated that she had hepatitis C?
No, ma'am.
Were you present for the search warrant conducted at 4004 Shank on March 8th of 2018?
No, ma'am.
Did you go into the house at 3004 Shank Road?
On March 8th?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
At any other date?
I went in there on the 9th.
And when you did so, did it appear to be well kept?
It was a bachelor pad, single father.
Now I'm going to hand you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit J1 through J13. That are 13 photographs.
Okay.
Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of a bedroom located at this bachelor pad of Jason Weshy?
Yes, ma'am.
And do those appear to be the bedroom of a child?
There's child's clothes in that bedroom, so I would assume so.
Okay. And did you go into that bedroom when you were there on the 9th of March?
I went in very brief.
Okay. And that is what you describe as a typical single father bachelor pad?
Yes, ma'am.
It is? Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Dave?
Okay.
All right, then exhibits J1 through J13 be admitted. May I call you one? Ms. Wilson?
I've always said I'm not technologically inclined. Mispronounce names and I can't do it. I hit this already. And it says it's green. Probably doesn't know about that.
There it is.
This is the children's bedroom in this bachelor pad?
That's what I understood it to be.
Okay. A sheet, no sheets on the bed?
Correct.
Oh, I see a doll. There's a doll here. Is this why you think it's a children's room?
Yes, and all the pink clothing.
And the trash on the floor?
Mm-hmm.
And the big box in the room?
It's my understanding they were moving in.
I'm sorry, what was your understanding?
It's my understanding they were moving in there. They had just moved in.
On March of 2018?
I don't know that they moved in on that date, but he had just moved in there within the last couple of months.
That's your understanding?
That's what he led us to believe, that he had just moved in there. He still had boxes in there. He made a comment about needing sheets, and he still needed to get things, but didn't have the money to get it right then.
When did he make that statement to you?
He made that statement on the 8th. He didn't make it to me. He made it to someone else, and that's what was said to me when we were in the house.
To explain the nature of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a baby doll, same room, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So Defendant's Exhibit J2. Focus. There's be a closet, in the same room.
Yes, ma'am.
The house that you see in the photograph, can you see the house?
Not very well. I can see a house. I just can't make out whose.
Well, are you familiar with the Shank Road area?
That day. I don't
On
go
that
out
day?
there. I don't go out there that often. No.
Okay, so you couldn't tell this jury whether that was Lindsay Partin's house or any other house in that area?
I don't know what house that would be on Shank. I can't make out the house, so I apologize.
That's okay. Defendant's Exhibit J4. Appears to be the closet. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it appears to be.
With the mattress inside?
Yes, ma'am.
J5. Same mattress, same closet, lifted up?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than the box that we've observed in the first photograph, which was J1, Have you seen another moving box in this room yet? And if so, if you could point it out to me, please.
Another moving box in this room?
Yes.
I don't see one in this photo.
You indicated that Jason Weshy had told you or another detective that we just moved in and that's why my house looks like this. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that you indicated they told other persons or other detectives that that's why there were boxes all in the house,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Yes.
J6? Do you see that?
I do.
Appears to be the closet, just the upper level
Yes, ma'am.
with some type of, not Barbie head, but a doll head on the top shelf.
Yes, ma'am.
2 items of clothing hanging up in the closet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
J7? You just can't see the top shelf?
Right.
Same
Same thing.
pieces of clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree with me that what appears to be a pink little jacket of some sort still has tags on it hanging in the closet,
Yes, ma'am.
which would appear to be a smaller child's piece of clothing?
I can't make out really what it even is.
I'll bring it to you. Do you have children, ma'am?
I do.
What ages?
16 and 18.
Objection. Relevant.
Approach.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Children and how when they're younger children, they're smaller. And when they're bigger children, like 10, 15, 12, they're bigger.
Correct.
You have some familiarity with that,
I
correct?
do, yes.
You're a mom, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you, put in your, on your table there, J7. You see the little pink sweater hanging up on a hanger in that closet?
I do.
Does it appear to be the size of a small child?
It does.
Okay. And do you see the black and white clothing item hanging next to it on a hanger?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that appear to be of someone larger than a small child?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. J8. Just with the door closed, the other side of the room? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You see the same baby doll that you saw in a prior photograph?
Yes, I do.
And the same clown, correct?
Yes.
And a big hot water heater box, correct?
Correct.
So did you peek inside this box to see if that had moving things in it?
I didn't.
J9. Just a closer up of the box, correct?
Correct.
J10. Did you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
See the suitcase?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this what led you to believe they were moving?
No, it was told to me from another detective.
J11. Farther out video, you can see the arm of the baby doll.
Yes, ma'am.
J12. Here's someone opened up the lid of the suitcase. Same room, correct?
Yeah, I don't know who opened it. I don't know that any of us did.
See the
But yes.
pile of stuff?
Yes, ma'am.
Any of us, you mean the persons or the detectives and officers who went on the 9th of March?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm saying if it was Jason Weshy himself who left the suitcase open or not.
Okay, well, let's go back to J11. Does the suitcase?
It's closed, yes.
Thank you. Appears to be closed.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had training or experience in the procedure for taking photographs of scenes?
That was part of why I was there that day.
Okay. They were training you?
In a sense, yes. There were some things that I needed to learn. So they take me out on different calls and they go over things with me.
Okay. So in terms of this, they walked you through and explained to you how they would try to take a photograph to demonstrate the entirety of a room or the entirety of the house. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And the importance of opening lids or opening doors and cupboards or drawers. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We already viewed J12. J13 appears to be a closer up of that particular suitcase. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
And having some familiarity with sizes of clothing for small children, does the clothing that is contained within the suitcase that is now open appear to be for a little girl or a larger person?
A larger person.
You agree with me that those appear to be clothing for an adult, certainly not a 3-year-old.
Correct.
Have you been in very many bachelor pads?
No.
Okay, so when you characterize this as a typical bachelor pad, could you explain to me on what experience you made that observation?
That he didn't have a lot of items in the home.
And
He was lacking cleanliness.
Would you agree with me that your opinion was also in some way influenced by the statement that someone made to one of the officers or detectives that Jason apparently said he was just moving in, he'd only been moved in a couple months?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
That the appearance of what you believe is a normal bachelor pad of a single father was influenced by the fact that you took in information that he just moved in.
Based on what he had said, and when I looked at the house, there was a lot of items that were missing that he still needed, and I felt that he had just moved in.
Okay, so now it's you felt he just moved in.
No, I could see that he had just moved in. He still needed to obtain items. He stated that he had just moved in and he was still unpacking and that there were items he still needed to get.
So in the fund of knowledge you have, how long had Jason Wesche been using or utilizing the services of Lindsay Partin as a babysitter at 4050 Shank Road?
For a year.
For a year?
Yes.
And from your fund of knowledge and information, where did you believe that Jason Wesche lived for the other 10 months that he worked at the company at the end of Shank Road?
I do not know.
Is it possible, Detective, that you're misinformed as to when Mr. Wesche moved into the residence at 4004 Shank Road?
It is possible.
And would you agree with me that if Mr. Wesche had been residing at 404 Shank Road for multiple months since the summer of 2017, that the photographs contained in J1 through J13 wouldn't be a typical bachelor pad?
Correct.
As you'd been led to believe?
Correct.
When you went to the residence on March 9th for your training exercise, did you observe to be what appeared to be a marijuana pipe?
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
Yes. Detective Lambert, where else did you see boxes in this house?
I don't recall at this time.
Did you make a note of it in any of your narratives?
No, ma'am.
You'd agree with me, ma'am, that as it relates to Defendant's Exhibit I as in Ingrid, which is this unknown, dated, prepared narrative that's not inside Detective Turner's updated report of investigations, that's the first time you write down anything about a ketchup or a mustard incident?
When I typed in my narrative.
Listen to my question. You'd agree with me that that's not in any other narrative, correct?
Not in any other narrative that you had, no.
Are there other narratives?
That was my original narrative when I typed it, when I did my follow-up.
What was your original narrative?
What you have. I typed all that out and I did not submit everything at once because I was not supposed to.
Do you mean what was marked as Defendant's Exhibit I?
Yes.
So now you remember 30 minutes later when you typed this up.
I typed everything. When I typed my follow-up, I typed everything that day.
Do you remember?
That is not new. I had to revise that.
Do you remember my original question about, as it pertained to Defendant's Exhibit I and Ingrid? Do you remember that at all, ma'am?
What was the first question?
My original question was, way back about 45 minutes ago, I asked you when was that prepared, and you said you had no idea. Do you remember that?
And I recollect that I did this all on the same day.
What happened in the last 45 minutes that made you recollect all of a sudden that you prepared that a whole year ago?
Because I had time to sit and think about what I did a year ago.
And you don't think that it was at all impacted upon things you've heard and that you don't want to be inconsistent in any of your testimony?
No, ma'am.
You don't think so at all?
No, I know that what I wrote is what was told to me.
And can you explain why Detective Turner didn't include it in his report of investigation as a lead detective in the case?
Because I gave him my brief follow-up. I did not give him my detailed follow-up.
So how long let's go down this rabbit hole. How long have you been holding on to defendant's exhibit I as your narrative that you didn't give to Detective Turner?
I don't know how long until they needed the revised copy. I don't know when
Who needed it?
until we needed the revised copy. I don't know when they did the follow-up, when they looked through everything to see when I needed that.
So you didn't ever turn it over to Detective Turner? Is that your testimony now?
I submitted it, but it was not added in to the packet.
So now your testimony is that you provided it to the lead detective in this case sometime closer in time, and he chose not to include it or provide it. Is that your testimony?
It was not provided. I don't know what the reason was. It was not provided at the time, but it was later.
In March of 2019, you're aware of that, correct?
I'm not aware of when. That's what I made clear. I don't know when it was provided. You're
many
telling
other-
me March 2019? I'll go with that.
How many other narratives are there that you turned over to Detective Turner that didn't get included within the report of investigation?
That was
or the
everything.
updated report of investigation, ma'am.
You have all of my narratives, ma'am.
And how would we ever know?
I just told you. That's everything.
And do you remember when you pulled this out of your records?
I don't have it written down.
But now you remember doing it closer in time.
I do.
And how many times, you have I in front of you, can you count the number of times the word Lindsay is contained within that defendant's exhibit I?
Are you asking me to count
I
her
sure
name?
am. Please do so.
17.
And I'm going to hand you what was previously marked as defendant's exhibit H, pointing you again back to the two narratives that you said were in fact yours, beginning on what is page 2, although they're not numbered, to page 4, which is up until the Christina Lewis. And count the number of times you typed in the word Lindsay in that narrative, also alleged to have occurred on March 8th.
$22.
And you, I believe, already indicated that you recognize that the way in which you spelled Lindsay in the narrative that Detective Turner's used were with E's. And then this, now you recall when you wrote it, new narrative recently turned over is correctly spelled Lindsay's name, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me, having both of those narratives in front of you, that the narrative that you provided to Detective Turner that he included in his updated report of investigation indicated that Lindsay told you that she fell off a toy train headfirst onto a concrete floor. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that differs from what you testified at the very beginning of your testimony when you got on the witness stand here, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with me that, assuming you wrote the one that's contained in Detective Turner's narrative first in time, that would be more accurate than what you testified to here today?
I can't say that.
You can't say that? So which one is more accurate? Your memory in April of 2019 about the events and words that were said to you, or the narrative you wrote and handed in to your lead detective, Detective Turner, closer in time to April of 2018?
I explained to you that exhibit I typed the same time I typed my other follow-up.
You explained that about 45 minutes after you first said you didn't remember.
I apologize. I didn't recall it immediately.
I'm talking about the one that's included in Detective Turner's, your
Okay.
lead detective statement. Do you see that?
I do. I have it in front of me.
Can you explain that?
I didn't put a lot of detail in that. I can explain that.
Okay. So you didn't put a lot of detail in that, even though that was going to the lead detective in the case, correct?
Correct.
At the time that this was occurring, you were 2 months on the job as a detective, correct?
Correct.
And one would presume that your training experience as a deputy, a road patrol deputy, and then your training to become a detective taught you the importance of providing your narratives to your lead detective so that he could have all the information, correct?
Correct.
Or she, if it's a lead detective female, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that nowhere in this narrative, and I'm speaking of H, as in Harry, that you wrote, nowhere does it say there's a 652 text that you were advised of that while you were at the hospital or at the residence, correct?
Correct.
And nowhere in that narrative does it say, Lindsay tells you that Jason is usually late.
No, it does not say it.
And nowhere in that narrative does it say that Hannah asked for double kisses.
No.
You would agree with me that those statements are actually contained within the video that we just watched, correct?
Correct.
So would it be more accurate to say that the narrative you wrote on 3/8/18 isn't from going to the residence, but instead is written sometime after March 8th, whenever that was, where you used a bunch of information you'd obtained in this particular case, correct?
No, ma'am. That is not correct.
Can you explain why Detective Turner didn't want to include this more thorough Defendant's Exhibit I?
Ma'am, I don't know. I don't know that it was Detective Turner's decision.
Do you know of any other detectives in this case that have turned over items to Detective Turner and they aren't included in the
I do not.
narrative? How do you keep your narratives?
I keep them in a file on my desktop.
Okay. And do you know when you retrieved this particular one, which is Defendant's Exhibit I?
We have a follow-up that is attached to every case report that is in our system, and it stays there indefinitely.
So it's your testimony that this Defendant's Exhibit I would have been inserted into the case report as a follow-up whenever you typed it up?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be timestamped as to when it was?
I don't know.
You don't know enough about your system?
Ma'am, I'm not computer savvy.
You're speaking to someone like that. Does Detective Turner have access to the things that you put on your desktop that are the narratives, that are supplementals that you're talking about?
If he obtained my password, he could get it.
So
But as far as the reports,
Yes.
the follow-ups that's attached to that, he has access where he could see that, yes.
So it's your testimony that he would have been able to see this Defendant's Exhibit I because it was in your follow-up all along?
Yes.
And so if it was in your follow-up all along, he just chose to ignore it and not include it in his updated report of investigations?
I don't know what he did, ma'am. I'm not going to put words in my mouth and say that he did something or he didn't do something. I don't know. You'll have
Would
to
you
ask
agree
him.
with me, ma'am, that if it was in your follow-up and it's not contained within Detective Turner's updated report of investigations, that either he didn't put it in because he chose not to, or it's not in your follow-up?
You can elaborate however you'd like.
In the March 8th, 2018 video that we just watched, Lindsay tells you multiple times, 5 times, that she had Hannah for 30 seconds to a minute, correct?
I didn't count how many times she may have said that. I recall her saying that.
Okay, so it's not may have said it. You agree with me she said that, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that it was more than one time?
I didn't say if I know of it being more than one time, but I can tell you I know she said it at least one time.
She told you in that interview that she had Googled what to put on bruises, correct?
Yes.
And that she put vapor rub on Hannah's face?
On her chin, yes.
You don't recall her using even last night after I was putting the vapor rub on her face? You don't recall it being the word face?
She could have said that, yes.
You watched the video 3 times?
Yes, ma'am.
You recall Lindsay telling you, I hadn't even shut the door behind me yet when she collapsed?
Yes.
If I told you it was 5 times that she used the phrase 30 seconds to a minute, would you disagree with me?
Ma'am, I will take your word for it. I don't know.
Have you had an occasion to view the interview that was then later conducted on March 9th of Ms. Partin?
No, ma'am.
You'd agree with me as it relates to Exhibit H in your narrative contained within Detective Turner's updated report of investigations that nowhere in that does it mention the handlebar of the toy train? I'd specifically point your attention to page 3 of the updated narrative, which is H.
Go ahead.
Is that correct?
Is what correct?
Please feel free to review the entirety of your narrative contained in H.
What was the question again? Could you please
You
repeat
do
it?
not list anywhere within your narrative in H that Lindsay told you that she fell on a handlebar
Correct.
of the toy train, correct?
I did not list that, correct.
And you would agree with me that within your narrative of H, nowhere is it any explanation about the Tuesday walk outside and the fall in the gravel, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me, ma'am, that sometimes when things are told to you, you forget when they were said, and you might include them on an incorrect day, correct?
correct?
When I was told about the handlebar and the gravel that was at Lindsay's residence on the 8th.
But you didn't write it in your narrative,
Correct.
and we're 13 years later, correct?
You're correct.
And that's when you remember it, correct?
I remember it from that day.
But you didn't write it in your narrative.
I did not write it in.
And the demonstration you gave about how you said, Lindsay said Hannah fell on the toy train, you didn't write that in your narrative, correct?
I gave the demonstration how she said she fell taking her jacket off.
Listen, thank you. You didn't write that in your narrative, did you?
I believe I did. Just states that Hannah passed out and fell forward, striking a child's basket on the way to the ground.
Do you see anything in your narrative about how you allegedly were given some demonstration?
And I left it out, correct?
You left it out. But you have a distinct memory of it 13 months later.
Yes, ma'am.
But you took 45 minutes to decide when you might have written I, correct?
I did not recall it. Like I said, it's been a year.
13 months, actually.
Great.
One second, please.
Take time.
They're all. No, I'm just, I still have a copy.
In terms of your statement that there were further conversations in the room after the tape recording was turned off, or video recording was turned off on March 8th, did they turn off the tape to conceal Sergeant Whitlock telling her that she
Ma'am, I
wasn't
don't
dead?
know. I don't know why they turned it off or why we don't have the video. I am not aware of why.
Do you know who was present when that was done?
I do not.
Were you in the room?
I was not in that room.
So how did you know about it?
Know about what?
That Sergeant Whitlock went into the room to talk to Miss Partin again?
I was there in the hallway right by the door when he went in there to let her know that. I was not in the room where the video was being recorded where someone turned it off. If it was turned off or if the video just didn't upload, I don't know what the reason is, why it's not recorded.
And how long did that interaction between Sergeant Whitlock and,
It was very brief and she left.
what's very brief to you?
Very brief, a minute and a half.
Any reason why it's not contained within your narrative report?
No, ma'am.
You said you were outside in the hallway.
No, ma'am. I didn't document it.
One more topic. You recall within the testimony, within the videotape that there are various times when Detective Sprague or Sergeant Whitlock lies to Lindsay Partin, correct?
Correct.
Including the statement at about 1:11. Actually, you say it. Where you tell Lindsay Partin, you agree with me that you're the female detective, correct?
Yes,
In that
ma'am.
room. That's pretty easy.
Yes, ma'am.
That you tell Lindsay Partin, Jason is telling us that she gets hurt a lot at your house. She always comes home with bruises. Recall that?
I do.
That was a lie, correct?
No.
When did he tell you that?
He told us that morning.
At Fort Hamilton Hospital?
He said that when he was talking to Detective Sprague.
And did you hear him also tell him that Hannah told him how she got the bruise?
I heard Jason tell Detective Sprague that Hannah told him that she fell down on the step. But he said that he wasn't sure which step.
And that's what you were referencing in that statement in
Yes,
the
ma'am.
interview?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Howard?
Sorry, I have a lot of stuff.
Give me these.
You leave them there.
Is she in redirect?
Not at this time, thank you.
All right. Is this witness potential subject to recall?
No, thank you.
Detective, you are discharged from your subpoena. You are free to leave. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other anticipated witness, please.
Thank you.
And watch your step. Let's approach real quick, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 5:31. We are going to recess for the night, so please leave your lanyards and your notepads. Also, please be mindful of your admonitions. Now, I'm going to, we're trying to keep future scheduling in mind for potentially next week. I'm going to ask that we vary our schedule a little bit, just try to gain some ground here. If you guys can be up here about 8:15 and try to get started about 8:30, I know a half hour might not sound like much, but I want to try to gain as much daylight as we can in terms of testimony. Anyone have any? Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
My son was not going to have class until 8 o'clock at the earliest.
Okay. Well, everybody else can, hold on, 1 or 2?
43. Same situation.
Okay. Anybody else with that type of a situation? 43, what's the earliest you think you could be here by? Realistically, I mean. 8:30-ish? 7:51?
Same.
Okay. So let's gun for 8:30. Do your best. Don't get into any accidents or break any, traffic laws. But as soon as we get everybody here, we will get started on the dot. Okay. So we'll try to accomplish that as early as possible. All right, folks. You guys are good to go home. Thank you.
Scare me. I was like,
40-year-old needs. Good evening, folks. Thank you so much for your hard work. I appreciate it.
see you tomorrow. Night, again.
Bye.
Okay, are we in it for one more or are we done? I don't know. The next one is 1 hour and 20 minutes. But I'm playing them on 1.25, so they're not that long. Sorry, sugar. It was me. So what do you guys think? I had to run up the stairs with the dogs. I'm out of breath. I'm old. One more. Okay. Okay, yes, biche. Let's do it. And away we go. Jeez, I don't need to be running my nowhere to. Lord God.
Nothing on behalf of the state.
Well, just the one thing, I would, I'm gonna go out to that, excuse me, my office is bringing the weight down, and I might have to leave to go get it. And I just want the judge to say something to the jury, so they don't think I'm rude or disinterested in the case or something, or anything like that.
All right. Yeah, again, Mr. Began, just signal to me when we get to that point. And I'll say something.
All right, I'll do this.
Baseball sign.
Indicators my shelf.
All right, so this wants to go ahead and get the jury when we start.
Senator, you may approach.
About the admonitions I'll be giving to you folks. We do need to make sure that we maintain decorum and control in this case. Please minimize any exclamations, any conversations that could potentially be heard by the jury. Otherwise, if a disruptive situation occurs, as I've been stating up to this point, you will be barred from these proceedings and possibly even held in the contempt of this court. So just continue to do your best to minimize all the conversations and the exclamations. I think it was yesterday that one individual left crying. That was completely appropriate. That's how I appreciated it being handled. So just do your best to continue to handle things that way. Okay?
Good morning.
Everybody be seated, please. Because we have all members of our jury back, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Most of you have already done so or in the process of putting your lanyards on. Please keep those on all day until you are able to home seated. Also, just by way of inquiring, keep up to my attention about your admonitions. All right, very good. Seeing none, State of Ohio, I believe you are still in this your case. Is the state ready to proceed this morning?
We are, Your Honor. At this time, we would call Detective Dan Turner.
Please raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Morning, Detective, you've probably noted that before every witness's testimony, I've been asking about the media. Do you have any issues with your face potentially being broadcast on the media?
I do not, Judge.
Ms. Sheehan, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Daniel Turner, spelled Turner. I'm a detective with the Butler County Sheriff's Office. Been employed there for 12 years, 3 years as a detective.
What are your current duties as a sheriff's office detective?
I investigate any crime that happens in my jurisdiction.
And sir, were you called to investigate a crime or some circumstances whereby a 3-year-old by the name of Hannah Weshy became injured?
I was.
And tell me, when did you become involved with that?
I've been 3/9 of 18.
And what was your role in that investigation?
I was assigned as a lead detective, where basically I collect information from the other detectives that are doing all the things they're doing, collect that information, and I get it to the prosecutors in a timely manner. I was also involved in the second interview of the defendant, Lindsay Partin.
You said you were involved in the second interview of the defendant, Lindsay Partin. Do you see the defendant in the courtroom today?
Yes, she's to my left. She's sitting at the counselor table wearing all black.
Thank you. Your Honor, please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It'll reflect.
You indicated that part of your role as the lead detective was to collect information gathered by other detectives.
Correct.
Okay. Detective Turner, you were present yesterday in court.
I was.
And you heard testimony regarding an additional narrative provided to defense in March of this year. I think it was Defense Exhibit I, Ingrid.
Correct.
And were you aware of that additional narrative at the time you prepared your report back in 2018?
I was not.
Were you ever aware if that additional narrative from Detective Lambert was uploaded into your case file?
I was not.
When did you become aware of that narrative, that additional narrative's existence?
Yesterday during Detective Lambert's testimony.
As a result of the testimony then that you heard yesterday, what steps did you take to verify when that narrative was made?
I responded back to the sheriff's office. I got with our IT department. They accessed Detective Lambert's computer where I determined the date of the document.
And what was that date that that document was created?
Just
approach.
When did you determine that that additional narrative was created?
3/22 of 2019.
Detective, at any point had that additional narrative been uploaded into your case file?
It had not been.
At any point was that additional narrative submitted to you?
It was not.
So you indicated part of your duties were to interview the defendant in this case. When did you do that?
It was on 3/9 of 18, approximately 10 a.m. at the Butler County Sheriff's Office located at 705 Hanover Street in Hamilton, Ohio, room number 2.
Besides yourself and the defendant, was anybody else present in that interview?
Detective Hensley?
At any point, did you read the defendant her Miranda rights?
I did.
When did you do that approximately?
Within the first couple of minutes of us entering the room.
Your Honor, at this time, I would request permission to approach the witness. Sir, I'm handing you, it's been Mark State's Exhibit 94. Can you go ahead and take a look at that exhibit?
Yes,
Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
What is that?
It is a copy of the Miranda card that Lindsay Partin signed after it was read to her.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the rights that you read to defendant or that were read to defendant on March 9th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
During your interview, was that interview conducted in person, via telephone? Tell me about that.
It was face-to-face.
So you've had a chance to observe the defendant.
Correct.
How tall is the defendant?
Approximately 5 foot tall.
Were you able to determine where the defendant lived at the time of 3/8 of 18?
Yes.
And where was that?
4050 Shank Road,
And what township is that in, sir?
Hanover Township, Butler County, Ohio.
And were you able to determine where the defendant would babysit Hannah?
At that residence.
At any point during your investigation, did you or somebody else collect defendant's cell phone as evidence?
Yes,
And who collected that?
I did.
When was that done?
That was on the 9th.
Your Honor, again, requesting permission to approach the witness. Sir, on hand, it's been marked State's Exhibit 124. Can you go ahead and take a look at that?
Sure.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 124?
I do.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
It's the package containing the cell phone.
And when you say cell phone, whose cell phone?
The defendant, Lindsay Partin's.
And is that the packaging that you would have placed the cell phone in?
Correct.
And does your name appear anywhere on that plastic, that brown bag hand you?
It does.
And is that the cell phone that you collected from defendant on 3/9/18?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would ask for Detective Turner to open and examine the contents before I seek to admit it.
You may.
So can you please describe, now that you have opened the contents, what's inside that brown bag in State's Exhibit 124?
It's her cell phone. It's contained inside what we call a Verde bag.
And what is a Verde bag?
It blocks any outside transmissions, so no one can remote access the cell phone.
And when you open the Verde bag, what is inside? What are the contents inside that bag?
It's going to be Lindsay Partin's phone.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to admit State's Exhibit 124.
All right, 124 will be admitted.
Okay.
Sir, you indicated that you interviewed the defendant. Was that interview recorded?
It was.
And you're on a permission to approach to remove the scissors from the witness stand?
You may.
Thank you. You indicated that the video, the interview was recorded. Was that audio and video recorded?
Both.
You're on a permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Sir, I'm handing you State's Exhibit 95. We'll have a second. Take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that exhibit.
I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 95?
It's a copy of the interview with Lindsay Partin done on 3/9/18, reviewed by me on 4/2/19, and initialed by me.
And sir, is that a true and accurate copy of the interview that you had with the defendant on March 9th of 2018?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 95.
That's,
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to admit it. Those are real quick sidebar, so I'm going to try Ms. Shaney will be permitted to publish Exhibit 95 at your desire. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the attorneys did indicate to me that during the course of this, it's saying you probably have to duck out just to retrieve something that is related to this. If you see that, don't pay attention to it. If I know what's happening, it's fine. So I didn't want you to sit there and be concerned. Okay. Ms. Shaney, you may go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. It is, yes.
Ms. Wilson? No, it's on the little circle.
It's on.
Did you turn it on? Switch the inputs or make sure you input it.
I didn't touch a thing on that. Okay. That shouldn't be right.
But if it turns off manually, then it doesn't work if I do this. Have you tried to take it off with paper?
No, the HDMI, but. So I can try it here.
Do you have it?
I don't know.
You don't have it.
It's up on mine.
Is there a blank image?
Let's see. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's what it was.
Good call.
For some reason I can't get it online. No, I know the fixes to put the monitor on. to the gentleman, my apologies. It's kind of important that I see this as well. I'm trying to figure out exactly. We wouldn't have touched anything from the time we left yesterday.
Mr. is coming right now.
Everybody else's monitors has this thing up, right?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Sheehan, my apologies. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, how you doing?
Just started making about the minute.
Yeah, interrupted your day.
No, you didn't.
I was sitting all the time.
Yeah, whatever you need to do. Show me the mail.
No, you're fine, you're fine. The secretary. This is Detective Hensley. I'm sure you guys have met yet.
Yeah, good. How are you? Yeah.
Flavor. Yep, I got nothing but the best. Like I told you, we got questions. We're trying to fill some holes in timeline and everything. Down here, same thing yesterday. I'm ready to take my follow on. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to an attorney. Prior to any questioning, you have the right. One will be provided for you, free of charge. If you can't afford one, and you have the right to stop talking to me or to take a turn or anybody else at any time. You understand those rights? Know those rights, you still want to talk to us?
Yeah.
We're going to read the front and back of that.
I've read it.
Okay.
And my brother's a police officer, so I get to.
Yeah, where at?
Richmond, Kentucky. But when he was going through, I call it boot camp, because he went through 6 months of training with Nashville Metro. He shaved his head and
Oh, yeah.
everything. And so when he was going through school, he would call me and we would do FaceTime like studying, and he would say all this stuff to me. And it's, he's my good brother. I love him so much. We're fighters part two.
Oh, yeah.
So we like never fought or anything, like, that's mine, you don't mess with him.
Yeah. You can put your date of birth above your name too.
Okay. We'd love to be 35.
Oh. Then today's date is 3/9/18, and it's 10:05 a.m.
10:05?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like I said, we're trying to fill in some blanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff unanswered.
Yeah.
A lot of questions. Appreciate you coming down and talking about it. So, how long have you actually babysitting Hannah?
I think it was like the middle of June when he started working in Portsmouth Court. He wasn't living next door yet, the house wasn't empty yet. So it was a Sunday night, and TJ, we were watching TV, and he's like, oh, by the way, we hired a new mechanic, and can you watch the kid tomorrow? He doesn't have a babysitter. And I'm like, sure. And he's like, oh, and then another thing, we'll be here an hour earlier than you really does. I'm like, great, you know, so.
Kind of sprung on you.
Yeah, got sprung on me. And then, you know, she's been in grade, it's another girl, so, I mean, she's been great on 4 of them. Actually, the 4 worked out better than 3, because then there weren't leaving anybody out or anything. Actually, the 4 worked out really great.
So you got Savannah and Vivian, and then Hannah is next door.
Yes.
Who's the fourth one?
Caitlin is her name, and friend of mine.
Okay.
And I only have her Monday through Wednesday. Her dad works for Time Warner, so he has Thursdays and Fridays on. So it started off just like my part-time, like, little extra money gig.
Yeah.
But it's turned into, I mean, and I love it. I love babysitting. I really do.
You guys converted that
It was a garage, it was
Yeah,
burned into
yeah.
a playroom,
Yeah,
nursery kind of thing. Okay.
just because it's been cold.
Yeah.
And honestly, the wind in our house, the way it comes over the valley is so strong, like even on a nice day, sometimes it's still chilly and they don't about 5 windy, so.
So what, you pretty much take care of Hannah the same way you do as Vivian and Samantha?
They just
I mean,
all fit into, yeah, I mean, they're.
Hannah's 3.
She just turned 3 January 11th.
Okay.
So I didn't have her for a couple weeks over Christmas, all that snow, and it didn't work. So for like 3 weeks, I didn't have her over Christmas. Yeah.
Are you paid?
Yeah, mm-hmm.
What do you get paid?
$30 an hour, or 30, I wish. $30 a day, $30 a day. And if it's over 12 hours, like sometimes they work 7 to 7, he'll give me 35. It's kind of like a longer day or whatever, but 30. Because I provide the food. The other girl brings her food, so it's 25.
Oh, okay.
I don't have to feed her. Her mom sends her a lunch bag and juices, so.
So Hannah's dad does construction, so I'm assuming he gets up early.
Yeah, he's usually by my house by 7, between 6:30 and 7 every day.
Okay.
Yeah. Just depending on if he drives his own car, because they work, most of the time, I think most of their contracts are in northern Kentucky. So I know he drives to Alexandria every day.
Oh, okay.
So if he's taking a work truck and loading it up, it's usually earlier than if he's driving his own car and doesn't have to do any of that.
What's a typical day? Like how long?
10 hours, 11 hours. Yeah, I mean, because he's driving an hour.
So we're talking-
He gets off at 5,
Okay.
usually, unless they have like a.
So we're talking breakfast to dinner
Yeah,
time?
oh yeah.
You feed 3 meals a day? or
Yeah, usually,
two?
unless he gets there at 5. We usually eat at 6:30, because TJ's always late.
Yeah.
So we'd have to do stack at 4:30. Yeah, I try to time it like a daycare or
Yeah.
preschool, you know, we got taught rpreschool, daycare, I did
That's
that.
a run efficient.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, I do try to like, and we do lessons and we do flashcards and like,
Okay.
you know, try to make it as structured as possible. But I let them play, but I mean, that's what I was taught in school, to let them play, that's how they learn.
Yeah.
So we play most of the day, unless we have an outing. I have a zoo pass. I wanted to get a museum pass, but it's not finished yet, so I haven't done that. So I'm kind of close to do that. We do the zoo a lot once it gets warm.
Okay. What other, like,
We go to Costco.
okay, that's good.
Well, it's fun because we get, you know, it's inside, and I get to shop around, and I get a treat, but I love it. And the pizzas, have you ever had Costco?
Yes.
Yes.
Just go over it.
Yeah.
That's what we did on Savannah's birthday. She's a Halloween baby, and it was cold. And I'm like, I don't know where to do. We took baby into the zoo. It was a little bit warmer in September. I'm like, I don't know what to do for something. We went to Costco.
I just gotta yell that. Is your cell phone on?
Yeah,
I
probably.
just got, my cell phone's on, I'm not supposed to have
What
it.
service do you have?
Perfect. And now I got trouble too.
We have to have a phone.
Yeah, or because I'm dispatched. Same way,
Up here?
you get on a plane, you're supposed to turn.
Oh,
You're just in case
okay.
Use the same.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm learning a lot.
Things, one of the many things we have to try to remember when we're,
Yeah.
everything else we're doing.
Yeah,
But,
definitely.
So Costco,
I try to get them out of the house as much as possible when it's not freezing cold.
okay. Any, that's 12 hours, you basically have 12 hours. Are you doing like baths for everybody or is there?
Yeah, depends. On Mondays, we go to dance, so usually everybody gets a dance bath.
Yeah.
I don't give Hannah a bath like every day.
Yeah.
And sometimes Christina leaves it Kayla, like, "Did you get a bath last night? You might give her one today?"
Yeah.
Things like that. But no, I mean, I'm not giving.
So,
And a lot of the times, like, my kids get a bath later at night if I didn't do that during the day. And I try to take a shower real quick while they're happy.
yeah, whenever you can.
That's pretty much how it works. Or I take one at night with my girls in the shower with me.
So when's the last time you have given Hannah a bath?
Last week, probably last Monday. Yeah, because she came Monday and he said, I gave her a bath last week. So Monday, this Monday we didn't get bath.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you have her on the weekend at all?
No.
Nothing on
And I
Saturday?
didn't have her on, sometimes I don't even have her on Thursday, like if it's a rain day or like the last 2 Thursdays I haven't had her. I just had Monday through Wednesday.
Okay, okay.
If you had a rain day or
Is
something.
she like is she bashful guy? She get like, do you like
She
it?
isn't with me, no.
Just individually?
Well, you know, I take that back. I do. If I let her play, yeah. Not individually, I'll do like 2 at a time. Like,
Yeah.
she like sit in the bathroom.
Right.
I have them all for her and play. That's not often, but that's a lot.
Is she okay with it? I mean,
She is awesome with me, but like if TJ or somebody else, well, she'll get
Right,
it.
yeah.
But she's not, I mean, no, she plays, she talks to me.
Okay.
She's
Do you,
my little buddy.
yeah. Do you like washcloth, scrub, head to toe? How does that go?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I would.
Yeah.
Especially if they're dirty,
Right.
I mean, I'm fine with arms.
So you're moving arms and.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Scrub,
scrub.
oh, yeah, I definitely get the washcloth,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Have you ever noticed anything, any bruising or anything on her when you were doing baths?
No, just from, I mean, normal things like bruises my kids have when their legs are falling on their, I mean, I've never not noticed anything. And she's never acted weird towards her dad either. He walks in the door and she runs up to him. And, Daddy! And then every morning she asks him, "Are you coming back?" Kayla even asked her mom still. I've had Kayla for 2 years. "Mom, you come back to get me today?" Yes, every day.
Is there anybody else that watches Hannah?
I think there's another lady on Fridays, but most of the time he doesn't work on Fridays. I think they try to get their 40 in, unless they got an emergency or something somewhere else. I think her name's Sandy, but I think she has her here and there.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know her. I've never met her. I think she's just a family friend that just had a baby and is at home and she's backed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, does she change clothes often during the day? Does she get dirty and you change them?
Yeah.
Does she keep changing the clothes there or anything?
Well, I actually have been maybe talking about that.
Okay.
Because if she does get dirty or something on her or has a pee accident, I just put her clothes on.
Yeah.
So, but that doesn't happen often either. I mean, she's had a couple pee accidents, but she's 3.
Yeah.
I potty trained all 3 of them last summer. So Kaylin, Vivian, and Hannah, all last summer. I sent it after.
Oh, yeah,
all 3 of
that's a
them.
tough job.
Yeah. So now I'm like, so now you can wait. I'm just kidding.
Is there, like, okay, so like specifically, you said it was last Monday that you would have given Hannah a bath, and you didn't notice nothing?
No, not ordinary. My Vivian is bruised all over her and from falling. She's a kamikaze.
Yeah.
You know, Savannah.
I got a taste of that this morning.
Yeah, right. I mean, they're just wild.
Yeah, all over.
Hannah is more wild than that.
Okay.
She has a dad. That's all she has. So like when I see, so the difference, this is where I see the difference. When TJ gets home, it's that this morning times a million.
Right, yeah.
Because they haven't seen him. He's the fun guy. I'm not the fun guy.
Right.
You know, and I feel like that's the kind of the way it is with her and him. Like, and I don't think that he neglects her or leaves her alone. I just think that she gets into things and does things that she knows that she's probably. See, the other day that she'll like, so I guess the locks in their house, he will lock from the inside, and so I guess she locked it shut. Said, "Dad, you can't get through now." You know what I mean? Like things like that.
How does, like, if she does do something, how does that go? Like, who, is there a timeout chair?
Yes.
Okay.
Both those rockers in my living room.
That is named on them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Those are timeout chairs. And I made, I don't know ever get Hannah turn in the corner, but I make my kids look in the corner, especially if they like hit or something that's really bad, then you don't just sit and look at it right, you're gonna go think about what you did.
Has Hannah ever, is there anything that stands out in your head where she's acted out recently?
No. She doesn't, I'm not her mom, like, you know what I mean? Kaylin.
You're with her 12 hours a day.
Right, no, but I feel like Kaylin and her listen way better than mine.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Hannah and Kaylin listen, "Okay, buddy."
Yeah.
Okay, you do the same with the door, look, line up, get ready to go, you know, of course, they're right by the door, mine are like running around like that this morning. So she, pretty much always, I mean, they'll do things and like, give them a Barbie or something, and I'll be like, "You guys do this?"
Yeah.
I mean, for kids, they do get each other, and they do.
You said, I think,
Pull toys from each other.
yesterday that she fell on some gravel.
She did Tuesday, it was the next day we went outside and.
So you're very aware of some bruises.
Oh, yeah, I looked like a couple bruises from when she fell. She literally, so she had on cowboy boots with the heels.
Yeah.
And Vivian took off running, and I was kind of behind them, far behind them. I should have been up closer.
We'll get into all that.
Okay.
And we're gonna show you some pictures.
Okay.
But, so we just kind of want you to point out
Okay.
all the bruises and all the
Okay.
small little nicks and scratches that you were aware of.
Gotcha.
And exactly how they happen
Okay.
and all that stuff.
Okay. Yes.
I thought of you,
Okay.
they may or may not be easy to look at, you know.
Just sort of,
Just to give you
with the pebbles that you were talking about when she fell.
It's not pebbles, I mean, it's a gravel driveway, like, it's not pebbles, it's, TJ just redid it, and it's rocks. Yeah, it's rocks, it's not pebbles. Yep, that's exactly where she fell, and on her chin, she didn't even, her hand didn't even hit, like, what she was doing, and I can show you how she was running like this, and then looked back, and went like that, literally.
Did she slide?
No, it was just bam, bam, yeah. She did, and she got right back up and kept running, I said, "Hey, are you okay? I'm okay."
So all these small little bruises and the ones on the chin.
Yes, I know about those right there.
And even the one on the.
Yes, and I know the one on the chin, yep,
And the neck.
yep,
That's
all
all
this.
from that.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
You saw, I mean,
The next
that's
one, yes.
up under her chin like that, so.
Well,
She would have been extended pretty far.
She went like that, yeah.
Okay.
And on the toilet Wednesday, I noticed that, I was like, "Wow, maybe those rocks got you." And I even told him that, I said, "The rocks look like they punctured her chest."
Yeah.
And they're big rocks.
So what was she wearing shirt-wise when that happened?
She just had on a regular shirt.
It was a t-shirt,
No, it was just a long sleeve, like cotton.
t-shirt?
Yeah, it was warm.
Okay.
It was like 65. Yeah.
Now, is that, we may have a better one, of the shoulder? Sure.
Yeah, I've not seen that one. That might be from the future trade ball or something, but I don't see that.
We have.
That looks like a
that,
hickey.
the boss, that's the shorter. But you can kind of see that, and you're saying that that's not.
No, I don't think that's part of it, unless I just didn't notice it when I noticed the bruise on her neck and her chest, we were on potty.
Okay, and what day did this happen?
Tuesday.
Okay, this week?
Yes.
Okay.
Tuesday, when I snacked out. It was
Is that the same day
noon,
as,
11 that morning. We were out for lunch.
same day as the train?
No, the train was Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Tuesday.
Yeah, and so I have something else to add. So I talked to my mom yesterday. Monday, we went to dance, and she didn't want to dance. She wanted to sit with my mom. And so I thought maybe she just wanted, she likes my mom. My mom's always around. My mom does dance with us. I need help with the mommy and me class, so I got to be in there to dance with them. And she was really quiet. My mom's like, I was trying to talk to her and giving her, peanut butter crackers, and she wasn't really like responding to me. Like,
This was what day?
Monday, my mom said that she felt like there was something off. She didn't want to dance, we got to dance, and I'm like, all right, let's get our shoes on, and she said, buddy, I don't want to dance, I just want to sit with Nano.
Okay.
And I said, okay, you can do that today, you don't have to dance if you don't want to. So my mom gave us cheese and peanut butter crackers, and my mom said she wasn't the same, she just didn't seem the same, and she's been quieter this week.
Okay.
So I don't know.
The Tuesday and Wednesday?
I mean, she was playing, but I'm trying to think if there's anything abnormal I can think of that.
Right.
I can't think of her like talking a whole lot those couple of days, but I can't think of her not. I mean, she's having barbecues and did stuff.
Yeah.
But my mom did say Monday that she felt like she didn't feel good. There was something off, because we get to dance and she's ready to go. She loves to dance.
And what time is dance?
5 o'clock.
PM?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is why I take her, because she doesn't make it home in time, so when I signed him up, I was like, well, do you want me to do this? Yeah, and he was like, that'd be great for her.
Okay.
So at dance, Tuesday after she would have fallen into the gravel.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys know her after that?
Yeah.
You said when she fell,
Yeah.
yeah, 2 was a handful this morning. You said after she fell on the gravel, she had, her chin was
Yeah.
kind of extended.
It was.
Falling down on the.
Straight ahead? Was she staring straight
No,
ahead?
she kind of looked back and then, I think
When she fell,
Yes.
which direction was the neck going?
already
Went
forward,
straight
yeah.
forward.
Face down, full face.
Yeah, full face plate.
So that's like,
Yeah.
so that's,
I noticed those on Wednesday, when I was, first body of word, I'm like, wow, that,
So you noticed this the next day after? she
yes.
fell.
Mhm.
And what about the scratch here?
I think that was from the gravel.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
Did you
the same
notice-
day, yes. It
Did
was-
you notice that Tuesday?
Yes, no, yes, Tuesday, yes. I'm trying to think of the days we're talking about, yes.
Was she
Tuesday.
bruised Tuesday?
No, she just had a little scratch.
She just had a scratch.
And I mean, it was red, obviously. It was starting, I put ice on it. We came back inside and I could tell she was red and put ice on it. She'll ask her ice, she's all, her band-aid, they all do. But,
And there's a bruise here on the neck and all that.
yes, I saw that. Mhm.
Now you can kind of see the shoulder a little bit.
Yeah. I thought that was maybe from falling Wednesday. I didn't notice that.
Okay. So which side did she fall on Wednesday when she fell on the train?
Or right,
Her right side?
yes, she smacked her face on the right.
her right side on the train.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Her right side, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to
No, you're
remember her
fine,
name.
you're fine. So it's probably that wasn't the train then?
Is that the left side? Oh, yeah. I'm obviously not on my right from my left.
No, that's.
Yeah.
But you're sure that she fell on her right side off the train?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm positive.
Positive. Okay. All right. We're just,
Trying to,
like I said, we're just trying to.
I'm trying to like remember the pictures in my head, going through everything that's what we've been doing all night, just trying to.
We're just trying to account for.
Like, yeah, but my mom,
injuries.
that triggered something in me yesterday when I was talking to her. That she just felt like Hannah was not right one day. And she has been complaining of headaches the past couple weeks. And to me, since I've known her, her balance and stability has always been off. She's not.
She's uncoordinated.
Yeah, well, I feel like her legs have always been kind of, I don't know, like how that was that, I don't know how to make that sound the way I want it to sound. I don't know, she's just, I don't know.
She's not coordinated.
She's not coordinated. Yeah. I think moving, she's so cute.
Yeah. So I didn't actually see the train, I haven't seen the train. How tall is the train?
It's about that high off the ground. She was standing up on it.
Yeah.
Doing the surfing thing.
Yeah.
And it went out from the side and she went down.
I mean, her arm cracked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And smacked.
Smack the right side of the face.
And I freaked out, and ran out there, I'm like, are you okay? She got back up, and she said, yeah, I'm fine. I said, let's go put ice on it, let's sit down in the car.
What was she complaining of?
Headache, whatever.
Okay.
Whatever. I gave her some ibuprofen, but I ordered a soft ice pack in the freezer for the washcloths already.
Was any other kids around when she did that, or?
Yeah, they were all in the garage playing. Yeah, they were all there right in there. Like,
So it was in the garage when she fell?
yeah, it's comfortable. I'm in rubber pad the house.
Yeah. So when you said you put ice after she fell off the train. Now,
Where did you apply the ice?
On her face.
Yeah.
Push it up. Yeah, it's like on her
just where on her face? Like, was it one spot, a couple spots?
Well, where she smacked it, like on her eye and her
She was
cheekbone.
complaining about her eyes, she was just telling her.
I asked her if her eye hurt, because I could tell it, something hit it right inside there. And I said, does your eye hurt? And she said, no. She said, just my head. So I gave her some ibuprofen, sat down, she played with Barbies the rest of the day, we had snack inside, we were gonna do snack, I was getting snack ready. And, because it was like 4 o'clock, and I let him play, we were gonna have snack outside in the garage, and then when that happened, I was like, no, just come back inside, we'll put the cars away. So I came back in the living room, they got the Barbies out, and baby dolls, they were playing, I put on Weep, the ballerina movie. That was it, she ate 2 bowls of Skyline, I made a Skyline chili bake, she ate 2 bowls of Skyline chili, she's a great
What kind of
eater.
ice was it in? Was it
No,
like
the blue packs, the blue soft packs, yeah, the ones that are soft.
So that was
yeah.
Wednesday after she fell off the train, she was eating normal?
Yeah, she ate 2 big bowls of Skyline chili bake
That's good.
and crackers, and then he said she ate it again when I got home.
Perfect.
Yeah, the kid eating.
She
Yeah,
ate,
crying.
she didn't throw up, I looked at her pupils, I always do go back with the flashlight, the pupils, my brother was a soccer player, so all my
What
life
did you
worries on
see?
concussions.
What, yeah, so
Her eyes are
what are
pupils,
you looking for when you shine the light?
if they get smaller or bigger.
Yeah.
And if they're moving,
And both were doing that?
both of them are doing that, yeah.
Tracking them.
Yeah, so I am a worry wart, my mom.
So, do you have any like training in that, or?
No.
Okay.
It's not my mom.
Just Google?
No, I didn't even Google anything. My brother's a soccer player, and he was the one that would run towards the ball instead of not trying to get hurt. And I remember him hitting it with the ball in the eye at close range once and left.
No, you don't
out
have
for
to
5 minutes.
be a doctor to see if people's are.
Well, I think I can tell when people get,
Right.
yeah, yeah, no, yeah, I definitely checked her out. And when he walked in the door, I said, well, she had an accident, she fell in the garage and smacked her face. And he's like, oh, wow, you are, you are swollen up a little bit. I said, climb on it. I gave her some ibuprofen before she goes to bed.
Yeah. So it was, you said you saw something in her.
I noticed her eye.
Right eye.
Mhm.
And then what else other than, what?
I thought she hit her cheek, well, it was mostly right here, like the cheekbone, almost. So
Okay.
I thought like it got her cheekbone. So I was kind of like making sure she was okay. And
She complained about anything else that I know the
I,
headaches?
not anything,
She didn't point to anything?
not
or
a thing.
She wasn't pulling on anything or rubbing anything else?
No.
Good. Good.
All right, we're gonna move on and show you a few more. Just kind of explain where everything came from. What about the cheek there?
Yeah.
That,
So this is her left cheek?
yeah. I feel like she was, so when she walked in the front, not front door, when she walked in the back door, the garage door, into the back of the house,
What day is this?
Thursday.
Thursday. Okay.
And I've never seen that before, so I don't know. But I feel like, because the way when she looked up at me and said, buddy, can I have donut and couch, and went to take her jacket off, and she fell on that side, the other side, and there was like a pink cart laying there, and I think she scraped her face on that, but I'm not sure.
When she fell unconscious?
Yes, she collapsed in front of me, yes,
Okay.
yes. But
She wasn't on top of anything, she was walking.
well, so what happened, so say this is the door,
Yeah.
she walks right here, there was like, you know, one of those push carts that you can like serve things off of, it's like a
Serving
cart, yeah, and she fell like that, and there was a wheel, I think she hit that,
Okay.
but I don't
She
know
wasn't
that.
on top of anything, she wasn't climbing or nothing. She was
Yeah, she literally just collapsed in front of me.
Okay.
Did you notice the ear as well?
No, no. Her hair's all over her.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then you got the ear, you got the back of her ear here.
I don't know.
I mean, that's,
Now, this is bruised on both sides.
Yeah.
There's a piece of cartilage in the ear. So, this is a one continuous bruise, basically.
Yeah.
It's, it's 2 bruises.
it isn't bruised through, it's something on the front and back. It's like,
No, I've never
Never
noticed
seen
her,
that?
never noticed her ears.
What about that? People scratch?
Mhm.
It's like,
No, and she won't let me fix her hair or anything with her hair, and if I like need a little bit, don't take it out. I've never, and her hair's always like.
Okay.
No, I've never noticed this, but I feel like that was from collapsing. But I'm not sure.
So after she fell, She fell face first, correct?
The choo-choo train?
No, Thursday when she went unconscious.
Yes.
What, exactly how did you move her and into what position did you move her
I
into?
really wasn't sure what was happening, so I kind of picked her up, and I was like, Hannah, are you okay? And I probably did the wrong thing, because I wasn't sure what was happening. What's wrong? What's wrong? Wake up, like, what's going on with you?
So you down?
I bent down, yeah, and I'm like, well, first I said, Hannah, are you okay? Get up. I thought maybe she like tripped over her pants or something, because sometimes she'll try to like take off her shoes while she's standing up.
Yeah.
And she didn't get up, and I'm like, are you okay? What's up? And she was like not saying anything to me. And so I picked her up, and I'm like, Hannah, I probably shook her, like, are you okay? And I shouldn't have done that, I don't know. I don't know if I shook her, I just was like, I was holding her, like, Hannah, are you okay? And then so I laid her down, and that's when I called Jason. And I said, Jason, there's something wrong with Hannah, she's not waking up, I don't know what happened, she just walked into her collapse. I said, you need to come up here now.
So were you holding her during that time?
Well, no, I was.
You were down there?
Yeah, I was later down. I wasn't holding her very long, but like, I didn't understand why she wasn't coming to, like.
Yeah, and you're shaking her to get her to come to. How are you shaking her?
Not shaking her, just like, Hannah, are you okay? Hannah, are you okay? Hannah, are you okay?
Trying to
Like,
wake her?
So when you're down on one knee, 2 knees? Over top of her?
yeah, I mean, I was down,
You
yeah.
had both arms under her? Or did you have her shoulders?
When I was holding her, I was holding her like this, and when I laid her down, I wasn't holding her at all, I was on the phone. And then when I got off the phone, I was like, I don't even know what I was doing, to be honest. And if he got there, he asked me for air.
Like how often?
And I would say, every couple seconds, and when I would say her name, she would look at me.
Yeah.
She was responding to me. I just couldn't get her to like say anything. And then Jason got there and picked her up off my floor and took her out to the couch in the garage and laid her there and waited for her next to come around the back. Yeah.
Do you have something for the eye?
I think that's from Paul. From choo-choo train. I noticed her eye.
Right.
Yep, I noticed her eye Thursday.
So Thursday morning?
Yep.
She walks in.
I noticed that. Yep.
So the eye that you were.
Too much size. I don't even know.
Yeah.
It is really, I mean, she fell on her face on the side of the choo-choo train. I'm not, the pictures and mirroring is not good for me.
Well, that's how she was getting there, yeah. But you were putting ice on her face, obviously.
It was, yeah, it was a left side, I'm sorry, yeah, I'm sorry, I feel like, yeah,
So when she fell off the train,
yes, she did, yep,
she hit her face.
yep.
Now you're saying it's the left side.
Yeah, I was thinking, because she fell to the left. I don't know why, not the right. I'm sorry,
Okay, so
I've never been good, Ross right, Ross left.
this, you did not see.
Not that I know of, no.
Okay.
But I could be wrong, I don't know. I didn't think she was hurt, like this.
When she fell off the train.
Yeah, I didn't think that she was like.
She wasn't thrown up.
No,
She
her
wasn't
pupils were like,
stumbling.
she ate 2 bowls of skyline.
She didn't throw anything.
Not any of it,
And then you didn't, her dad never said anything about
not one word. And he walked in while she was
2
eating
bowls.
skyline, yeah.
Yeah, it's heavy.
Yeah, very food.
She left Wednesday.
I honestly don't know about that, but
When she
I,
left the house, your house Wednesday, was her eyes starting to black at all?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Where did you first notice?
just right here. And then, I noticed that she had like a little hickey looking thing on her eye.
Okay.
Yeah. And then when she came in there, I was like, oh, it's starting to get black.
And you told Dad?
Yeah,
Okay.
oh yeah.
So Wednesday.
I usually call him during the day. It's something like I've had once before, like
So Thursday,
long time ago.
you saw her, it was a dramatic, worsening of the injury, right?
What day?
Thursday.
Yes.
Thursday morning, because it's sort of in the
Well,
day after she.
I want to say when she walked in Thursday morning and when he put her down, I like looked at her face, I thought she looked better.
Oh, okay.
And I said, 'cause after I put the ice on, I Googled bruising, how to make it feel better or get better, and it said put vapor rub, will cool it down, and salt will help break up the red blood cells.
And when did you Google that? Wednesday or Thursday?
Wednesday after it happened.
What were you on when you Googled that?
My Google app, my Google app, yeah. So it said Vicks vapor rub and salt, and so I put that on there. So when you walk in, I was like, sorry, she smells like Vicks vapor rub. And so when she came Thursday, I was like, oh, it seems like it worked a little bit. I thought she looked better.
So where was the bruising again on Wednesday that you noticed before you sent her home?
Under the eye and on the cheekbone.
And
And in her eye, yes.
Okay, so none of this up here or over here was quite there.
Not yet, no.
All right.
No. There may be in the line there already, but I wouldn't have been a riser open, you know, I don't know that I noticed that. But I definitely saw that and definitely saw the inside of the eye.
So none of, you were saying the right side, none of this was on the right side from the train, you're saying?
No, that's from the gravel. She literally did it. Full force running.
Did she run fast or?
She tried. Vivian was a leader in that. She took off running and Hannah followed her.
You said when she totally bit, her head was going down towards the ground.
Yeah, she smacked her chin.
Our chin right here?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the problem. There's no more directly on the point of our chin. We're looking
There's
at more.
very little to no bruising right here in the middle. It's on the left.
Yeah.
And on the right.
Like I said, I was far away too, I was right behind him,
And
so.
then up underneath.
Mhm.
So when people fall, you're gonna have bruising on the sharp points, okay? So it's gonna be this point, none here, and then some here. Or if you were over here, you're gonna have some here.
And she could have, I don't know, I
Or
honestly,
you have some
I was
here.
just coming out the door and
If you
then.
fall straight forward, you're not gonna have bruising over here, and none in the middle.
Yeah.
Bruising would have been here, and up underneath there would have been no bruising.
That's a soft spot that your body naturally protects.
Yeah.
The way your
That's
body.
why it's tucked in.
That's tucked in. And that's where we're getting, that's why we wanted to come down and fill in some of these holes.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be pretty honest with you this morning, a lot of these aren't adding up to a fall in the gravel.
Yeah.
With it being over here
Mhm.
and down here, and then these, I mean, she would have had to fall in, like in some perfectly aligned gravel to get.
And here's another thing on the chest. Once again, you don't have to be a doctor, you've got to be
Yeah.
like that, okay? You see that bruise?
Mhm.
What's that kind of look like?
Is it older?
Older, yeah. Older, there's some yellowing all through here, and then, see this here?
Mhm.
That looks, what would you say?
Older.
To me, that looks brand new.
Oh, okay.
That looks newer than even.
Okay, yeah, I don't know.
So what it kind of looks like is that these are all from a different time.
Yeah, and like I said, she is well, I don't think that she's been, I really don't think that she's been hurt.
You know,
No, I honestly don't, in my gut intuition, I don't think that he's a bad guy. I really don't. I think that he
well,
is a simple guy.
here's one thing now this is from a senior neurologist, okay?
Yeah.
He's telling us that the brain injury that she sustained was absolutely not 24 hours prior or even an hour prior. The injury that caused this, or the incident that caused this brain injury
Yeah,
was immediate.
that is, I have no idea.
So she would have, if Dad would have, I don't know, knocked her out Thursday morning before she dropped you off, let me ask you, was she crying or anything like that?
No, but she didn't want to kind of like let him go. She was, I don't know.
She didn't want to let him go?
Yeah, it was a little,
Okay.
yeah, she kept wanting to hug on him.
But you wanted donuts.
But she, yeah, well, we got inside.
Okay. So whatever happened, did not happen prior to her getting to your house.
Okay. I don't know what that means.
It wasn't Thursday, and it wasn't Wednesday for sure. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
We've got these world-renowned neurologists
Mhm.
saying, no, this didn't happen Thursday. It surely didn't happen Wednesday. This happened immediately. This injury happened, and she went down.
She literally walked in.
And that's what these people do, obviously.
Yeah, no,
That's what it is.
yeah,
That's what we're what we know from yesterday, everything we know, we were telling the doctor, this is what we're being told. Doctor said, nah. It was a hit.
They see thousands of these.
He said, doctor says it was a hit, and she went down.
I would never hit a kid. I don't even spank my own.
Someone in the house, I'm gonna be completely honest with you, someone in that house, after Dad dropped her off, injured this kid to the point where she's unconscious. Or a dramatic fall, or something, or some sort of accident.
No, I believe you, but
An
nothing happened
accidental
Thursday
drop,
morning. Yeah,
something
nothing
absolutely happened while, when she walked in the door to the time she fell. That's the time frame that there's no doubt. It's not a question of, well, maybe it happened, that there's no doubt. It absolutely happened during this time. And the only person that was there was a couple of kids and you.
Yeah.
That's what we're running into.
So, we can understand if, God, I cannot imagine, I've got kids similar ages, all these kids.
Yeah.
I can't imagine if I would have accidentally done something to cause this. And then, it's human nature.
Yeah, no, if I would hurt anybody, I would never.
Listen now, it's completely human nature to, this is a big deal, obviously, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's human nature to be like, I don't know what happened. What do you do?
I really don't.
Whether it was an accident or not,
Yeah.
something happened under your care in about a 5 minute span. We've absolutely got to narrow down to that. And by you saying,
That's kind of not cutting it because.
I know, I don't know what else to say.
And I think, I mean, you called for help,
Yeah, of course.
so it's not like you were trying to hide anything.
No, I don't know.
Something happened, okay? Something happened that we're not getting told.
Well, see, yeah, we're not, it's not if something happened, something happened, so we're beyond nothing happened, we're beyond that, something happened, and the only person who knows what happened is you. Unfortunately,
She can't tell us right now.
no, she can't.
So that's a secret.
So we're beyond, listen, we're beyond that.
Yeah.
No, I understand what you're
There's no
saying.
point talking about Wednesday, okay, because Wednesday absolutely did not happen, anything Wednesday. This happened in about a 5-minute span,
Yeah.
okay? And it happened when she was in your custody, okay? Was it an accident? I mean, she's done something. She's fallen, she's been dropped, something.
I did not do anything to her.
But we're not saying you did.
No, I know, but no, honestly, she did.
But we're just saying you know, okay?
I mean, you would have seen her, you saw her collapse. It was immediate that she collapsed.
You said you never lost eye contact with her. When the time she walked in, you followed her in and she collapsed. That's not possible. That's not possible. I believe she walked in.
Yeah, she did.
I did. I believe all that. But as soon as you guys went into the house, something happened. There's no doubt, listen to me. There's no doubt that something happened. Something absolutely happened, okay? We're not going back to Wednesday. We're not going back to the morning that Dad had her. We're beyond even that. It's narrowed down by brain surgeons that it happened right before she hit the ground. That's when it happened. And you just told us, and you told us several times, that you were looking at her. It's not like she walked around the corner and you came around and was like, what the hell happened?
No,
You had eye contact with her the whole time.
Yes, sir.
Something caused her to collapse. She didn't just collapse.
Traumatic brain injury.
That's what it says.
Traumatic.
Okay? You called for help.
Yes.
Okay? So,
As soon as she.
There's no doubt in our minds that this was an accident.
Yeah.
This is a horrible, horrible accident.
Thursday morning.
This is a horrible accident.
I asked
And you have to tell us,
him.
listen to me, listen, and you have to tell us exactly what that accident was. Because she's still being treated, okay? Now, your treatment can go either way, whether she's hit the back of the head with a baseball bat, which I absolutely don't believe she was, or whether she was dropped, or whatever she hit her head on, or got some sort of whiplash somehow.
it was instant.
It was absolutely instant.
Okay? So, and if you believe it's an instant, you're agreeing that, okay, she fell because she got hit, or something happened, something caused this, okay, in her head. She fell because of that. All right? What caused that?
What accident caused this?
She fell on the door and hit the concrete step.
When?
Thursday morning.
Walking into the house?
Yes.
Tell us about it. Take us through it.
Detail.
So when I opened up the door, she was coming through and she slipped on that concrete step in the metal part. She hit the metal part on her eye.
Which door?
The
Back door?
one, yeah, they were going into the house, the carpet. And so I got her back up and she stood up and looked up at me and did say, I want donut and couch, and then collapsed.
Appreciate you being honest. I mean, it's an accident.
You called for help.
This is my fault. I should have protected her. I should have let her fall. I should have been holding her.
It's not your fault, but here's the thing. You've gone through every single one of these injuries and you had no problems telling us about these, okay?
I felt like it was my
And even the
fault.
injury, even the injury that you were thinking, put her in the situation she was in, you told us about that, no problem. What's the difference? What's the difference in this injury and the one, you were there for both of them? If you thought this one put her in the hospital,
I didn't
why
know
were you
about
hiding the
Wednesday.
fact
I
that?
didn't. I thought Wednesday did because she's.
Yeah, you owned this one. You owned this one. You said this one had no roster, okay? You called for help. Why lie about this one, about her fault?
Because I thought it was, I thought it was my fault and I thought she was having a seizure and I didn't want Jason to be mad at me. She slipped and fell and I wasn't holding her. And I was trying to grab her blanket from her.
Here's the thing.
And I thought it was my fault that she was having a seizure. I thought she was having a seizure. I was scooping at her mouth.
So go through that again. Go through that
So I opened up
exactly.
the door. I'm like, can I go out and take your jacket or blanket? And when I went to take her blanket, it slipped on the blanket, got underneath her foot, and on that one step, and she hit that metal part. Right.
On the threshold or the bottom of the door?
Yeah, the metal part that goes
Okay,
across
and she hit what side?
the left side.
Okay.
Right.
She's like this tall?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not what did this. So listen, she's this tall, right?
No.
This tall, so she's this tall.
Yeah.
And the steps are,
She
it's
just
a step
looks back,
house.
she really did hit the
Okay,
over.
so is there a step and then you step into the house?
Yes,
So she hit the top part, the upper part.
yes.
Okay. So then she gets up, is the stuff about, do you want to go back to bed or what? Is all that true?
Yeah, yeah, she got there, nothing,
She
and
got
we
up.
put dinner, I
Asked her to
don't know.
rest.
Yeah.
Okay, make the left. Make the left. Okay.
And I thought she was having a seizure. I didn't think that for her, I thought it was a mistake for her.
That's not what happened.
It is, I promise.
No, that's not what happened.
It is.
The doctor said, when this injury occurred, she was out.
She wasn't,
This
just
is
because I thought I was being completely honest.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened. It was a more severe accident that happened, that just like this accident, you're afraid to tell us for some reason, okay?
I'm not afraid to tell you anything.
Well, you were afraid to tell us that.
Well,
We
that's
got through
why
that, we got, all
Lots of
right,
speech.
we got through that. And we're gonna get through this, okay? Okay. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
So tell us,
That's exactly, I swear,
that's not what happened.
it is, she slipped and fell.
No.
Okay, I did not, I
She didn't fall 12 inches and traumatically bruise her.
She falls.
To the point where they have to cut a piece of her skull off to relieve pressure. So what happened? Especially on the bones right here are extremely weak. In order to do that much damage, they're weak for a reason. No, all of them. They're weak for a reason. They break because they're like crumple zones in a car. That's why they break. No broken bones here, okay?
Yeah.
That absolutely did not do that. Even the surgeon said that, okay? So that's not what happened. So tell us what really happened.
That's really what happened.
That's not what happened. We're beyond that. We're beyond that.
I don't know what else to
Listen,
say.
you tell us that she's on top of a toy,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and she falls face first.
Yeah.
The day before.
Yeah.
Gets up and goes on about her
She
business.
did,
Turns
she
out
did,
it never happened,
yeah,
okay?
yeah.
So the next day, she falls into a step that's probably this tall off the ground.
Mhm.
She's this tall. That's what, a foot at first?
Yeah, she slipped.
Okay?
You have kids.
Yeah,
We have kids.
yeah.
You really think that her falling 12 inches, hitting her eye is gonna make her brain swell? like
No,
that?
that's what I don't understand.
Right, because that's
That
not
was something more dramatic.
something more.
I believe you, but I did not hurt her.
Well, we're not saying you hurt her. We're saying you were there for the accident.
Yeah, that was
Okay,
the
because that's exactly what happened, and that was not the accident. That's not what it is. We know that without a doubt. Okay, they didn't have, she has no broken bones in her face. Okay,
I mean, this is a common thing to get broken when somebody's
Right.
head falls, okay? That's not broken.
breaks easily to protect your brain.
Yeah,
Okay,
I thought it.
and there's no broken bones in her face, so that's not what happened. Okay. Yeah, we've come a long way. We got past that. Okay, you're right there. You're right there. Thank you.
When I opened the door, I dropped her. And I slipped and fell. So I slipped on her blanket. I opened the door and we both went down and she hit that concrete step really hard.
We're on her head.
On her face, yeah, 'cause I was holding her on the left side. And when I slipped, it hit her side. I actually hit my head on the door coming down, but she smacked her face, her head really hard on the concrete step.
Okay, and then what happened?
Got up. I tried to get her to come to. She did ask me for a donut and couch out in the garage, not inside, but she did when we first walked in, and she said, "Walk out." She
So now you're saying she asked that before.
did, yeah. And I fell, she fell.
Where were you at when you fell?
Against the door, trying to get the door open. I was holding her, the blanket was kind of like falling, because he had handed her to me, and I put her down, and I picked her, no, he put her down, and when he walked up the door, I picked her up with the blanket, and it got tangled up, and when I opened up the door, it got tangled, and I slipped.
So are you on the concrete floor, or are you on the step, or are you on the top
I
side?
was I was trying to step up to go inside, I lost my balance. The blanket got underneath my foot and we both fell. She smacked her face on that concrete step and I hit the door. And I tried to brace her and myself, but I lost my balance. She hit really hard. I got up and tried to get her to come to. I was checking her, I was, "Are you okay? Get up." I did say that, "Are you okay to something?" She didn't respond.
You were still in the garage, kind of in the
Kind of in
doorway?
the doorway, yeah, right where I said I was. She didn't want her to be hurt, I thought she was having a seizure, I think she was really hurt.
Her brain was going through some trauma. So, the brain fights to keep going with.
I knew that I didn't try to carry her around with this blanket, I didn't have any clothes on in my room, and I was like, Daisy was inside waiting for us,
I was in a hurry.
So why would you hide that?
But I didn't want to be in trouble.
Why would you-
I don't know, because I have babysit kids at home. I don't want my husband to get sued. I don't get to babysit kids anymore. Or be yelled at with him, or I don't know. I'm a goody two shoes. I've never been in trouble, never done anything bad in my life. No, I've never hurt a kid. She was that hurt. Then she was just having a seizure, and I even turned her on her side and did the mouth thing.
How long did you try to get her to come to before you called her dad?
Not even 2 seconds. It was immediate, but I knew something was wrong. I thought it was a seizure, like I said. So I called him and I said, she collapsed. I didn't think that I hurt a kid. It was really hard. I actually tried to catch myself and her at the same time, and I bruised my hand right here.
All right, we really appreciate
I'm
you.
so sorry.
Okay.
I should have carried her inside. She didn't let her dad to leave, so I felt bad. I was trying to hug her and make her Daddy will be back. I love her so much.
All right, now tell us, we really appreciate you being honest, okay? Now tell us the truth about the chain in the neck.
I honestly don't know anything about that. I really thought it was the gravel. I really did. I believe you, but I had not seen that before the gravel. I really hadn't ever. I noticed it Wednesday when we were going potty that morning.
Tuesday when she fell on the rocks.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't notice any bruising prior, right?
No.
So what about Wednesday?
Wednesday morning is when I noticed.
Noticed what?
The bruise on her chin on her chest.
Do you know what touch DNA is?
No.
Okay. So anytime someone touches something, okay? Like right now, I just let billions of skin cells, okay? You can get them from fingernails, you can get them from anything you touch, okay? And you can transfer them from person to person, okay? All it takes is 7 skin cells to be right to be tested. Okay? So like I said, when you touch something, you leave billions of them, okay? Is there any reason at all that your DNA or any of your skin cells or fingernail cells or anything at all would be inside this specific wound?
Probably because I did the vapor rub and all that stuff on her. Yeah, I'm sure there is. Yeah. I did the vapor rub and the salt, and I even did my essential oils, and yeah, I'm sure there is.
Right. Do you know if DNA will survive petroleum jelly?
No idea. No idea.
Back to under the chin here, this absolutely did not happen from a fall on a flat driveway. Okay?
Yeah. I believe you.
So what happened to her neck?
I do not know. I thought it was the gravel in the ball.
We remember we went through this and you told us how you agreed with us, that some of this stuff.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So it's the exact same size as the fresh ones. And they look very similar. So either has she fallen on that very same gravel a couple of times, different stages?
Could be. I don't think gravel in his house too.
Okay. But you said, remember you said that he had just put this new
He did.
gravel on
He
the
just finished the barn and, yep.
So it
Well, they
being the same.
do the gravel a lot.
But, I mean, this, you said that these are different stages of healing, right?
No, yeah.
Okay. Tell us about this.
I think you know about these two.
I don't know about this.
I think you do.
I don't. I honestly don't.
I'm positive you do.
Why would you think I know about them?
Because you just lied to us. How many times?
Well, you are. We can't even how many times to tell us what happened before. Okay?
Can you see how I look at it?
Yeah.
And we understand. You call for help. Okay? We're not getting mad at you or anything. We just want to know what happened. We want to know everything happened. We want to know how that happened. We want to know how that happened. We want to know how the fingers, these things happen.
We're getting calls from all these doctors saying, no. We're saying, yeah, that's what's happening. No.
Yeah. That's what it does.
That's not what's going
This
on.
morning, the doctor called and said, tell us what happened when you're being told.
Yeah.
And I said,
I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I really don't.
And here's another thing, okay? Dad, obviously, every time she comes home with a new scrape or bruise, Dad asks her, what happened?
Yeah.
I know you told him,
Yeah.
but he's doing what any other dad would say.
Of course.
So what is she telling Dad whenever he says, what happened here, what happened there, what happened here? What's the one word Or one thing she was saying.
I don't know.
Please, sir.
And even the lady, who else watches her?
Sandy?
She asked.
And she asked me.
Where do you get all this
Where do you
stuff?
get these sex tapes?
So now we've got,
At the babysitter, I mean, I wouldn't,
well,
I don't even.
Let me ask you this. Earlier today, I heard, did you go to college?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you go to college for? Teach. Did you get to teach?
No, I got in the trucking company, so I stayed on as his secretary.
Okay, and like I
But
said,
I did teach preschool and daycare, like,
and I saw a slice of your life this morning, and I am,
yeah.
kids screaming, you know, it's loud, things get.
Very loud.
Okay. Are you ever mad at the way that turned out?
No, I love things.
I'm not saying you don't love your kids.
No, yeah, no,
But do you
no.
ever wish, I mean, you went to college to teach?
Yeah, no, I don't, I want to be home with my kids. That's why I want to be with TJ, because he wanted a mom to stay home with kids, yeah.
Have you ever lost it? Did you ever get mad?
I mean, I yell at TJ.
I do, yeah.
I don't mean it like
You
that,
get
or
mad.
whatever. Yeah,
You
oh,
get
yeah.
mad, and you scream and you yell and stomp around, you might throw a rag or something, okay?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, of course I get.
Things build up.
it's called a fit of rage.
Yeah.
I've had a million of them, so I don't mean it like I'm not, but like not.
Remember when we talked about this?
Mhm.
Okay. A lot of these are consistent with what we've seen before. Okay. With kids being hurt,
Yeah,
not by falls, not by running into things, okay? This is not her fault I'm trouble. Okay? This is not her fault I'm in plastic toy, okay? Just like you said,
You know that.
just like you said, this isn't from her falling while she's walking, okay? There's reasons that she has all these, okay? And we think you know why she has them.
Listen,
Okay.
Hannah has been abused. No doubt about it, and it's not her father.
Have you grabbed her ear?
yeah, probably.
What do you think? Probably.
I never, no, I don't know, I never hit her.
Listen, you are at home for 12 plus hours a day with a kid that's not yours and 3 other ones. You cannot tell me that does not drive you bonkers.
I mean, yeah, I don't think it's a rage. Like,
All it
what
takes
he
is-
did.
That's the only thing that can
All it takes is
explain
one or two.
a fit of rage.
If you lost your temper, you lost your temper. It's not like these kids come over so you can hurt them. We don't think
You're not
that's
sitting here a demented
Okay.
woman who's like, yeah, bring her over here so I can beat the shit out of her. That's not what we're saying.
No.
A fit of rage.
Okay? And
That's what's done this.
what's going on here? Tell us about it.
You've been honest with us so far.
Yeah.
Why stop?
Tell us about it.
Oh.
Whatever you're thinking, just speak it.
I really don't know what to say.
Start with these. How did these get here?
I didn't do that, I don't know.
Okay.
I really didn't do that, I don't
How
know.
does this happen?
I slapped her upside the head.
With what?
My hand,
Open, closed?
yeah, open.
What caused that?
She took all of the, I don't know why she was in trouble. She took all the ketchup out and squirted it into the toilet while I wasn't looking.
That's frustrating.
And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. What else has she done that day? Is this like a culmination of things building up?
She did.
What day was that?
This week? This week?
Early this week.
And I didn't think that hurt her, I really didn't.
Well, they're not. I mean, kids are tough. They're not, trust me. You know, as well as anybody else does. You're very resilient and you're not going to know.
That's what that
On the
was.
chin.
I really did not hit her on the chin. I don't
I'm
know.
not saying anything.
Right, yeah, I
Does
don't,
she talk back to you?
no,
She doesn't?
not one bit.
Does she not listen to you? Like, if
She
she,
actually does.
if she's watching a show and you tell her to do something, does she not listen?
No, she doesn't.
How do you get her attention when she doesn't listen?
Hannah, gotta listen to Buddy.
Does she not eat well?
No, she eats great. She eats all day long.
Then tell us what happened here.
Tell us about that.
This was our fault in the driveway.
It's not.
We know what this is consistent with.
Yeah.
Look at me. We do this for a living.
No, I know,
Okay?
I
This
know.
is not the first 3-year-old that we're staring at pictures about, okay? We know exactly what caused this, okay? Exactly. It's not a fault. And you know what caused this. Just like you know what caused this, okay? So what caused this?
I smacked her on the chin for doing ketchup. That was the same thing.
Okay. So this is the same incident.
Yeah.
Tell us about this. Because this is not a smack. I just want to tell you right now, this is not a deep bone contusion from an open-handed smack, okay? Knowing that.
I didn't.
No, listen,
I wasn't like that.
listen.
Knowing that we know that, what happened here?
The same thing, it was the same incident.
Tell us though, what happened, these specific bruises?
When I caught her doing the ketchup, I took it away and I put her on the buddy because I figured she had to go pee anyway. I said, Kenny, you can't do the ketchup. I just slapped her on the head and went like that.
Close?
Like that.
How many times? Don't say once.
Yeah.
Because the bruise?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he give you permission to discipline?
Yeah.
I mean, spank and stuff? Okay.
I don't really think, I don't even know why I was mad that
So
day.
these were close fists like uppercuts?
Yeah.
Okay. And this was an open-handed smack? Was it really open-handed?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. No, the bruises on the chest.
Honestly,
Listen.
no, I believe you.
Do you see the pattern here?
Yes.
Deny.
How about this big one down here?
I did not touch her chest. I'm definitely telling you the most positive truth. I did not touch her chest.
So look,
But I was mad that day.
let's look at this, okay?
And we also, sorry to interrupt, we also know exactly what these are.
Yeah.
They're, in all these cases, they're consistent. I mean, you can literally take 100 of them and put them up on the board right here, and they're all gonna have the same exact bruises. And anyone who knows what they're talking about, or what they're looking at, will say, this is this, this is this, this is this, this is this.
That's up to you, okay?
Okay, so the interrogation is almost over. Do you guys want to watch the rest of it? We're gonna be here forever. Let's just see. Let me see how much more there is of it. Oh, maybe they don't. Do they? Nope, they don't. Let's see.
This is not a deep bone contusion from an open-handed smack, okay? Knowing that.
I didn't.
No, listen. Knowing that we know that, what happened here?
The same thing, it was the same incident.
Tell us though, what happened, these specific bruises?
When I caught her doing the ketchup, I took it away and I put her on the buddy because I figured she had to go pee anyway. I said, Kenny, you can't do the ketchup. I just slapped her on the head and went like that.
Close?
Like that.
How many times? Don't say once.
Yeah.
Because the bruise?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he give you permission to discipline?
Yeah.
I mean, spank and stuff? Okay.
I don't really think, I don't even know why I was mad that
So
day.
these were close fists like uppercuts?
Yeah.
Okay. And this was an open-handed smack? Was it really open-handed?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. No, the bruises on the chest.
Honestly,
Listen.
no, I believe you.
Do you see the pattern here?
Yes.
Deny.
How about this big one down here?
I did not touch her chest. I'm definitely telling you the most positive truth. I did not touch her chest.
So look,
But I was mad that day.
let's look at this, okay?
And we also, sorry to interrupt, we also know exactly what these are.
Yeah.
They're, in all these cases, they're consistent. I mean, you can literally take 100 of them and put them up on the board right here, and they're all gonna have the same exact bruises. And anyone who knows what they're talking about, or what they're looking at, will say, this is this, this is this, this is this, this is this.
That's up to you, okay? We wanna know what happened.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked you.
We're gonna pause, I wanna give the jury a 15-minute restroom break. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm noting it's 10:15, state and defense, when we come back. I'll have you back in about 15 seconds just to catch what might have while I was talking or whatever. But ladies and gentlemen, we give you a restroom break, please leave your notepads, please be very diligent about your admonitions. If anybody does have to talk to you about this case, you need to report it to me, and include.
So, yeah, it's a lot, right? So this looks like that is part 1 of day 4. Then we've got part 2, an hour and a half, part 3, an hour and 20, another hour, an hour and 20, an hour, another hour. Yeah, we've got a lot to go over tomorrow. There's a lot still. So yeah, the dad will be testifying as well. It's going to get intense. So, I mean, even though it's intense now, let's go. The next one though doesn't look like they're continuing the interrogation, or it doesn't look like it to me. Let me just see what they're doing here. Who's on the stand on this one? This is a critical witness. Let's see. So the next person's a doctor who comes up. Then we're going to see another medical evaluation. Then after that, it's more for interrogation. So do we just want to do the other 20 minutes of the interrogation now? I think so, right? Because it's not even a full 20 minutes, I don't think. She's alone in there. Why do they have her alone in there? Where are they? These things are so addictive. Oh, she's just sitting in the room. I think she's asking if she can leave. Blah, blah, blah. Let me see here. Day 5. So, okay. Hold on. We will get to... Oh my God, how long do they leave her alone in here? Must be so boring for the jury. Seriously. Ugh, are you kidding? She falls asleep. All right. Now. Yeah, she's still alone. Oh my God, is she still alone for this whole time, dude? Literally, she's alone the whole time. This is so weird. Hold on. Very weird. Do I have stuff out that's identifying? We don't want that. We don't want that. I've been filing, so... Okay. Oh, hold on. So we left off, though, just so that we are clear for tomorrow, on day 4, part 1. Hold on. We belong to the night, to each other. There's nobody in there. Why is there nobody in this room with her the entire video? So weird. Why would they even include this in the trial? They didn't really tell her anything there. Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to find the remainder of her interrogation, but I don't think so. Nope, because that's the dad. Okay. Oh, yeah, a little bit too late. Yeah. You think? It is time to relax. You know, Marty and my PJs. Thank you. No, it is not the same. It's very different, isn't it? Yeah, we're still here. We are. Well, there are a lot of trials coming up, so I figured while we're killing time, we can, play these ones. We've got a bunch that are coming up very soon, actually. It still looks like they're not going to allow any cameras in the Lori Vallow trial, which is such bullshit. Let me see where I put my. Oh, good Lord, I have way too many things. Oh, why is everything in this one file? All right, let me see here. Today is March 16th. March 16th. Well, allegedly, they were having a hearing on the 20th for Richard Allen in the Delphi case. I wonder if they're still doing that. Then April, the Daybell trial is supposed to begin. The Sarah Boone suitcase murder lady is supposed to begin. And Charlie Adelson is supposed to begin all in April. So we've got a lot. For a lot, yeah. Now she's asking for a lawyer, right? Ma'am, it could be too late for that. It might be too late for that. We belong together. I know they've got the full interview, the full interrogation, because I've watched it. I don't know. And just so that we are all aware, this is who we're referring to. It's awful. Ugh, so terrible, man. This little baby. $0.25 a minute? Hell no. My audio's crackling? Is it? No, you're hearing the water in the background. It's my, it is the fish tank in the background. How about now? How about now? Is it okay? I don't know why it's making that weird sound too, but ETs. It's not the water. How about now? I had it on echo cancellation, but it was weird. I don't know. Anyway, this is little Hannah. So we will be back tomorrow around 9-ish. Yeah, she's a beautiful little girl. So around 9-ish, I will see you guys then. Thank you for hanging with me literally all day. We've been going 12 hours. That's a little insane. But we'll try and get it finished tomorrow. We'll play everything on 1.25. Thank you guys. I love you so much. Bye, y'all.